This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Here Comes Trouble by A.E. Villa, narrated by Aidan Snow. Chapter 1. Oh no, not again. Rux, watch out for the... Oh shit! Damn, not another cyclist. Green floored his huge Ram 2500, barreling around the corner of Marietta Street, keeping a close eye on his partner as he chased down one of their informants. He couldn't jump the curb onto the sidewalk to cut off the chase because there were too many pedestrians. Rux needed to get the bastard to turn off of the street into one of the many deserted alleys. Green divided his attention between maneuvering through the thick mid-afternoon traffic and not losing his partner. The engine roared as he went around a slow-ass Buick and flew through another red light, just lightly clipping the back end of a MARTA bus. Oops, thought I cleared that, fuck. He saw Rux double his efforts, landing a hard slap to the informant's shoulder that sent him flying into an old lady, knocking her bags out of her hand. Green thought Rux had him, but the fucker shimmied out of his coat, taking off again, cutting in between an office building and a parking garage. Green couldn't get over to turn and follow him down the small street. He gunned it, turning onto Cone Street instead. He'd cut him off at the other end. He blared his horn. Traffic was at a complete stop, waiting on the light to turn. Fuck it. He cut the corner of the sidewalk, sending a metal trash can flying up into the air. At least there were no people on the sidewalk this time. He was almost to the exit of the alley when he saw bright blue and red lights come up fast behind him, blasting its siren. He ignored it, swerved over 2 lanes, and put the front end of his truck into the narrow opening of the alley. If their informant hadn't had his head turned to check how close Rux was getting, he would have seen Green's truck coming and avoided slamming into the front of it. That had to hurt. Green was out of the truck, coming around the front end just as Rux was picking up their man and throwing him back against the hood. Do you have to do that? I mean, there's a dumpster right there. Green frowned at his partner. Look at that dent, man. Shut up, Green, Rux huffed. Green smiled teasingly. He knew how much Rux hated doing the chasing. He stood there with his arms crossed over his broad chest, watching their informant, doubled over from the pain of hitting his truck and out of breath from running the last 10 minutes. The police car's tires squealed to a stop right next to the back end of Green's truck. They both turned when the young cop jumped out, yelling at them to raise their hands above their heads. The cop finally got a good look at them and rolled his eyes, lowering his weapon. Rux, Green, should have fucking known. What's up, Michaels? Green shook the officer's hand. He was one of the few uniforms that actually liked the guys on their task force. One of the few who went out of his way to speak to them or offer up any help. What you guys got there? Michael's eyebrows rose up in question when he looked at the disheveled junkie that was trying to ease around Green's truck until Rux pushed him back against the side of the building. You better go, Michaels. Green looked at him seriously. There was no way he was going to talk to their informant using their not-so-professional tactics in front of another officer. Michael's blue eyes cast down as he fidgeted with his fingers. Yeah, okay. Hey, Green, did you get to talk to God about any openings he may have coming up on the task force soon? Green suppressed his sigh. There was no way Michaels would make it on their task force. The guy was too nice and too easygoing. He didn't have a harsh or cruel bone in him. You had to have pretty tough skin to take what their lieutenants dished out. Daily. Green could see his partner gearing up to say exactly what he'd been thinking, but spoke up before Rux could crush the handsome guy. Not yet. I'll talk to him real soon, okay? Michaels beamed a megawatt smile and walked quickly back to his squad car. Green noticed how tight Michael's uniform was over his thighs and ass. He chuckled to himself and shook his head sadly as Michaels gave him a friendly wave, his uniform sleeves practically cutting off circulation to his large biceps. He was just like so many other officers on the Atlanta police force, wanted to work for God and day. Why are you stringing him along? You know damn well he ain't getting in. Rux took off his black leather coat and tossed it inside the open passenger side window after he'd handcuffed their informant to the dumpster. Yeah, I know. I'll tell him. But he's like a loyal dog. I mean, who would kick a golden retriever? Green smiled at his partner, who in turn gave him a look that said, What the fuck? Stop being an idiot. Tell the guy he ain't got it and move on. Besides, he's always running errands for you and getting you coffee and shit. That's fucked up to do that, man. Green opened his mouth in mock confusion. I don't ask him to do those things. Can we talk about this later? Green shrugged. Sure, whatever. And turned his attention back to their informant. As soon as Green leveled his hard, dark brown eyes on him, he immediately got defensive. I swear I don't know nothing, Detective Green, the man whined sadly. Whoa. I didn't ask you no motherfucking questions, Green said back calmly. You lying to me already, Tommy? The man was shaking his head no before Green could even finish. Rux stood by with a slight smile playing on his mouth as he watched him. Sometimes he felt like Rux loved this part a little too much, just sitting back and watching Green work. Their only job was to secure intel and suspects for their lieutenants, squeeze information out of people, bring in whoever needed to be questioned, arrest suspects. Basically, they were God and Day's muscle, and they were damn good at it. Green squatted in front of their informant, eyeing him carefully. His dingy clothes were hanging off his straggly frame, and his hair looked like it hadn't been washed for days. His eyes were glassy and unfocused. The fucker was high. He wouldn't be good for shit right now. Tommy, listen to me. Why'd you feed us that bullshit about the meth lab in East Point? I didn't. Shut the fuck up. Green cut him off, his voice at that low, frightening timbre he used on suspects. A voice that sounded like he was so pissed off he was too angry to yell. You did. You gave us some straight bullshit. There were no real players in there. We got 2 lousy fucking bags. What the hell are we supposed to do with that? I've been in there myself. There be some high rollers in there, Detective Green. I swear it. Green stood slowly. You're still lying. Someone got to you. Who? Nope, no one. I said I'd help you guys. Green was done. This guy had been flipped. He was no use to them now. Well, it was nice doing business with you, Tommy. But your services are no longer needed. Green stepped closer and draped his arm around Tommy's neck. He pulled out his wallet and held his badge up with one hand and gave a thumbs up with the one around Tommy. Smile. What? As soon as Tommy turned his head back to Rux, he snapped a picture of their pose with his cell phone. Green pushed Tommy away from him. Now, we'll print out a few of these and post them around East Point all the way up Church Street. Let a few of the fellas see who Tommy's been hanging with. You guys trying to get me fucking killed, man? Tommy yelled, pulling at the cuffs like they'd actually budge. I don't give a damn, Rux chimed in. Come on, man, don't do this. I gave y'all good info. It ain't my fault you guys fucked it up, Tommy argued. Oh, so now we're the fuck-ups, I see. Green rubbed at his neatly trimmed goatee. Let's go tell God how he fucked up that bust. Rux quickly undid the cuffs and grabbed Tommy around his frail forearm. The man shook his head so hard, spittle landed on each of his cheeks. No, fuck no, I don't. I don't want to talk to God. Tommy looked like he was about to shit himself. I'm sure as fuck not gonna give him your message. You said he fucked up, so let's go tell him, Green said casually. This was usually their trump card. No one wanted to talk to God or Day. Rux was effortlessly pulling Tommy to the truck. I didn't say God fucked up. You know I didn't. Okay. Stop 1 second, Detective Ruxburg. I got a little something to tell you. I don't know a whole lot, but I know a little something about a little bit. He stuttered nervously, making very little sense. Rux let go of Tommy's arm, sending him falling back to the ground. Ouch! Damn it! Tommy rubbed at his wrist, glaring back up at Rux. He folded his legs Indian style like he was on a damn Persian rug and not some filthy concrete. There may be a pretty big shipment coming to the house on Cleveland Avenue. How big? Green asked, now slightly intrigued. Big, man, I don't know. Just fucking huge, okay? Got everyone uneasy, you know? When? Rux asked. Few weeks. Gonna be some foreigners coming with it. Chains is up to some serious shit. You sure? Green asked. My girl works in one of the houses Chains keeps in the back. She heard one of his big boys talking about it. They're setting stuff up for it already. In that shitty neighborhood. He's going to bring some foreign contacts and that much weight to a rundown piece of shit house on Cleveland Avenue? Green said skeptically. Rux shook his head. That makes no damn sense. Exactly. The serious look Tommy gave them said it all. He was telling the truth. Chapter 2. Another Storm. Rux walked with confidence alongside his partner. He was used to people looking at them with disdain, some with admiration, but mostly with attitude. Green flipped off one of the vice detectives when he let the door hit his arm instead of letting them walk through before he came out, like a courteous person would have. The smug detective looked back at them. I wouldn't be so self-assured today if I were you two. You're not, so shut the fuck up, Rux cut him off. I'm glad, too, because your lieutenants have been in the captain's office for the past hour. You guys made the news again. The bastard shook his head as if he pitied them. Think they said that the cyclist was in critical condition and something about injuries on the MARTA bus, too? You guys really are fuck-ups. Rux frowned as the detective sauntered off, leaving them standing there, a little less than eager to go to their office. That's bullshit. Tell me about it. I barely tapped that fucking bus. They probably didn't yell injury until they found out I was a cop. Damn it. Green ran his hand through his short dark hair. He knew it was probably sticking up all over the place now. They made their way past the bullpen and through the glass doors marked Narcotics Task Force, Lieutenant Cashel Godfrey, Lieutenant Leonidas Day, Sergeant Corbin Sidney. There were only a few of the guys in the office, and Rux took an uneasy breath. The two IT detectives looked up at them and smiled. What's up, fellas? Where is everyone? Rux plopped down in his chair, kicking his boots up onto his desk. Green sat down at his desk, that was pushed up to face Rux's, and mimicked his movement. The detectives pointed outside their unit towards the captain's office. The bosses are in there. Sen and Rowe are downstairs questioning the two hustlers you guys brought in last night. Everyone else is on assignment. Green looked over at Rux, probably thinking the same thing he was. At least they had some damn good information for God and Day when they come out of the captain's office. It just might save them from another intense lecture. There was nothing God loved more than good intel that could lead to a big arrest. Detective Vicky Cecil came in with her arms full of files and began to sort them on God and Day's large desks. Rux cocked his head to the side as she leaned over in her tight black slacks. She wore her long brown hair pulled up on top of her head and secured by some interesting-looking chopsticks. She was beautiful and brilliant. But since she was shot in a raid last year, she was no longer eligible to be in the field, so she was God and Day's personal assistant. She was still an exceptionally smart detective and had a keen eye. She'd earned the guys' respect a long time ago. She could hold her own up against them, and she wasn't afraid to get up in anyone's face. Needless to say, Day adored her, so no one better disrespect her. Green, Rux, don't stray too far. God and Day want to have a meeting at 4 today. Be here and don't be late. She took Day's coffee mug off his desk and turned to leave. Hey, Vic, can you order those cold-cut platters for the meeting like you did last week? Rux gave her his charming smile. Vicky looked at him with disgust, and his smile fell completely flat. I don't need your goddamn dinner order. You think I'm here to serve you, Rux, huh? Vicky's voice elevated, and Rux looked officially chastised, especially when Day walked back in just as she was spinning to leave. Day kissed her on the cheek. How's your day going, baby? She turned and sneered at Rux. Fine until 10 seconds ago. I'll be back with your coffee, Leo. Day opened the door, smiling at her as she went by. I'll take care of him. He winked, and of course that was all it took for Vicky to start smiling again. Rux and Green watched Day move about in the office, not bothering to even look in their direction. It was unnerving, to say the least. It was like the calm before the storm. The door to the office flew open, hitting the desk behind it so hard, Rux was amazed the damn glass didn't shatter. God. The storm was here. The IT guys turned away from their many monitors and waited for the show to begin. Even a few of the officers in the bullpen rose up from their desks to look through the glass that separated their offices. Rux had an urge to close all the blinds. Nosy fuckers. God leveled a hard look at them that had him and Green both yanking their boots off their desks and sitting up straight. God's long hair was pulled back in its usual tight ponytail. His gold badge hung from his neck, sitting right between his two holstered chrome and gold Desert Eagles. His green eyes gleamed with fury. Fuck, he was really mad. He pointed at them while closing the large distance between them in 5 long strides. You two. What's your fucking job titles? God's voice was deep, and when he yelled, it sounded like thunder. Speak the fuck up. What's your job title? Rux mumbled. Tactical extract. God slammed his huge hands on their desk before Rux could finish, sending a few papers flying onto the floor. That's right. Tactical extraction specialist. God's voice boomed in his deep southern accent as he towered over them, and Rux felt extremely uncomfortable sitting there. He wasn't in danger, per se. God would never put his hands on anyone, but it didn't mean he couldn't invoke fear. He continued. What's your fucking job description? Rux and Green looked back and forth between each other. It was a bullshit title along with a bullshit job description. Everyone knew it. God and Day made it up so that Rux and Green could get on the task force. The only skill they'd mastered was hand-to-hand combat. They weren't IT, special weapons, demolitions, or psych like Roe and Day. Their specialty was beating the shit out of people. That kept God from having to be on the streets all the time. He'd send them to do the extractions. Drug dealers and addicts didn't always come willingly. They were good at it. But their positions still had to be justified. Taxpayers' dollars well spent and all that crap. Tactical. Tactical, God shouted. Means carefully planned, so that it's done with subtlety and finesse. God yanked the file that was in Day's hand and opened it. Not running through the streets like a crazy person, barreling over a man on a bike and almost killing him, slamming into a city bus full of people, damn near killing an old lady. And for what? For some strung-out, unreliable crackhead informant? God damn it. Day stepped closer and put a calming hand on God's back. The man looked like he was going to burst a blood vessel. Rux and Green had been in the hot seat so many times that they no longer bothered to argue. They just let their LTs have their rant, then they went back out on the streets. Because honestly, out of the 20 men on their task force, they were the ones that secured the information, so without them, there wouldn't be shit to bust. Come on, guys, you know it ain't easy chasing a damn crackhead. I don't know where the fuck they get that damn speed from. Shit. Green shrugged. Rux heard a deep chuckle coming from the door. Sin walked in, looking amused at their conversation. Their sergeant was one of the most laid-back but somehow ridiculously stern guys he'd ever met. He had no problem handling the task force with a demanding ease. He was their lieutenant's right-hand man and a badass himself. Everyone's attention turned back to God when he yelled out again. 30,000 goddamn dollars. That's how much you dumb fucks just cost my department. God slammed the file on their desk and looked at them with an angry, glowing green stare. It better be fucking worth it. Speak. Rux didn't hesitate. He knew what they had was really going to pique God and Day's interest. Chains is getting ready to bring in some serious weight in the next few weeks. He's dealing with some foreign contacts that will be accompanying the shipment. Green sat up closer, finishing Rux's thought. Get this shit. He's bringing it to Cleve Ave, thinking there won't be any heat watching those houses. Rux was shaking his head, knowing that God's ire was settling fast at the thought of making that kind of a huge bust. Finally taking down one of the major drug kings in Atlanta and a few potential foreign drug smugglers? Fuck yeah. This would make national news. "How sure do you think this informant was?" Sen asked. Rux spoke confidently. He looked shook. Said that the neighborhood wasn't feeling this type of activity. It's like they want Chains to get stopped on this one. Tommy T looked dead serious when he told us. Said that a few of Chains' main carriers been trying to pull back on this deal. Like they didn't want to be a part of it. God was stroking his goatee and looking at Day, doing that silent talking shit that they always did. Day shook his head yes, as if God had actually spoken, and turned to Sen. "Sen, get on that. Let's see what pans out." God and Day walked out of the office, more than likely going to run this by the captain. Sen walked over to the IT detectives and put his hand on each one's shoulder. "Fellas, need you to pull up all the houses Chains has on Cleveland Avenue. Try to see if he's had any renovations done on them. He's gonna need to bury the weight. Store it in any way that it can't be damaged. You can't leave coke and heroin just sitting in a living room these days. Gotta have a regulated climate. Check for repairs or new ventilation installations done on any of the houses." "Think we can get eyes in there now?" Green asked. "No, we still don't have enough for a warrant. Not even a sneak and peek. Not just with the word of a junkie." Sen propped himself up on Green's desk. His dark eyes focused on him. "You said Tommy looked afraid." Both he and Green nodded their heads. "Said that maybe his own crew wanted Chains stopped?" Sen smirked at them. "Poke around and see just who might actually want Chains stopped. Maybe one of his key players is willing to roll on him." Rux and Green both stood up. Time to go back to work. "Do what you guys do." Sen leveled his own strict glare on them. Everyone knew the sergeant didn't take no shorts either. He could come down on them just as hard as the LTs. Just do it with a lot more tact, fellas. Got me? You're the guys that don't exist, doing the things that didn't happen, on the orders that nobody gave. "Yes, sir," they said in unison. Chapter 3. Best Friends. Another crisis resolved. Green strolled through the precinct parking lot. He noticed God's truck was gone. It was only noon. Probably went to handle whatever business it was they handled. Either that, or they went home for a nooner. Green shook his head at the thought. "I'm glad that shit's over with," he sighed. "You gotta stop hitting shit with that fucking truck, dude." Rux slung one muscular arm around Green's neck, going for a headlock, pulling him into his body. Green got a deep whiff of his partner's deodorant before he maneuvered easily out of the hold. Green bounced on his feet and hit Rux with 2 right jabs, egging on his partner to play around with him. Rux fell right in. He blocked Green's left and caught him with a light body shot to his ribs. "Ow, you fucker!" Green laughed. They were still making their way to his truck, and Green faked like he was going to aim for Rux's face but ducked and stole a quick jab to his stomach and took off running. Green knew Rux was faster than him, so he didn't really try to get away. He'd cleared the parking lot and was almost to his truck when he felt Rux's thick arms grab him around his middle and pull him back into a rock-hard chest. He was lifted off his feet and spun around like Rux was going to dump him face first onto the pavement, but he stopped just short of dropping him. Like always. When Green was back firmly on the ground, he shoved Rux toward the passenger door, laughing at their goofing off. It was always fun for them after they weathered another god thunderstorm. Climbing up into the large cab, he looked over at his partner, who was now flipping through his cell phone, his dark brow creased and his teeth worrying his bottom lip. He knew that look. Actually, he knew all of Rux's looks. He was annoyed. "Who was that?" Green asked, pulling out into the heavy afternoon traffic. He figured they had just enough time for lunch and a quick stroll through Cleveland Ave before he had to be back for their meeting. "That admin officer I told you about that runs the records department, she cornered me a couple days ago." Rux laughed. Green gave him his classic bullshit face, and Rux immediately started to explain. "I swear," he laughed. I was waiting on the Hernandez record, and she wouldn't give it to me unless I gave her my number and agreed to take her out. Honestly, she ain't bad, man. A little chatty, but got a nice rack, long blonde hair, nice smile. Green shook his head. Whatever, man. When? Rux rubbed his hand over his dark stubble. Tonight. Oh, really? Green just nodded as he pulled into their favorite burger joint. He cut the engine and opened the door. Have fun. Rux met him at the door and pulled it open for him. Green walked in, not bothering to return his partner's gaze. He didn't know why he was pissed about Rux going on a date. Maybe because it had been a while since either of them had dated. It had been longer for Green. It was always about work, and when they did have a little free time, they would spend it unwinding, doing things that they both liked to do. Maybe it was time for both of them to get out socially, without the other. It was like they were joined at the hip. He realized he was being an idiot when he felt Rux's hand on his shoulder and his breath on his ear. Order for me, I gotta piss. Then the heat from that hold was gone. Green didn't bother looking up at the lit-up menu. He knew what he wanted and what Rux wanted too. Can I help you? The bubbly woman asked from behind the counter. He sighed heavily. I got 2 orders. I'll have 2 double cheeseburgers without pickles, extra mustard, 1 order of sweet potato fries, no salt, and I'll have a sweet tea with mine. My next order, 2 double burgers, no cheese and no ketchup, pickles on the side, 2 orders of onion rings, water, no lemon. Is that all? She smiled. He smiled back. Yeah, that's it. After she gave him his total, she'd just finished swiping his card when his partner was back by his side. The woman looked at both of them, blushing slightly while she waited for him to sign his receipt. They often got this from women, especially younger ones. Green had tribal art tats on his neck that peeked out of his usual tight white t-shirt. His spiky black hair went in whatever direction his hands moved it in throughout the day. Denim jeans fitting loosely on his narrow hips with a black studded belt. His badge clipped to his hip. Rux's pale green eyes wooed even the married ones. His dark designer stubble was always trimmed and neat. He dressed like a trendy Calvin Klein model. Leather coat, cargo pants with black motorcycle boots, always some band t-shirt. Today it was his favorite, Metallica. Tomorrow it'd probably be Green Day or the Stones. Rux ran his hand back and forth over his simple buzz cut. But Green knew that the jet black hair was baby soft, not prickly. They took their trays and walked over to their usual table, the one next to the window that let them see the entrance to the restaurant and the entire parking lot. As soon as Rux sat down, he asked, "What do you think the meeting is about?" Green shrugged, taking a huge bite of one of his burgers. "No fucking clue." Rux took a few of Green's sweet potato fries and automatically moved a few of his onion rings onto Green's tray. He picked up the pickles that were placed on the side of his burger and put them on Green's second burger. Same routine. They were almost finished with lunch before Green finally asked Rux, "So, where are you taking this girl?" Rux didn't answer until they'd thrown out their trash and were walking back to Green's truck. Probably a movie. Get a little something to eat." Rux shrugged, buckling his seatbelt. "What are you doing tonight?" "Watching the game?" Green said, pulling back into traffic and heading back to Cleveland Avenue. Usually, he and Rux would be on his couch, putting back a six-pack, watching it together. He tried not to feel pissed about it. This wasn't Rux's first date, for fuck's sake. And Green had definitely been on his share. "Fuck, man. That's tonight. Shit." Rux looked at his cell like he was going to call and cancel. "Oh, hey. She sent another message. Maybe she's gonna be..." Green turned and looked at his partner, who'd suddenly gone quiet. Rux was staring at his phone. "What?" "She sent a message with her address. Said she's already getting ready." "Damn. What time is your date?" Green chuckled humorlessly. "Fucking 8, dude." "Man, have fun with that." Green deadpanned. He took the turn onto Cleveland hard enough to jerk Rux in his seat. He could feel those dark eyes on him, but he kept his eyes forward. Rux reached under the seat and pulled out his 12-gauge shotgun, or as his partner liked to call it, his intimidator, and laid it across his lap. Green slowly turned onto the street that most of Chain's houses were on. They weren't going to ask any questions today. Just move through and see who looked like good prospects. Besides, they needed to keep their trouble level down for at least a few days. They rode in a few loops. There were a lot of snarls in their direction. Rux kept his face stoic as always. A few guys were standing around, but they quickly turned their backs to them as they cruised through the drug-infested neighborhood. "There's one of Chain's main guys on the stoop over there." Green pulled to a stop next to the curb and watched the man carefully. Most residents in this neighborhood knew who they were cops. But Green and Rux were far from worried, because everyone also knew they were fucking crazy and Rux was surgical with that goddamn shotgun. The guy watched them back just as carefully, but Green saw the slight shift in his eyes as he looked around to see who else was watching. "Yeah, I saw that." The guy stood and yanked open the screen door and walked into the house without a backwards glance. The screen slammed shut behind him, but he didn't close the big door. "Bingo," Rux smiled, and Green pulled away from the curb. "Yeah, I think we may have something." Green looked over at his partner. They'd been shaking down drug scum for many years. They'd learned to read even the slightest clues, the simplest mannerisms. If there's one thing that criminals love to do to cops, it was slam the door in their faces. What Chain's boy just did may have seemed like nothing, but it was actually quite symbolic. He'd left the door open. Chapter 4. Date Night. "Sounds good, guys. Stay on him. Keep it safe and don't blow it. If you think you can get this guy to talk, great, but we don't want him to get spooked and we sure as fuck don't want his crew to find out," Day said and clicked off the projector. After God and Day had finished going over information regarding new cases, they'd pulled up all the information on the guy that gave them the slight invite on Cleveland. James Carter, a.k.a. JJ. He was considered a lieutenant in Chain's organization. He'd definitely have a lot of intel, but they didn't know if he would possibly talk just to eliminate Chain's so he could take over the business. The drug business was dog-eat-dog. Or JJ could genuinely be concerned about Chain's bringing the heat down on them. It wouldn't be too far-fetched that a few of Chain's boys might have felt in over their heads with getting into foreign drug smuggling. That kind of bust would land you in a federal prison for 25 to life. "I'll get with my FBI contacts and let them know what's going on," God added. Everyone groaned and sat back in their chairs looking disgusted. If it's one thing police didn't like, it was the feds coming in and taking over their bust after they'd done all the fucking work. It happened all the time. God looked up from his file, glaring at them. "Are my men fucking whining? What the fuck is this? You want to rewrite the laws? Federal crime shouldn't be policed by federal law enforcement?" No one said anything. They knew the law, but it still left a bad taste in their mouth. Sin was standing off to the side and pushed off the wall when he saw God revving up. He put a firm hand on God's shoulder and stepped in front of him. "We know it's a bitch, but there's one thing your lieutenants and your captain have done for this task force, and that was make sure you guys got your fucking credit when credit was due. This op will be no different. Everyone's gonna know who brought these bastards down." Day added in a "fuck yeah," giving Sin a fist bump. It only took a second for the rest of them to join in. Sarge always knew how to smooth things over, and that was not easy when you had a room full of 20-plus men with too much testosterone. Most of the men had left right after the meeting. Rux and Green were given another stern lecture on tact and not costing the department so much money every time they went out into the field. But this time, Sin threatened to chain them to their desks for a few months. Rux looked like he wanted to throw up, but Green told himself that he wouldn't need another lecture. They'd tone it down. Sin didn't issue idle threats. There was no way they could be stuck in the office all day. They'd lose their minds. Green was just finishing the Greek pasta salad he'd made for dinner. The French roll he'd swung by and picked up from the bakery was the perfect complement. The game was in the 8th inning, and he'd lost interest when the Braves fell behind by 3 runs. He reclined on his couch, one hand draped over his head and the other down his pants, mindlessly massaging his balls. It was unusually quiet in his 2-story loft tonight. The renovated space sat above a distribution warehouse that operated primarily during the day. The owner of the building charged him a cheap rent, since he said Green kept the riffraff away. Although Rux had a small apartment 20 minutes away, he was always at Green's loft. It was a large open space on the bottom floor, the seating areas sectioned off. A dining area, although the table was used to hold a desktop computer and 2 laptops, in addition to a slew of files. There was a pool table in the far right end with a bar and stools, a foosball table and a pinball machine. The low-back sectional was in front of a 60-inch television that was primarily used for video games. Rux called it the entertainment section. The large living room had a plush, oversized couch with an ottoman and several recliners in front of a massive entertainment center, but the space was so big nothing looked overcrowded. He huffed a weary breath and shut everything off. He checked the windows, looking down on the street to see if any activity was going on before he went upstairs. There were only 3 rooms on the top level. One had weightlifting equipment and a treadmill. The master bedroom was his, and Rux would often crash in the other. Green had told him to just move in. The guy never fucking left. He probably had more clothes there than at his own place. He walked through the small sitting area in his room, not bothering to turn on any lights. His electric bill could be a bitch if he wasn't conscious about not putting on all the lights in his place. Just as he was getting ready to peel out of his sweats, his phone buzzed on his dresser. He looked at the display screen and couldn't stop the smile that stretched across his face. He hit the speaker and took the phone to his nightstand. "Date over already?" Green said instead of hello. "Nah, man. What are you doing?" Rux's deep voice filled his room. Green barked a laugh. "What does it matter? You're on a date. Shouldn't you be trying to round third base by now?" "Oh yeah, bases. Who won the game?" Green really laughed loud. "That was not the bases I was talking about, dude. What the fuck, man?" "Who won, Green?" Green huffed. He clicked on his television, turning back to the game. "Braves are still down by 3. God damn it, what inning is it?" "Bottom of the 9th, he yelled. "Where's your date?" "She's inside, waiting on a table." "By herself? Mark, what the hell?" Silence. "Mark." Rux's voice was barely a whisper. "You hardly ever say my first name." Green sat there a couple seconds. What was that sound in Rux's voice? He'd said his name plenty of times. Or had he? He was about to speak again when Rux spoke first. "She's getting on my nerves. We don't have anything in common. She keeps asking questions about God and what he's like, and she kept grabbing my arm during the scary parts of the movie." Green listened to his partner, shaking his head at the absurdity. "You're both in law enforcement. So you have something pretty big in common. Everyone asks questions about God. He's fucking weirdly scary interesting. And if you take a chick to a scary movie, that's what she's going to do. She's boring, and we still have to get through dinner and drinks. You'll be fine. Talk about work, about a happy case, not a fucked up case. Talk about that big one Vice just solved and all those girls were returned to their families. You're funny, too. Tell her some crazy shit you do at work. Next thing you know, she'll be pulling her panties down for you. Just talk. I don't want to talk to her. I want to talk to you." Rux's voice was low and deep again, almost sexy. Green tried to ignore it. "You sound like a kid. I'm going to bed. See you in the morning." Wait. Green let his exasperation be heard. "What, Mark?" Rux let loose a soft chuckle. "You said it again." Green just sat there listening. Was he for real right now? "Come up here." "What?" Green sat up straight. "We're at the Brick Book House. Come on, it's only 15 minutes away." Rux pleaded. "I don't give a fuck if it's downstairs, Rux. I'm not gonna crash your date. How pathetic do you think that would make me look?" "No, it won't." "Yes, it would. Besides, how do you expect to get laid, dude, if I'm there?" She'll think you're trying to do some kinky shit if you ask me to join you." Green laughed. "She ain't gonna sleep with me. She's one of those gotta at least be date number 5 chicks. Just come on, Green. I'll buy your drinks and your food." "I ate already," he said, bored. "Come on, man." "No." "Please, Chris," Rux said softly. "Please." Fuck. Why did their first names sound so good coming from one another? Green was already rising up out of bed. He opened his dresser and pulled out a simple white cotton tee. "I can hear you getting dressed. Thank you. I'll wait outside for you." "No, Rux, go back inside and be with your date. I'll be there in 20. "Say my name again," Rux teased him. "Shut up, Armin." Green smiled. "Hey, you know I hate that name. Anyone else calls me that and I'll punch them in their throat." Green could tell Rux was smiling. He hung up on him. Fucking Armin Mark Ruxberg. He couldn't believe he was actually going. He pulled on some comfortable jeans and slipped his feet in his Jordans. He had no clue why he splashed his face with his brand new Azure aftershave, but he did. After running his fingers through his hair with a little product, leaving the long strands standing up and some falling in different directions, he flicked off everything and jogged down the metal stairs. What the fuck am I doing? He's on a date, for Christ's sake. He waited in the dim walkway at his front door, hesitating. He'd told Mark, he was coming. Next thing he knew, he was in his truck, roaring down the busy street, headed downtown. Chapter 5. Date from Hell. "Uh-huh," Rux said again for the 100th time, tipping back his draft beer. It was the only sound he'd been able to get in edgewise. He looked at his watch and back towards the door again. Where is he? He's better not have lied to me. Rux knew that wasn't the case. They didn't lie to each other. Ever. "So, yeah, I was so excited to get transferred to records, because everyone has to come down there. I get to talk to everyone and get the scoop on everything going on. I consider my department the hub or the communications center." She giggled and it sounded like nails on a chalkboard. "And it's so easy. I get to leave pretty much any time I feel like it. Someone puts in their request and I just get to it the next day sometimes. But I try to be there most of the time. It's not just me in there. It's me and Fowler and Christensen and Vera Cruz and—" "Yeah, I know. I've been down there." Rux cut her off, just refraining from rolling his eyes. Why does she feel the need to fill every moment of silence? Rux picked up the menu and she followed suit. Maybe she'll be quiet for a minute. "I know, I've seen you down there." So much for wishful thinking. "I love to see you coming down the hall. You're so big and have so many muscles." She practically bounced in the booth across from him. "I was wondering when you were going to get around to asking me out. I mean, geez, a girl can only flirt so hard." "Really? Did I ask you out or did you bamboozle me?" She was pretty enough, sure, but she was a motor mouth and she seemed to be trying too hard. Rux was a real laid-back kind of guy. He didn't need someone to work double time to impress him. He liked easy and smooth. "Good evening, Mark." Jesus, just like that, smooth like butter. Rux looked up from his menu at the deep, mellow voice that rolled over his body and settled deep inside him. His smile was so large, his partner ended up mimicking him. Green's smile was wide. His perfect white teeth shone bright in the dim restaurant. Rux jumped up before he knew it, and he'd hugged his partner like he hadn't seen him in weeks, like he wasn't with him all damn day. But what was even crazier, Green hugged him back, chuckling softly in his ear. "Hey, bud, you okay?" Rux pulled back, slightly embarrassed. "Yeah, of course." He looked around and changed places, letting Green slide into the large booth. He bumped Green's hip slightly, telling him to move over. His partner looked curiously at him before sliding over further. "You could have sat by me, Mark." His date tried to purr, but it fell flat with him. "I'm good," Rux smiled. "Now." Green looked back and forth between them before extending his hand across the table. "Hi, I'm Chris Green." She took Green's hand, but held it like it had shit on it. "I know who you are. You're his partner." "On the force," Rux butted in. Both of them looked at him like he was an idiot, which of course he was. Why the fuck did he need to clarify that? Green grinned that lopsided smirk at him, the one that meant his partner was about to have some fun. Rux had fucked up. Green leaned back and propped his arm up on the back of the booth, his fingertips just reaching the back of his neck. Rux felt the slightest tug on his very short hair. The slight wink Green gave him with his left eye was only for him to see. I think that's what she meant, Mark.
It's nice to meet you officially. I'm Sarah. I didn't know you'd be joining us tonight, Christopher.
Chris. Rux and Green both corrected her in unison. He prefers Chris, Rux clarified.
Oh, sorry.
She looked extremely uncomfortable, but Rux wasn't all that concerned. Maybe she'd insist that they didn't need to go out again. He looked over at his partner. Green looked casual, as always. A simple white t-shirt, a gold cross hanging from a gold link chain rested on his chest. The half-carat diamond stud earring was secretly Rux's favorite. His hair was just barely tamed tonight. Loose denim jeans. Green always said his nads didn't fit in tight jeans. Rux didn't realize that he was just staring and smiling at Green until his partner cleared his throat and pulled his hair again. Actually, I came in to get a drink and saw you guys over here, Green lied, breaking Rux out of his thoughts. Thought I'd be polite and say hi. Sarah gave Green a fake smile with a roll of her eyes and went back to looking at the menu. Rux wouldn't condone her being a snob to his partner. It was definitely a deal-breaker.
Sorry about the wait, you guys. It really picked up all of a sudden. What are you going to have tonight?
The bubbly waitress asked, flipping open a small notepad.
About time. Well, as you can see, we have a +1, so he needs a couple minutes.
Green had to have felt Rux tense at her remark, because he felt another tug on his hair. Surprisingly, it made him bite his tongue on his comeback and settle back into the seat. Oh yeah, this witch is vapor. I'll have another Bud Light on draft, and please bring a Yingling in the bottle with a frosted mug and a water with no lemon. Please. Rux smiled at the waitress.
I don't drink beer, Mark.
Sarah smiled shyly at him. It wasn't for you, Rux said back with not even a hint of a smile. The waitress looked uneasy.
And for you, ma'am?
Sarah's frustration was more than evident now.
I'll have another appletini.
Rux wanted to remind her to say please, but he let it go. He wouldn't be seeing Sarah again, so her bad manners were for the next schmuck to concern himself with.
Be right back.
The waitress spun on her heels. The table was silent for a moment while they continued looking at the menus. Are you going to eat, Green? I ate earlier. Ate what? Green looked up at him and grinned. Pasta salad. Fuck you. The Greek pasta with that good cheese? Rux turned to face him, his mouth curling up in a sneer. Green knew that was his favorite. He'd made it when he wasn't there, the little fucker. Yeah, Green chuckled softly. Just order it here. You'll like it. But I want a steak. Rux leaned over, his chin practically on Green's shoulder, looking down at his menu. Order it as a salad with your meal. Green shouldered him back over after stealing a quick look at his fuming date. The waitress sat down their drinks, smiling broadly.
Okay, I know you guys are ready to eat. What's it going to be?
Sarah looked smugly at Rux before ordering her food.
I'll have the prime rib with a Maine lobster tail and a glass of your most expensive wine.
Oh, Rux was pissed now. Now she was trying to break his wallet. Seriously. He puffed his chest out, ready to tell the waitress they were going Dutch. Another pull on his hair. He turned and frowned at Green. Fuck that. The little witch was doing this on purpose, knowing she wouldn't be seeing him again. Green shook his head slightly and turned his attention back to the server. I'll just have an order of mozzarella sticks with ranch dressing. Rux's eyes narrowed as he glared at his partner. How the hell had he gotten into this mess? He guessed it was sort of his fault. He never should have invited Green, but then there was no way he wouldn't have shoved a salt shaker in Sarah's mouth before their date was over. Order your food, Green hissed. Rux turned back and saw the waitress was waiting on him. I'll have a sirloin medium rare with the Greek pasta salad.
Sure thing.
She scribbled in her pad and tucked it in her smock so she could collect their menus. What cheese do you use in your Greek salad? Green asked the waitress.
We use provolone,
she answered quickly. Can you use feta cheese, please? He doesn't like provolone, Green said, and handed over his menu.
Aw, you two know exactly what the other likes. I wish my man could order for me like that, the waitress cooed, giving them a sparkling look before shuffling off.
Green closed his eyes and shook his head like he possibly just screwed things up for him. But he had no clue. Shit was fucked before he even got there. Chapter 6. What's so great about being gay? Green watched Rux begrudgingly walk Sarah to her car after ordering him to wait for him by his truck. Rux's shoulders slumped as he walked. His footsteps were heavy, probably because his wallet was $180 lighter. Green sat in his dark cab and watched the two of them under the lights of the restaurant's parking lot. Sarah turned and said something to his partner, but Rux turned his head and looked up at the sky. Uh-oh, that's not good. Green knew that mannerism. Rux was not happy and praying that God didn't let him do something stupid. She leaned into Rux and brought her hands up his ample chest. Green bristled in his seat. He admitted that the way he and Rux behaved did look like they were more than just partners on the force. But Rux was his best friend, and he knew him the best. It happened when you worked so closely with someone and trusted them with your life every day. He chalked up the feeling he was having to simply not liking Sarah. She was bitchy and rude. What woman orders the most expensive shit on the menu just to be spiteful? Rux deserved better. He better not kiss her. He knew it had been a while since either of them had had a date. A man could only use his right hand for so long before he craved some additional contact, some warmth. Rux took her hands from his chest. He leaned over to open her car door for her, and she swooped in to steal a kiss. Since he was so much taller than her mouth ended up landing on the bottom of Rux's jaw. Rux put a large hand on her shoulder and guided her into her car. Green was still laughing when Rux clumsily climbed up into his truck. He fumbled getting his seatbelt on. He was so angry, and Green was sure that his laughing wasn't helping. Alcohol only intensifies anger, Green grinned, desperately trying to hold in another laughing fit. Maybe you should have held off on that 5th shot of Jack, huh? I had to do something, man. Drinking was the only way to keep me from cursing her ass out. And she had the nerve to ask if I wanted to go out next weekend. What the fuck? Green let it rip. He was half leaning over onto his partner. He was laughing so hard. Jesus, are you shitting me? Hell no. Then she tried to kiss me. Her breath smelled like seafood and vodka. Rux's anger was waning, and he was starting to smile, since Green was still practically laying in his lap laughing. Get off me. Drive. I'm ready to go home. Green hit the gas and drove them home. To his place. Come on, man. Fuck, you're fucking heavy. Next time you want to go on a date with Sybil, leave me out of it. Green huffed while practically carrying Rux's drunk ass up the stairs to his front door. He propped Rux on the rail beside him, holding one hand to his solid chest and fumbling the keys with his other hand. Rux pushed his hand off his chest and draped his huge 6'2" frame over his back. They were exactly the same height, and it put Rux's mouth at the side of his neck. His breath was so damn hot, Green fumbled the keys again. Thank you for coming tonight. I know you didn't want to, but I was happy to see you when you got there. Rux's voice was hoarse and slightly slurred. He seemed to be pressing Green into the door, making it impossible for him to get his key in the bolt lock. Green laughed deep in his chest. Yeah, that big-ass hug you gave me kind of tipped me off that you were happy. Green tried to push back, but froze when he heard Rux take a long whiff right under his ear. Wow, you smell so good. What is that you're wearing? Rux held on tight to Green's waist and buried his nose even deeper. Green tilted his head just a touch, wanting more of Rux's lips so close to his sweet spot. What the hell am I doing? This is dangerous. Green pushed hard, dislodging Rux from his back. He looked over his shoulder and did a double take at the clear look of lust shining in those light green eyes. Jesus Christ. He jammed the key into the lock and hurried inside. He let Rux stumble his way in on his own. Tossing the keys and the dish on the table, he moved further into the loft, flicking on the lights as he went. He was in the kitchen pulling out the carton of orange juice when he heard the light switch flick again, putting him back into darkness. The street lights shone through the large windows, casting shadows all over the place. He turned the carton up to his mouth, figuring that Rux had hit the light by habit and was already in his room, probably face down on his bed. Green shoved the juice back in the fridge and closed the door. He turned around and ran into a brick wall. Rux's chest. He was standing directly behind him, quieter than a mouse in a room full of cats. "Fuck, Rux. What the hell are you doing?" Green barked, looking directly into Rux's heavy-lidded eyes. Rux didn't say a word. He didn't smile. He didn't laugh it off or say it was an accident. He just stared him down. "What are you doing?" Green said, with more irritation in his voice. Rux took a couple steps forward and Green instinctually moved back. The refrigerator was at his back and Rux's arms slowly came up and caged him in. Their faces were only inches apart. Damn, he was acting so weird. But Green was going to let him play out his little game so they could go to bed. "Something on your mind?" Green said through clenched teeth. "Actually, yeah." Rux finally grinned and Green got the confirmation that it was just Rux being his usual asshole-ish self. "Why do you think so many men are gay?" Green resisted the urge to put Rux on his ass. "Are you shitting me right now?" "No, really. I was just wondering that." "Oh, you were just wondering that." Green gave him a bullshit look. "Yeah, I mean, we work around all these big motherfuckers that are head over heels in love with other men. God and Day, Sin and Fury, Rowan Johnson, all these badass men. Queer as a $3 bill, highly respected." Rux leaned in closer and whispered softly, "In fucking love. Why is that? What's so great about it?" Green gritted his teeth. "When you see God tomorrow, why don't you ask him? I'm sure he'd love to give you the answer. Just make sure I'm there. I'd hate to miss that." "Why are you mocking me?" Rux growled low and Green stood up straighter. "I'm not mocking you. But you're being ridiculous and I'm tired. Now move." Green knocked Rux's hands down and shoved him back with his own chest. They were the same height, same build, evenly matched. Rux dug his heels in and stopped them. Rux put his heavy hands on Green's shoulders and began to squeeze them. Green sighed heavily, wondering when this madness was going to be over. "You're so damn wound up, you want a massage?" Rux asked nonchalantly, like he was offering Green a piece of gum. Weirdly enough, massages were pretty common. Rux rubbed Green's shoulders all the time. Sometimes he had to rub cramps out of Rux's calves after they worked out. After a good sparring match, Rux usually ended up working the kinks out of Green's lower back. But neither one of them were in any pain right now. Except Rux being an annoying pain in his ass. He was exhausted and they had to be at work early. "No, I don't want a damn massage, Rux. It's after fucking midnight. Get your damn hands off me." Green knocked those very talented hands off his shoulders and maneuvered around his partner. Thank God, this time, Rux let him go. He was halfway up the stairs when he looked back and saw Rux still standing in the kitchen, leaning against the counter. It was too dark to see his face or his eyes, but his body language spoke volumes. Green damn sure wasn't going back down there to get him. Rux was being silly. He was drunk, and Green wasn't going to entertain another minute of it. His partner was a big boy. He could make his own way upstairs and get in his bed and sleep it off. Chapter 7. It's Getting Too Real. Rux's head was pounding so hard he was wondering if he'd left his Metallica disc playing. Through the haze and fog, his mind played back through last night. His horrible date, Green saving him, Green bringing him home, Green smelling so good. Oh no. Rux groaned when he thought of the way he'd snuggled up to Green's hard body and smelled him like he was a cologne model. Oh my God. Tell me I didn't do that. He rolled over and threw his hand over his face when he remembered the little pop question he'd asked his best friend. He was 99% sure that Green would not bring it up, but Rux was still embarrassed by it. He didn't mean to voice what he'd been pondering for months. Was it really that fucking great to be gay? Ever since he got too fucked up to drive home and he'd crashed at Day in God's place after their cookout this summer. Green was in Miami testifying in a federal case, so he didn't have his usual designated driver. Shit. He'd heard his lieutenants going at it in the middle of the night. It was so loud and violent, but wildly erotic. He didn't know if they forgot he was downstairs or if they just didn't give a fuck. He remembered being hard as a goddamn stone lying there and feeling like a pervert for listening. But since then, he hadn't been able to get the sounds out of his head. The sounds of furious passion and uninhibited ecstasy. The way God roared his lover's name when he came. "Time to wake up, sunshine," Green chuckled, his deep voice violently ripping Rux away from those memories. He'd jumped so hard, he had to catch himself from almost falling out of bed. He knew Green was looking at him like he was crazy, and he made sure the sheet was over his rock-hard dick, his forearm trying to keep it pressed down. Yeah, I'm up," he groaned. "There's aspirin and some water by the bed. Hurry up. You got 20 minutes. Green closed the door behind him. His cock throbbed beneath his arm with no relief anywhere in sight. His head beat at a nauseating staccato, and his stomach felt like if he ate a thing, he was going to projectile vomit it back out. In less than an hour, he was going to be back around his lieutenants so soon after reliving that damn night again. All day, he'd have to work with his friend that he basically tried to molest in the middle of the night. To boot, he had to go check on his crackhead mother that refused to let him leave without completely demolishing his spirit today. Fuck. He had a feeling this was going to be like Alexander and the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. Rux took a 5-minute freezing cold shower. It felt like shit, but it made his cock shrivel down to the size of a Vienna sausage, so the loss of his raging boner was a small plus. He got out, shaking like a leaf, and quickly threw on some clothes. His AC/DC shirt was wrinkled, but at least it was clean. He sat on the edge of the bed and put on his boots. When he'd finished, he let his head rest between his knees for a few minutes, deciding if he was going to have to barf before he went downstairs. He heard Green yell that he was getting in the truck. That meant he had 2 minutes. Fuck me. He tucked his wallet and badge in his back pocket and shoved his Glock in his waistband at the small of his back. With his dark aviator glasses already on, he dragged his ass down the stairs and straight out the front door. Green was staring at his cell phone when he climbed up into the truck. Rux turned to put on his seatbelt and stiffened mid-motion. Motherfucker. He's wearing that goddamn cologne. Rux stifled his groan and yanked his seatbelt hard, shoving it into the lock. He could feel his friend's eyes on him. He couldn't bring himself to look back. Hey, you feeling that bad, man? You drank a lot last night. Maybe you should stay home, rest for a few more hours. I'll cover for you. Green massaged his shoulder, his hand working up the back of his neck, digging into the soft flesh just beneath his hairline. He was glad Green couldn't see his eyes falling closed behind the dark lenses. His entire body buzzed, and he could feel his cock pulsing in his black jeans. Fuck. He shrugged Green's hand off. He cleared his throat before he spoke, but his voice was still gravelly. I'm good. Just some shit on my mind. Oh, no. Look, if it's about last night... No. What? No, it's not. I gotta go see my mom today. I'm just thinking about that. I'm sure she's about out of food now, Rux said hurriedly, stopping Green from bringing up his ridiculousness from last night. Oh, man. Green put his hand back on his shoulder again. I'm going with you, okay? Fuck no. I'm not making you have to deal with that shit again. I'll do it myself after work. When Rux took him along to his mom's before, she'd called his partner everything but a child of God before turning her venom back on him. He hated the pity in Green's eyes. He kept talking. Then I'll probably go home and crash. Get a good night's sleep, you know? Rux rubbed his hand over his hair in frustration, still staring straight ahead. He knew Green could see past all his crap. As soon as Green cut the engine off and turned his entire body to face him, he knew he was about to be called on it. Stop it, okay? Green's voice was low and firm. I don't know why you're acting like this, but enough. Enough. I'm going with you just like I said I would the last time. I'm not going to watch you sulk the rest of the damn day." Rux didn't say anything else. Green started the truck again and drove them towards the interstate so they could go find JJ. They found out the guy had a front job at a small strip mall in Buckhead. Drug dealers always had some menial job to prove how they had income if they were ever busted. But JJ was one of the smarter ones. He didn't have fancy gear and drive a tricked-out car like a lot of the dealers, painting a bullseye on their back. JJ tried to play it smart, but unfortunately, he wasn't smarter than them. Green parked in the alley behind the small cluster of stores. It was midday, so there weren't a great deal of patrons moving about. JJ was a low-level security guard for a small company that didn't bother doing criminal background checks on their applicants since all their guards were unarmed. Eventually, JJ would have to walk behind the buildings and check the area. When he did, they'd have a little chat with him. Rux sat silently in the truck. They'd been waiting for 45 minutes and still no JJ yet. Green drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, glaring straight ahead. "You gonna talk to me now?" Rux didn't answer. "Okay, fine. Did you get to ask God that question? Did he give you some juicy details?" Green huffed a soft laugh. "Fucking great." Rux tried to contain his anger. Green was making fun of something that had been costing him countless hours of sleep, something that was serious to him. He should have been able to share his problems with his best friend and not be teased for it. He'd been around his partner for years, but since he hadn't dated in so damn long, he was wondering why he was so content with simply being around Green. He rarely even looked at women. Sarah was a beautiful girl. He should have at least tried to score. Even though they may not have gotten into a relationship, it was still okay to have friends with benefits. Green was still chuckling at him. "Fuck you, man," Rux growled. "Aw, now don't go getting all sensitive." Green went to rub his shoulder again, but with lightning speed, Rux gripped his wrist before he could touch him and squeezed it hard. Startled at the quick move, Green gritted his teeth, his other arm shooting up and catching a hold of the back of Rux's neck, squeezing and pulling him towards him. "Let go," Green snarled in his face. Rux could smell the recent cup of coffee Green had on his breath. Their faces were so close. Rux bared his own teeth and tightened his hold, but not as much as he could. His fingers dug hard into Green's wrist, and Rux felt the pressure on his neck intensify to a dull ache. Green wasn't trying to hurt him either. Green pulled him in until their foreheads touched. His voice took on a tone that he rarely used. Finality. Let go. Rux very slowly released the harsh grip on Green's wrist. He felt like shit for doing that. Green had no idea what he was warring with inside. After a couple seconds, the extreme pressure on his neck subsided, but Green didn't let him pull back as he carefully rubbed the hot skin he'd been gripping. "Why won't you talk to me?" Green whispered. He used his other hand to remove Rux's dark glasses. He wanted to stop him, but he let him do it. "You haven't even looked at me today." Green's mouth was right there, just a hair's width away, so full and soft-looking. His eyes were cast down as he traced the Cupid's bow shape with his eyes. He could feel Green's breath elevate along with his own. He needed to tell him. Tell what had been driving him insane. Tell him that he might be a little bit attracted to him. He wasn't sure, but maybe. What if he did tell him and it fucked everything up? Their friendship, partnership, job, everything. But he couldn't go on like this forever. He'd thought the feelings would subside after a while, but they hadn't. They'd actually intensified. "Just say it." Green's voice was so soft. Rux looked into Green's smoky eyes and opened his mouth to speak, but just as he was about to utter his first word, that asshole JJ came around the corner. Fucking damn it. Rux straightened in his seat and he saw Green flash him a frustrated look. Rux pointed. "There he is." Green spun around and watched as JJ made his way down the narrow street. The second he spotted their truck, a look of panic set in his face, and Rux was hoping he didn't have to chase him. JJ lifted his head higher and kept walking towards them. Green got out first, and Rux clicked the safety off on his Glock and tucked it in the front waistband of his jeans. He stepped out just as JJ got to the truck. "I see you got my message, Green," JJ said roughly. His lip was curled up in a sneer as he watched Rux walk slowly towards them. "Cool out, Ruxburg. I messaged you, remember?" "Yeah, we got it," Green answered, leaning casually against the hood. "You know I could get killed for this shit, and it wouldn't be pretty. Doubt you guys would even recognize my body if Chains knew I was meeting with 5-0. JJ looked back and forth down the alley, looked like he was convincing himself of something. His long dreads were pulled up in a black knit hat, showing all of his smooth, dark skin. He was young and built, but not as muscled as them. Probably could be a nice young man if he didn't get mixed up in the bad crowd. Rux and Green waited JJ out. The guy had never given them a hard time. Any time they arrested him, he came easily enough. But this was different. He had information they needed. They didn't want to press too hard. That made informants jumpy. "Does God know what's going down? Is that why he sent y'all out?" Everyone on the streets, or every drug dealer in Atlanta, knew God and Day, knew what their task force was about, and knew how proficient they were. They'd taken down huge names, and not just in Atlanta. They'd worked on countless cases with the feds. None of the dealers underestimated what God and his task force could do. If you popped up on their radar, then you were as good as busted. JJ knew this as well, so Rux knew to play it up. "Yeah, he knows, and he ain't happy." Rux stood tall, always using his build as an intimidation tactic. JJ hissed a "fuck" before squeezing the back of his neck. "Talk to us, JJ. What's going on?" Green spoke up. "Fuck, man. How do I know God's not gonna come after me?" JJ frowned. "You don't. All you can do is try to stay on his good side," Rux chimed in. It was the truth. Under no circumstance would they ever tell a dealer that God and Day would not arrest them. They couldn't speak for them or make deals on their behalf. "Talk. I don't have all day." Green pushed off the truck like he was ready to leave. "All right, man, chill out, damn." JJ lowered his voice like there might be someone else listening. "Chains is in on some foul shit. He been doing some dealings with these foreign cats in Canada. They got fucking trucks that can get through the border undetected and everything. Chains is talking about having them bring 200 pounds of weed and $250,000 in coke by next month." Rux and Green both had to check their first reaction. That was a lot of fucking drugs to hit the streets if they let it. No damn way. That shit would not be acceptable. "Are you sure they are definitely coming?" JJ pinched the bridge of his nose like he was beyond stressed out. "Fuck yes. The deal is made. I was there. He's already paid half, and the other half is going to be paid when they arrive." "You look nervous. What aren't you telling us?" Rux stepped closer, reading JJ's body language. The man's hands shook as he adjusted his walkie-talkie volume. "Fuck, man. Those Canadian dudes are on a whole different level, Ruxburg. We were outnumbered 5-1 when we went to meet with them. They had machine guns, men on the rooftops and shit." "How many men do you think are there?" Green asked. "Hell if I know. Those are just the ones that were at the meeting to exchange the dough." JJ huffed. The guy looked ready to snap. He was wound so tight. They needed to get everything because they might not get another chance if JJ was this scared. "All right, calm down, Jay. Tell us where the meeting took place." "A warehouse the Canadians own in East Point off Headland." "Is that where they're going to bring in the shipment, too?" Green said, already Googling the address. "Yeah. Chains thought it'd be brilliant to bring all that shit to one of the houses on Cleveland and put it underneath the house and flip it from out of there, just like always. No one would think we could stash that much. But word is already getting around. Someone is talking, not just me. We're gonna be defending ourselves more than getting the product out. Do you know how many different sets would roll up and try to hit that house, trying to rob us, man?" JJ tugged at his knit cap in frustration. You're not the only one that doesn't want to deal with these guys, huh? Rux asked, suddenly feeling sorry for JJ. He really looked like his world was about to come to an end. Hell no. I can name 5 Gs off the top of my head that's not feeling this deal. Them foreigners don't want to work with a bunch of ghetto thugs from the slums of ATL. Some of us think when the time comes, those trucks are going to be empty, and they're going to jack the rest of the money and fucking let loose on us. We suggested trying to put together our own army, but Chains doesn't want to bring in more guys because he doesn't trust anyone. JJ's eyes shifted back and forth before he spoke again. It wasn't a mistake that Tommy's crack-smoking girl found out about the deal. I knew she was listening. I also knew Tommy was an informant for God. I figured he'd get word to y'all. Pretty smart, Green nodded. Do you have contact information on these guys? Names, numbers, addresses? JJ turned to face Rux. No, man, that's for you guys to figure out. Chains keeps that information locked tight. I'll make sure God knows where this information came from. You've been a lot of help, JJ. Green gave him a handshake. That's what you think. I gotta figure out how to get the fuck out of this shit. There's no leaving the crew. Only way out is in a body bag, G. JJ dropped Green's hand and began to pace back and forth. His walkie-talkie beeped again, and this time a voice was announcing that he was needed in the front. Fuck, I gotta go back to work. Hey, Jay, does your mom still live in San Francisco? Rux asked out of the blue. JJ cracked a small smile. Yeah, she just turned 92, man. She ain't doing half bad. How'd you know that? Never mind. What do you think about relocating? I'm sure she could use her son's help way out there by herself. Rux cocked an eyebrow, and he could see Green's eyes on him. JJ eyed him for a few seconds and nodded his head once. A small grin was on his face, and his eyes seemed to lighten with the idea. Rux had given him his way out. Yeah, I think she could, man. I'll be in touch. Rux watched JJ walk away before climbing back in the truck. Green started the engine and headed back to the interstate so they can start the workup on this bust. They had a lot to find out and not a lot of time to do it. They needed to start surveillance immediately on that warehouse, too. Chapter 8. My Damn Mom. Green didn't press Rux to say anything else on the ride back to the office. He could see there was still something heavy weighing on his mind, but he couldn't figure out what. Rux was usually an open book with him. Maybe it was the fact that he had to see his mom today. Fuck, that woman was a piece of work. Green had been a narc long enough to know that sometimes it was the drug addiction that fueled a lot of the hateful things that addicts said. But that woman could make Donald Trump walk away with a deflated ego. Green felt he would have given up on her if it wasn't for his mom. But that was easier said than done. She was the only family Rux had. She was too mean to find a man to get her pregnant twice, so Rux had no siblings, no cousins, just nothing. Well, he had him, and he was going to be there for him whether he wanted him to or not. As soon as they walked back into the office, Green's face lit up. Hey, buddy, what's going on? Curtis ran up and gave Green a one-armed hug. I waited for you guys to get back to see if you wanted me to pick up your groceries, too. Green walked over to his desk and sat down. Curtis hopped up on his desk like he always did. The street-smart 17-year-old boy was busted by God and Day a few years ago when he was trying to stick up a mom-and-pop grocery store to get enough money to pay his electric bill. His mom was sick with kidney disease, and he was the man of the house. At only 15. He showed God a fake ID that said he was 17 because he always feared that someone would call social services since he held down a job and had to care for his mom instead of the other way around. Day and God were so smitten with the kid and his story they never took him to juvie. Instead, they drove him home, and Day had actually paid his bill for him so his mom would have electricity to use her dialysis machine. Now, 2.5 years later, he was working for them. Under the table, of course. He ran errands for all of them since they had such hellish hours. He grocery shopped for them, handled most of their dry cleaning, took their cars for maintenance and washing. He handled whatever menial jobs they didn't have time to do. Now he'd been helping Vicky with filing and copying. The kid was sharp. He wanted more office responsibilities and basically had all of them wrapped around his pinky, so they did whatever he asked. He easily made $500 to $600 a week between all of them. But he held a very special place in Green's heart. The kid was smart as a whip, a straight-A student, and he had a good heart. It was touching the way he cared for his mom. Green, and especially Rux, could admire a young man like that all day long. Even though he thought he needed to resort to crime to get out of a horrible situation, he quickly saw the error of his ways. Now he wanted to be a lawyer and work with youth offenders. This was the perfect place for him to spend his free hours. Curtis's huge keychain hung from his messenger bag. It had over 30 keys on it, each one labeled with one of their names on it. He had a key to each of their houses. He even had a few car keys on his ring. "Yeah, buddy, I do need a couple things from that fresh market a few blocks from my place." Green smiled when Curtis eagerly pulled out his notepad. "I need a bag of pecans, jar of nutmeg, and almond milk." Curtis looked up and grinned, his bright blue eyes sparkling with the understanding of what Green was sending him to get. It was Curtis's favorite. "Do you want me to pick up some vanilla ice cream, too?" "Yep." Green nodded his head, and Curtis hopped off the desk and did some weird dance, and Rux busted out laughing as Curtis sang, cinnamon rolls, cinnamon rolls, cinnamon rolls, and baseball." While Curtis did his little jig out the door, Green turned and saw Rux reclined back in his chair watching him closely. He wasn't laughing anymore, and his eyes narrowed as he asked in his deep timbre, "Am I invited too?" Green's smile faded at the look in his partner's eyes. He responded in his own hushed tone, "Aren't you always?" After hours of strategizing and planning in the office, all of them were revved up with excitement. With their inside information, this bust should go smoothly. Chain's own crew was turning against him. JJ probably wasn't the only one they could get some information from. They were sure there were others that wanted Chain's deal to fall through. But God didn't want to poke around too much and have word get back to Chains that they were on to him. Green was already exhausted, but he tried not to show it. Rux was finally in a better mood since Day confirmed that they wouldn't go after JJ since he'd cooperated in aiding their investigation, and Rux had permission to get him out of town with their department's witness relocation funds. Rux didn't try to dissuade Green from accompanying him to his mom's place. It would be futile. His knee bounced rapidly as he sat staring at his mom's small duplex. He heard Green kill the engine, but he made no attempt to move. God, please, let her act somewhat decent today. It's only 6 o'clock. Please don't let her be high already. Don't let her say she hates me over and over. I don't think I could handle that right now. Rux jumped when he felt Green's firm hand land on his knee, stilling the nervous movement. "Hey, I'm right here with you. You're fine." Rux shook his head and climbed down from the cab. He opened the back door and pulled out 2 of the grocery bags, and Green grabbed the other 2. They made their way up the cracked sidewalk, and Rux made a mental note to come back and clean up all the trash in the tiny yard and cut the overgrown grass. He was sure the landlord would complain about it soon, and Rux didn't have the time to find his mom a new place. He hoped the inside wasn't as bad. He wasn't in the mood to clean up either. Rux took a deep breath and opened the front door, since his mom never locked it, regardless of how many times he'd told her to stop that. "Hey, Mama," Rux smiled. She actually didn't look half bad today. She was dressed in some black stretch pants and a too-tight tank top. She had her feet curled under her on her small love seat. She cut her eyes at him and turned her lip up. "I thought I told you to knock on my door, Armin." Ouch. Blow number 1. "Mama, you know I go by Mark. And if you locked your door, I'd knock on it." Green was setting the bags down on the small dinette table, and Rux did the same. He quickly began taking out the groceries so he could put them away. He didn't want Green in here too long. "How you doing, Miss Ruxburg? Did you have a good day today?" Green asked, sitting in the recliner across from his mom. Rux held his breath, waiting on his mom's reply.
He heard her exhale the smoke from her Virginia Slim before answering. It was the same shit, just a different day, Christian.
My name's Chris, Miss Ruxburg. Green corrected her. Oh, no.
I'll call you whatever the fuck I want to call you in my house, his mom snapped.
Fuck. Here we go. Rux hoped she'd leave it at that. Green cleared his throat.
Of course, Christian's fine. I've always liked that name anyway. Did you and my wonderful narc son get all the drug-selling, crack-using scum off the streets today? Is that how y'all's day went? Ridding the world of us heathens? You here to search my house, Officer Christian?
His mom's voice was elevating with each sentence. Rux was moving like a crazy person, throwing the groceries in the cabinets. Mama, I didn't know you were out of eggs, too. I'll bring some by in a couple days when I come back to cut the grass, okay? He said loudly, trying desperately to change the conversation. He heard his mom's raggedy house shoes sliding across the dirty linoleum in the kitchen. He stood up from loading the yogurt in the refrigerator. She was looking in the one bag he'd yet to put away.
Did you get me a carton of cigarettes?
No, Mama. Rux turned back and kept loading the cold stuff.
I texted you and told you to bring it, she yelled.
Her screeching voice was 10 times louder in the small kitchen. I didn't get it, Rux mumbled. He turned to the side to ease past his mom. He barely looked in her eyes. He always wished that one day he'd look and see the mom he used to have, the one that used to love him, staring back at him. But her eyes were glassy and so red it was hard to tell what her natural eye color was anymore. She was high. That's why she was being extra mean. Damn it. She shooed him out of the way.
Move, boy, I'm trying to get me a glass of wine.
I brought you some apple juice. I'll fix you a glass, Rux said, pulling a small plastic cup from the overflowing sink to rinse it out.
I don't want no fucking juice. What am I, 5 years old?
She got her an already dirty wine glass and refilled it from the box of wine that sat on the top shelf in the fridge.
Why did you put all this nasty yogurt in my fridge, Armin? You know I don't like it. Gosh, stop buying this crap.
Rux watched as she took the 4 containers of strawberry yogurt and threw them in the trash can. He chose not to argue it this time. It would just escalate, and he didn't need Green seeing more than he already had. Fuck. He was humiliated beyond anything in the world. The house was a mess, and the smell of smoke was so heavy in the air from her chain smoking, you practically needed an oxygen tank to survive more than 10 minutes in the small space. Rux's eyes were watering, so he knew Green was struggling too. Rux began to run some soapy water to do the dishes, and then he was getting the fuck out of there. But he didn't want her getting sick from eating off dirty dishes or rats coming in to eat on the old and molded food. He could feel her angry eyes on his back, but he remained quiet and concentrated on his job. He poured some more bleach in the water. She came over and stood beside him with her back against the counter, looking up into his face. He darted his eyes over to hers, not sure if eye contact was a great idea, but he did it anyway. She was just staring at him. He watched her closely, thought for just a second maybe she was going to ask him how he was or what he'd been up to the past 12 years. Hey, Mama, he whispered, a smile curving his mouth. How are you feeling? Rux's smile fell the moment he saw her eyes narrow and her mouth turn down into a disgusted sneer. She flicked the long ash hanging from her cigarette in his direction. Don't hey mama me. I'd be great if you brought my damn carton of cigs like I'd asked you to. She pushed off the counter and walked out of the kitchen, but not before he heard her mutter, Useless bastard. Rux could not, for the life of him, figure out why he came here month after month and took this shit from her. His mom was long gone. The drugs had completely taken over her mind, her body, and her once sweet motherly spirit. It had been so many years. Why didn't he just give up? Countless trips to rehab, countless relapses. Rux opened his eyes and shoved his hands back into the water, making bleach splash up onto his favorite black AC/DC shirt. The chemical instantly ruining the shirt. Fuck, he yelled. Green came into the kitchen. His steps were quiet and measured. He felt his strong hands land on his shoulders, his lips right next to his ear. It's okay. I'm right here with you.
Rux's body trembled slightly from Green's touch, but more so from his anger. "Hey, look at me," Green whispered. He was pulling on his body, but Rux didn't want to face his friend. Didn't want to see the poor little Rux look in those smoldering eyes. He needed Green out of there now. He couldn't handle his mom's bullshit and have Green in his face at the same time, especially while he was still battling with his mixed feelings for him. "Hey, can you wait outside in the truck, please? Just 5 minutes and I'll be done here, okay?" Rux pleaded, speeding up his pace washing the dishes. He couldn't lose his shit right now. "No, absolutely not. I'm going to help you clean up." Green pulled up his sleeves. Rux was vibrating inside. This was disastrous. No, I don't need any help, Green. I'm almost done. Just wait in the truck. I'll be right out." He heard his mom's bedroom door open and knew she was coming back to finish him off. Fuck. "I'm staying with you. I can see what's happening with you, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to bail on you, man." Rux combated the tears welling up in his eyes. God damn it. Don't you dare fucking cry in front of him. "Okay, y'all gotta get the hell out now. I'm getting ready to have some company. Mama's got her needs too," she said nastily, and Rux thought he was going to throw up. Rux shook his head sadly. The whole situation was so pathetic. He was pathetic. But worse, he was pathetic in front of the one man that mattered the most to him. "Chris, please go wait outside." "No," Green growled back defiantly. "Go." Rux finally turned to look at his partner. A single tear fell from his cheek, and he was so angry it did, he could barely get the word he needed to speak out of his mouth. He swallowed hard, and it finally escaped on a groan and a whisper. "Veto." Green's eyes softened and his shoulders slumped in defeat. He knew what that word meant. He had no choice. He had to go. His decision to stay had been officially forbidden. Chapter 9. All he needs is me. Green climbed into his truck and slammed the door so hard he hoped he hadn't caused any damage to it. He pounded the steering wheel with his fist. Fuck, you fucking bitch," he roared. Thank goodness his windows were up. Otherwise, Rux may have heard him all the way inside the house. That witch better be glad he had a concrete no-woman-beating rule, because otherwise he would have choked the fuck out of her for hurting Rux like that. Green had never seen someone so damn evil in all his life. Fuck those damn drugs. He'd been around drug addicts for far too long to believe that that was the sole reason of her hatred for her only son. No matter what Rux did, it was never good enough. He brought her food every damn month since she used her county food stamps to buy drugs. He often had to pick up the slack to pay some of her bills. It seemed like something got cut off every 3 or 4 months, and he had to stretch himself thin to help her. Rux cooked and cleaned. It was never fucking enough. What was even more frustrating was he had no clue how to fix this for his friend. He'd never seen pain that deep. Damn it, never seen him cry. Green held his hand to his chest. God, that hurt him so deep. Rux meant so much to him. He was an integral part of his life. It was killing him to see him like that, to watch someone break down his beautiful spirit. Green growled. He wanted to go back in there and curse her out like the malicious bitch she was. But he couldn't. Rux used his veto power. It was something that they'd stumbled upon while goofing off. They were in his house playing pool and laughing like usual at one of their stupid stunts out in the streets. Green told him he should have overridden Rux's decision, called a veto, and maybe they wouldn't have gotten in so much trouble. They'd laughed it off that night. But 2 weeks later, Green had actually yelled that word, veto, when Rux was going to kill a drug dealer for raping a 12-year-old girl as collection for a debt. To his astonishment, Rux had lowered his weapon and walked away. That was 4 years ago. Now, veto power was something they both had and could use on the other.
but it was only used in complete seriousness. Green sat up taller when he saw Rux open the front door and his mom standing behind him. Her mouth was twisted as she yelled at her son's back. Rux stepped out onto the porch and turned like he was going to say something in response, but she immediately slammed the door in his face. Green gritted his teeth and twisted the leather of his steering wheel beneath his hands. Rux's head was low as he made his way back to the truck. It was too dark to see his eyes, but he knew the usually beautiful green orbs were now a dull, dead grass green. Rux smelled like bleach. His shirt was completely ruined from the chemical stains. His favorite shirt. "Can you take me to my apartment, please?" Rux's voice was a pained drawl. He knew it. Green got back on the interstate. "Hey, I'm making food for Curtis, remember? I know you don't want to miss that." Green smiled. Rux didn't need him looking at him with sorrow. He was sure his partner was feeling sorry enough for himself. "Yeah, just tell Curtis that something came up and I had some business to handle," Rux countered, still staring out the window. Green kept thinking. There was no damn way he was letting Rux out of his sight tonight. "You're not going to help him with that honors math test he has tomorrow? Remember he asked you about it earlier this week? You can help him while I cook. You know I can't understand that calculus with trig math. He'll fail for sure. You're the math genius." Green thought he'd seen a quirk of his friend's mouth because of the compliment, but he wasn't sure. "After you guys are done and Curtis leaves, I'll take you home after that, okay?" Green was already taking the off-ramp to his place before Rux could try to argue it. He bought himself a little time before he had to come up with his next stall tactic. "Man, don't those rolls smell good, Rux?" Curtis grinned, craning his head to watch Green in the kitchen. "Yeah, they sure do. Concentrate, buddy, we're almost done." Rux finished writing out another practice problem for Curtis and turned the paper around for him to complete it. Rux took another swig of his beer while watching Curtis work the complex problem. Damn, the boy was so smart it never ceased to amaze him. He was in all honors classes. He rarely needed help with the others. But pre-calculus with trigonometry was a pain in the ass. Newton probably needed tutoring with that class. Rux didn't ever mind helping Curtis. He was a math major in college. He'd had plenty of practice. Green came over and set a small plate of salami, olive, and Colby cheese rolls in front of him. It was Rux's favorite appetizer. He mustered a little smile for his friend. He was trying. Curtis reached over and tried to grab one, but Rux tapped his knuckle with his pencil. He tisked teasingly. "Finish the problem first." Green chuckled at them. "Dinner in 10, fellas." He turned to walk away, lightly running his fingers along the back of Rux's neck as he went. It felt good. Too good. He was careful not to squirm in his chair. They ate on TV trays in front of the huge television so they didn't miss a moment of the game. During one of the commercials, Green asked Curtis how his mom was doing. He wiped his rosy mouth with his napkin before answering softly. "She doesn't have much time left. The doctors say days. I helped her sign the DNR a couple months ago, you know." Rux patted Curtis on his shoulder in comfort. "That was a brave thing to do, buddy." Curtis nodded his head up and down. He gave them a watery smile. "It's time. I've said goodbye. It's time for her to rest. She fought a good fight. I promised her I'd be a good man. I told her she could go now. Go be with Grandma. A place where she never had to feel pain again." "I'm proud of you, Curtis." Green pulled Curtis to him, placing a tender kiss on the top of his soft blonde hair. "Thanks, Green." Curtis sat back up. "I couldn't have done any of this without you guys. Never would have made it through these last couple of years, all of you." Gosh, this kid was awesome. That's why all of them were crazy about him. They finished Green's pot roast. Damn, it was good. Now they were on to the famous cinnamon rolls. Curtis had a huge heaping of ice cream and 2 large rolls on his plate. Where the hell did he put it all? The kid was lean and tall. Rux was actually laughing watching Curtis stuff his mouth with the sticky rolls. He would probably eat them all if Rux didn't stop him. Green could never deny the sweet boy anything. Rux was the one that kept him in line. The second time Curtis got a speeding ticket, Rux had actually made him sit in traffic court for 2 days and listen to the whole docket, which was a horrible punishment, before he gave him his keys back. Rux looked up from Curtis's devouring and saw Green staring at him as he reclined in his lazy boy. He watched him for a few seconds, neither of them breaking eye contact. But when Green winked at him, he had to turn his head. Green had winked at him 1,000,000 times since they'd been friends, but fuck it. It felt different now. Sexy. It was nearing 10 and all of them were stuffed full as ticks.
I gotta head out, guys. Got school tomorrow. Thank God tomorrow is Friday,
Curtis grumbled, heaving his way up from where he lay sprawled on the couch. Hey, buddy, it's late. Why don't you crash on the pull-out in the weight room again? Get a good night's sleep for your test tomorrow instead of driving 30 minutes home. You can borrow one of my t-shirts in the morning, Rux suggested.
I'm not gonna argue with that. I actually like that pull-out.
Curtis yawned.
But I have my clean laundry in my car from today, so I won't have to wear your t-shirt again. It looked like a doggone dress on me.
Gain some weight. Rux threw a pillow at him.
Lose some weight.
He threw it back.
Night, guys,
he yelled, taking the stairs 2 at a time.
Love y'all.
Love you too, bud, Green yelled. Night, Rux said. The room was silent, just the low murmur of SportsCenter coming from the television. Rux's eyes were on the sports announcers, but he wasn't listening to them. He could feel Green's strong presence. It called to him. He heard him rustling in his chair and turned to look in his direction. Green was still reclined all the way back. He was looking at the TV, his eyes heavy, one hand down inside his lounge pants. Rux could see his hand moving. Oh my God. Rux had an urge to rub his own aching balls. Shit, poor things. They'd been sorely neglected for months. He couldn't take another second of this inner turmoil. He rose up, and Green's eyes tracked him all the way to the kitchen. He pulled out a shot glass and poured a drink of Jack and dumped it back. He let the strong liquid burn down his chest, enjoying the feeling of something else for a few minutes that wasn't lust-fueled. He quickly poured another and threw it back, wincing this time.
You have to get up early. Do you think that's a good idea?
Green was right behind him. What are you, my mother? Fuck. Rux regretted it as soon as he said it. That was completely fucked up, and if the harsh breath that gusted from Green's mouth was any indication, he wasn't pleased by it either. Green's voice was stern when he finally spoke. I'm going to let that slide this time, because you had a bad day. He yanked hard on Rux's shoulder, spinning him around to face him. He stepped in close to him. His dark eyes were like simmering charcoal. But don't you ever say that to me again. I don't even want my name mentioned with hers. I'm sorry, Rux said in a hushed murmur. He cast his eyes down and stared at the floor. He didn't want to ostracize his only friend. Lashing out at him wasn't going to help. I know you think I'm a pathetic shit for going over there all the time and letting her do that. You know I'd never think that about you. Green cut him off. I didn't want you there. Rux's voice quivered with emotion. His gut clenched when he thought of Green seeing him cry. He was a big guy and such a badass on the streets. He grinned in the face of danger, flipped his middle finger up at death, thrived in a good shootout. But let his mom call him useless, and he turned into a crying pussy. Green's hands rubbed his sore shoulders. He was so wound up with tension he didn't think he could even turn his head without grimacing. His partner worked those strong hands around to the back of his neck, kneading the soft tissue back there. Rux kept his head down. It felt so fucking good. He wanted to lay his head in the crook of Green's shoulder and bury himself in that intoxicating fragrance. Hey, why don't you go on up? Take a quick shower. I'll turn everything off down here and then come up and finish this, Green said softly. his massage moving just beneath his hairline. Rux didn't know if he could tolerate Green giving him a full-on massage right now, but it felt too good to decline. Okay. Chapter 10. A massage or a message? Green put away the Jack Daniels. He'd thought about dumping it, but changed his mind. He'd noticed his partner's drinking had picked up substantially in the last few months, drinking to the point of getting completely smashed. It was one thing to drink socially with friends to have some fun. It was completely unacceptable to drink to numb emotional pain. He'd leave things for now, but if it began to get too out of hand, he'd veto the drinking. He wouldn't have Rux picking up an addiction. Number one, it would ruin his career, and number two, it would be 10 times harder on him since he loathed his mother's addiction so much. Green turned all the lights off and scanned the outside parking lots for anything out of the norm before going up to his bedroom. He could hear Rux in the shower, so he changed into some thin sleeping pants and removed his tank top. He was just coming out of his room when he heard the bathroom door open and a big cloud of steam followed his partner out. Green met him at the guest bedroom door and opened it for him. Rux had to turn to the side to walk through. He smelled wonderful. Goodness. Water dripped from his short hair down over his muscular torso. What was always intriguing to Green was that Rux didn't have one single tattoo or piercing. His body was a large, ripped, unaltered canvas. Perfection. Rux's towel was wrapped low on his hips, and Green saw the long treasure trail that led up to all that slick black hair on his chest, which looked absolutely delectable when wet. Green never liked baby, smooth, hairless men. It just wasn't something he went for. Well, lately he hadn't gone for anything, but it had been years since he'd thought about what he preferred in a man. His life had been consumed with work, consumed with Rux, too. He should change that soon. Rux was dating now. He should, too. "Lie down," Green told him. The room was dark and chilly. The temperature had begun to drop in the late September days, but they were still running the air conditioning. He assumed that's why Rux's dark nipples had goose pimples around them, the brown buds firm and taut. Green yanked his eyes away. Rux pulled out a wife-beater from his dresser, but Green took it from him. He was going to rub all that stress, tension, insults, despair, and all the other mess his mom packed on him today right out of him. He took the CD from the nightstand and popped it into Rux's stereo. Green thought of putting it on the Thunderstorm track, but thought better of it. The sound of a trickling brook playing over a melodic tune was soft and mellow in the dim room. Green held the eucalyptus spearmint massage oil in his hand. He meant business tonight. He could feel the anxiety pouring off of his friend in waves. It was thickening the air and stifling him. Rux kept his towel on and stretched his long body across the king-sized bed. Green climbed up and straddled Rux's lower legs like he always did and slicked his hands up, rubbing them together to make them nice and warm. At the first touch of Green's hands to Rux's lower back had him jumping against it. "Shh. Relax, Mark, it's okay," Green whispered. He could see the frown line between Rux's closed eyes. "Just breathe in deep," he said while smoothing his palms in an outward motion against the firm muscles. His touch was light at first, simply letting the aromas permeate through his system to relax him. When he saw that the creases began to smooth out on Rux's handsome face, Green began to use his palm-over-palm technique, rotating in circular motions on one side of his spine and then over to the other. When he started driving out the strain by using a palm on either side of his spine and driving up to his neck, Rux began to moan quietly. Oh, God. He'd never heard him sound so relieved. "Chris," Rux groaned. "I know it feels good. Relax, I got you," Green said softly against Rux's ear. He felt Rux's hips flex under him, and he wondered for a second if he was putting too much weight on his thighs. So he rose up some and rubbed some more oil and began to focus on Rux's broad shoulders. He worked his palms and knuckles into the knots until he couldn't feel them anymore. Rux's breathing was heavy, almost panting. He should be more relaxed by now. He'd been massaging for over 30 minutes. If it was him, he'd probably be asleep already, but Rux seemed to be getting even more anxious. Damn it. Come on, man, try to calm down. Green leaned in again. He pressed his chest against Rux's slick back and felt him take a shuddering breath. He spoke in the most calming tone his deep voice could muster. Hey, shh. Breathe deep for me. You're gonna be okay. We're gonna get through this, man. I'm not going to ever let you go through anything alone. You have me. Always. Oh my fucking God. He's killing me. Rux tried to take a deep breath, but he couldn't. Green probably thought he was losing his mind or still freaking out about his mom, but Rux was struggling with the enormous amount of passion coursing through his body. Green was all over him, pressing that solid chest into his back, pushing him deliciously into the plush mattress with all that brawn, and oh God, it felt so good. Too good. He struggled to breathe, not because he was stressed. It was because his sensitive nipples were hard and aching to be flicked, and his cock was like steel trapped beneath him, throbbing and pulsing with every strong stroke Green pushed into his muscles. Green's voice was deep and soothing as he tried, to no avail, to calm him. Only thing that would work is if Rux flipped over and Green let him rut against him like a wild beast until he came with a roar, just like, fuck. Fuck. Rux moaned before he could stop it, and his hips flexed just slightly before he caught himself. He was on the edge. He was going to explode. I gotta get him off me. I'm going to end up coming. In all the years that they'd massaged each other, nothing like this had ever happened. They'd never turned each other on, that I know of. They were friends, that's it. Green had massaged most of the guys in the office. He had the best hands. No one, to his knowledge, had ever tried to attack him afterwards, like he was considering doing now. Shit. Rux coughed to try to dislodge the nervousness from his throat before he spoke, but it still came out sounding like a croak. I'm good, Green. Thanks, man. I think I'm just going to go to sleep. I'm exhausted. Green paused for a minute. Are you sure? You still seem pretty wound up to me. Green's fingertips moved ever so lightly against the side of his neck. Rux's body vibrated, and he tensed to try to keep it under control. His cock pulsed. Oh, no. I think I just need to sleep, he ground out. I can rub your front. Maybe that'll do it. Flip over, Green suggested. No, Rux practically shouted. His cock throbbed and pre-cum was wetting the sheet under him. He focused on not pumping his hips like he needed to. He quickly lowered his voice, trying to speak in a nonchalant manner. I'm too whipped to even turn over. I'm really about to crash, dude. I'll see you in the morning. Okay, Green said unsurely, climbing off the bed. Rux heard him stop the CD player. Now his ragged breathing could really be heard. He buried his face in the pillow, damn near suffocating himself. He could hear Green's footsteps heading to the door, but paused. Just go. Hurry. Aching. Pulsing. Don't sleep in. I'm going to make some breakfast for Curtis before he has to leave for school, okay? Sure, no problem, he said around a fake yawn, hoping that would move his friend along. As soon as Rux heard Green close the door behind him, he pressed his groin as hard as he could into the mattress. Keeping his head pressed in the pillow, he groaned long and deep. That massage was more like torture-inducing instead of stress-relieving. As soon as he heard Green's bedroom door close, he grabbed his aching cock and squeezed the head. His eyes slammed shut. He was getting ready to come. His nipples screamed to be tugged. He took his nail and flicked one sensitive bud, making him clench his teeth to hold in the yell. His nipples were practically more sensitive than his cock. He loved to have them pinched, licked, sucked, anything anyone wanted to do to them. It was a sure way to get him off fast. Oh, fuck, it's coming. I'm coming. Chris. Damn, he wanted to cry out. He tried to concentrate on shutting the hell up. He had Green and Curtis next door. His body didn't give a damn who was there. His balls tightened to his body. Rux squeezed the head of his cock and felt it pulse in his shaking palm. He let go and took both hands and pinched his nipples as his cock shot the first jet under him. The jolt of electricity that exploded down his spine made his back bow. He thrust his hard dick again as the next powerful stream of cum burst from him. His chest shook violently, but he couldn't stop squeezing his nipples. It was the best sensation in the world. It intensified his orgasm tenfold. Another jolt. He pounded his fist into the soft bedding and took the pillow and shoved it harder into his mouth. So much cum. Damn, he was backed up. Oh my God. Rux didn't think it was going to ebb. After another few seconds, his body finally began to convulse from the aftershocks. He moaned softly. Damn, Green had turned him on like no one ever had. Any time he jerked off, it had been just a means to get off. It felt good, but never like this. He knew exactly what this meant. It was so powerful this time because his partner had worked him up to that, drove him crazy. And regardless of all the massage aromas that lingered in his room, he could still smell Green's cologne on him. Rux's breathing finally evened out. He flipped over and out of the mess he'd made. He draped one arm over his face and the other lightly grazed over his pleased cock. Rux sat up and swung his legs over the bed. He used his towel to clean up the best he could. He climbed back in the bed completely naked and closed his eyes, thinking about his best friend, his hopefully potential lover, in the next room over. How could he do this? What could he say to his best friend? He was sure he wouldn't be able to keep going on like he'd been. His feelings were sure to get stronger. Every word Green whispered to him, the promises to take care of him, to always be there for him. He didn't want to hear from his friend. He wanted to hear it from his boyfriend. Should he take the risk of telling him how he was feeling only to have Green rebuff him? What if Green told him he wasn't gay? That thought made Rux's post-orgasm bliss wane. Green was so free-spirited, just like him. He would have to be open to him, right? Rux smiled, drifting off to sleep on his last thought. If he doesn't agree to date me, I'll simply have to veto his decision. Chapter 11. And More Ruckus. Green finished warming up the last 4 cinnamon rolls. You want some more coffee or some plain toast? He asked Rux while he sat at the table reading the newspaper. Sure, he smiled. Green was elated. He'd been scared when his massage hadn't worked to soothe his friend, especially when it had every time for the last 5 years. But Rux looked relaxed now, comfortable in his Stones t-shirt and black cargo pants. Green started the Keurig and went back to putting Curtis's breakfast bagel together. When the machine stopped whirring, Green mixed 2 packs of Equal and a splash of hazelnut cream in the cup and brought it to the table. Rux looked up from his paper. When Green set the cup down and turned to walk away, Green felt Rux's arms snake around his waist and pull him back to him. Striking, pale green eyes looked up at him, and Green almost reached out to caress the freshly trimmed stubble on that handsome face. He saw something there in that look. He just wasn't sure what. Or maybe he didn't want to believe the what that he saw. Hey, what's up? He whispered. I just wanted to say thank you for last night, Rux said back just as softly, although his deep voice was anything but. Green ran his hand over the soft clipped strands of Rux's hair, loving the way his head tilted back into the touch. You're welcome. Hey guys, Curtis called out, distracting their intimate contact, causing Green to jump out of Rux's hold. His partner narrowed his eyes at him before turning back to his paper. Curtis was in the kitchen pouring himself some orange juice, oblivious to what they'd been doing. "Oh, one of these mine?" Curtis pointed to the sandwiches. "Yeah, buddy." Green turned on a smile for Curtis, but his heart was beating fiercely. What the fuck was that look all about? He watched Curtis gather up his sandwich and 2 more cinnamon rolls, trying to juggle everything along with his books. "Curtis, why don't you sit down and eat with Rux and me? You got time." Green shook his head when the boy shoved half the roll in his mouth. "Aw, man, you know I would, but I need to meet with my guidance counselor about the college applications I submitted a couple months ago." Curtis smiled broadly. "All right, bud, high five." Green slapped Curtis's hand. He was so proud of him. He basically had his pick of any school. Not only was he extremely smart, but all the work he did down at the police station constituted internship credits. No one had to know he was being paid. Rux came over and grabbed him in a playful headlock. "Georgia State, right? 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 Hey, leave him alone. He's going wherever he wants," Green added, turning back to his job of loading the dishwasher. "Now let him go before you make him choke on his food." Curtis wiggled and squirmed until Rux let him go. He dropped his books on the counter, put his fist up, and started bouncing on his feet like he was ready to box with him. "Oh, really?" Rux smiled, moving towards Curtis again. He scurried and grabbed his books, bounding around the kitchen safely onto the other side before Rux could get some shots in on him. "You better run, you chicken," Rux taunted him. "Hey, my mama ain't raised no fools," he yelled, walking towards the door. "Hey, Curtis, are you going to sit with your mom after school?" Green called after him before he could leave. He hated to dampen the mood when they were having such a fun morning, but he always liked to know where Curtis was going to be. "Yeah, then I'm gonna go home and study a bit. Probably fix that doggone light fixture in the front room. It's been driving me crazy. But I didn't forget about going to the park with you guys this evening." "Okay, great. Tell your mom I said hello, okay?" "Will do, Green." "Hey, Curtis, don't worry about the broken light tonight. After we finish playing catch tomorrow, I'll come over and help you with it." "Okay, cool. I gotta go now, guys. Jeez, you two are like mother hens." Curtis hurried to get out the door when he saw Rux pick up an apple off the breakfast bar and aim it like he was going to beam it at him. "Did he really just call us mother hens?" Green mumbled. "Yeah. Well, you were trying to make him sit down and eat his breakfast like a good boy." Rux came and stood behind him, his deep chuckle making the fine hairs on his neck stand up. Green turned around, narrowing his eyes at Rux. "And you think I didn't pick up that you don't want him working on a light fixture without you? Scared he might shock himself, mother hen number 2? Rux stepped in closer to Green, leaving just a few inches between them. His heart sped up. Damn, his partner had been acting bizarre the last few weeks, but more recently he'd been giving Green different looks. Hungry looks. Rux's nose flared and his eyes dropped slightly as he watched him with those pale green eyes. Green tried not to squirm under the heavy scrutiny. "You smell so." Rux paused. Green didn't interrupt. He waited, wanted him to finish. He watched his partner shake his head as if jarring his thoughts and step away from him. Rux cleared his throat. He moved to the other side of the kitchen and began to put his wallet and badge in his pants. "We better get going. We have to put in our hours at the shooting range today and go back to talk to JJ. Green watched Rux with bewilderment. Damn, this behavior was getting confusing. He wasn't new to lust. His partner was looking at him like he'd never seen him before, never smelled him before. Does he know I'm bisexual? Their sexuality had never really been an issue or topic of conversation. They'd always dated women, but neither of them having time to get into anything too serious. Their jobs had hectic schedules and quite frankly were too dangerous for most people to stomach. It would be just another typical day in the office if they were running and dodging bullets in a crack neighborhood. But they loved that about each other. He loved how fucking crazy his partner was. Wait, this is Rux. Uber macho, I love to fuck girls Rux. I'm being ridiculous. I need to get fucking laid myself. I'm imagining shit now. You going to get JJ out of here soon? Green asked, putting on his own hardware and grabbing his keys before meeting Rux at the front door. Rux just nodded his head yes. We need to go by his job before the range. I have to let him know how this is going to work. Cool. Should be an easy day for us. Green led them out of the door to his truck, waving at the building owner on his way. They were back to waiting on JJ to make his route to the back of the strip mall he did security for. Rux had been pretty quiet on the ride there, only answering Green's questions here and there. He was trying to work up his nerve to say what he needed to say to his partner. He didn't know if he should just ask him out, but that would be stupid. They were always out together. Green wouldn't think anything was different about that. You're awfully quiet. Thought you felt better today, Green mumbled, still staring at his phone screen while they sat in the truck. I'm fine. Rux's voice was gruff. Just a little tired, I guess. You still want to go play catch with Curtis? I can take you home after we finish the shooting range so you can rest. Green turned to look at him. Rux was sure he looked crazy right now because his mouth was hanging open. Green never mentioned taking him home or wanting him to go home. Rux hated his place. It was shitty and dark and nothing to do there. He didn't even have cable. He'd shaken his head, trying to think of the right question to ask Green when he dropped his bomb. I got a date tonight, Green smiled broadly, waving his phone in his hand. Is that what he'd been doing the last 50 minutes while they'd been sitting there, texting and setting up a date with some chick? Rux felt like his chest was on fire. He was angry. Here he was, thinking that Green had to be picking up on his changes in behavior towards him. The longing looks, the extra touches. He thought Green was okay with the direction they were going. His partner wasn't dumb by any means, so Rux could only assume that Green had hurriedly set up a date to let him know that he wasn't interested in what Rux was selling. He didn't want him. Rux brought his hand up to the back of his neck to squeeze and quickly changed it to adjusting his collar, because Green knew he did that when he was upset. You got a date, Rux said incredulously, trying to sound normal. Just now. Yeah, well, this girl had given me her number a while ago. She's a forensics analyst in Buckhead. Ran into her on the Charleston bust. You remember, dark hair, kind of tall, brown eyes. She talked to us for a while. Rux was shaking his head no, but hell yes, he remembered. God damn it. That was like 6 months ago. He got her number? What the fuck? He also remembered how attractive she was. Shit. Well, anyway, Green put his phone in the center console, continuing his attack on Rux's mental state. I messaged her about a half hour ago. She said she remembered me and would love to go out tonight. I figured since you were obviously getting back out there, maybe I should too. What? Rux yelled. I'm not out there. Dude, you just had a date. Remember? Green narrowed his eyes at him. I wouldn't call that a date. Whatever. Yeah, so she wasn't the one. But I'm sure you will find her. And I don't want to be that irritating third wheel like you made me be the other night. Green tilted his head and Rux turned his attention from him and saw JJ walking towards them. Green got out of the truck, but Rux was stunned. This couldn't be fucking happening to him. Just when he'd practically worked up the nerve. There was no doubt this girl would fall for Green. What's not to like? Rux looked up and saw that JJ and Green were both staring at him. He huffed a deep breath, trying to loosen the vice grip strangling him. His throat felt like it was closing up. So what's the deal? JJ looked nervously at Rux. He saw the dark circles under the man's eyes, knew he was sleeping with one eye open these days. Rux pulled out a large envelope that contained money and a new identification, along with a one-way plane ticket, and slapped it in JJ's palm. Don't be late. There will be a couple undercover officers watching you, just to be sure you get to your location safely. They'll see you, but you won't see them. JJ looked relieved for probably the first time in months. Holy fuck. I'm going home, man. For real? Oh my God. This is unbelievable. I can't believe you got God to agree to this. He never thought you were one of the fucked up ones. He knew you didn't like being under Chain's control. Green shook JJ's hand. Go be with your family. Stay straight, man. Don't get caught up over there either. Drug kings are every fucking where. Oh man, I'm serious. Y'all ain't got to worry about me. JJ's eyes focused on something behind them, and both he and Rux turned to look. Oh shit. That's Aaron. Shit. Go, Rux, Green yelled. But Rux had already taken off in the direction Aaron had turned to flee. Aaron was Chain's little brother, but also his closest companion. If he got away, their bust was as good as tanked. Chains would get word that JJ was talking with them, and he'd know JJ had ratted him out. He'd no doubt try to kill him and then change everything regarding the drug deal. Rux was already rounding the corner, and he saw Aaron dart in between the cars, running across the parking lot. He was fast, but Rux was definitely faster. He was closing the distance and hoping the whole time that Aaron was alone. He heard the squealing of tires and the rumble of a diesel engine, knowing Green was coming in fast. Stop, Aaron, and I won't put a bullet in your back, Rux yelled, hoping his lie would make Aaron nervous enough to stop or make a mistake. Green skidded just as Aaron cleared the parking lot, but the man ran around the truck into the large supermarket at the end of the mall. He kept up his pursuit and could hear Green's quick footsteps on his heels. They barreled through the doors, and people were already screaming and yelling, since Aaron had just now knocked over a huge display case of canned goods. Oh, great, more damage. If sin grounds us, I'm going to kill you, Green said, huffing as they ran up the condiments aisle, trying desperately not to run anyone over. People were scrambling and yelling as he and Green shouted, Police, get out of the way! As soon as he turned the corner, Rux had to jump a woman's cart to keep from knocking her over and ended up slamming into some shelves that were full of cereal boxes. The display went flying across the floor along with Rux. Fuck! Green was coming up the aisle to take the corner when Rux saw Aaron pull his weapon. Gun! Green hurled himself at the stunned woman Rux had dived to avoid and crashed his huge body to hers, taking her down to the unforgiving floor. Gunshots rang out in quick succession, and Rux pulled his weapon, hesitating to return the fire, not wanting an innocent hit by his bullet. He heard shots from Green's Glock, and prayed he had clear shots. Up, Green yelled. Rux didn't hesitate. He was on his feet and running along with his partner. They skidded to a halt at the end of the meat aisle and quickly peeked around the corner at the sound of the commotion. Aaron had run into a stalker that was unloading some large canned goods. Get that bastard, Rux! Green yelled at him. Why the fuck was he always responsible for catching the bad guys? Shit. Green could run too. Aaron was almost back to the front of the store. It looked like he'd lost his gun, but the cell phone in his hand was very visible. If he gets through to Chains, it's a wrap. Rux picked up one of the large cans of green beans and hurled it at the back of Aaron's head. Unfortunately, it sailed over his head and into the store's front window, shattering it to pieces. The sound was loud and had store patrons and register clerks taking cover. Aaron was just in front of him, too much activity at the front of the store for him to get out of the doors. Rux jumped on his back, taking him down to the ground with an angry thud. Don't fucking move, Aaron, Rux growled, yanking Aaron's hand behind his back while he kept his other arm around his throat. Hey, get off that kid! Someone stop that guy! Customers who'd fled to the parking lot were yelling at Rux, some taking pictures with their cell phones. He was sure he looked like a huge thug himself. He couldn't worry about them. He put his knee into Aaron's back to hold his pinned arm in place and took the cell phone out of his hand. He checked to see if the call had gone through, but it didn't look like it. Thank you for huge fucking favors. Put your hands up. Get off the kid and put your hands up right now. Oh, fuck. Not the police. He and Green were way out of their jurisdiction. These guys probably didn't recognize them, but he was sure they knew of God and Day. He heard the cop yelling more orders at his back, but there was no way he was going to let Aaron up. Rux kept his knee on Aaron's back and snarled at him. You better not fucking move or I'll knock your ass out.
I will tase you if I have to. Get your hands up right now.
This cop was at the end of his patience already. Cops loved tasing people. He had no doubt the man was getting ready to follow through on his threat. Where the hell is Green?
Get that fucking gun off my partner right now unless you want this size 12 up your ass.
Green's deep voice cut off the cop's orders.
I'm Detective Chris Green, Atlanta PD, and you are currently threatening Detective Mark Ruxberg. Now move the fuck out of the way so I can secure my perp.
Rux saw Green come into his line of sight and squat down next to him. About fucking time. Did you stop to drink a damn bottle of water or something? Rux snapped at his partner.
No, I stopped to eat some green beans.
Rux busted out laughing.
Fuck you. What the fuck were you thinking, throwing a damn can like that?
You know I pitched college baseball. Rux shrugged, trying to make his justification.
Dude, that was over 10 years ago.
I know. I was way the fuck off, wasn't I? Rux laughed again, pulling Aaron up by his arm.
Hell yeah, you were. That'll probably cost the department a pretty penny.
Green shook his head.
Sin should be here soon. I called as soon as you took off after him.
No, it won't cost the department anything because he did it, Rux said, bending down just inches from Aaron's sweaty face.
Didn't you, asshole? You caused all that damage back there, and I'm going to make you pay for it.
Aaron was only in his early 20s, and he looked scared as shit right now. Rux had to be at least a foot taller than him, and the more he glared, the more Aaron seemed to shrink in on himself. Rux took Aaron's cell phone and put it in his pocket as the local police approached them. Rux secured handcuffs on Aaron and pushed him back down onto the curb.
Sit, and keep your fucking mouth shut. Can I see your identification, sir? I saw his, but not yours.
The officer looked up at him. Damn, this guy looked like he had just graduated the academy yesterday. His face was void of any hard lines, and his hair was moosed and slicked back. His uniform was so starched, Rux was surprised he could walk.
Are you the one that said you'd tase me?
Rux made his voice deeper and sinister, and the rookie looked like he immediately wanted to take his request back.
Yes, sir. But I'm sure you understand my position and—
No, actually I don't. Explain it to me. Your position. Rux stepped into the officer's personal space, and the man tilted his head back to look at him, or else he would have just stared at Rux's chest.
Sir, please don't get hostile. What's your badge number?
The officer stepped back, putting one hand up and one hand on the butt of his gun. Rux could hear Green chuckling. He had to admit, he loved putting on a show for him.
I'm not hostile. Do I look hostile?
Rux took another couple of steps forward.
You want my badge number? It's 612, not gonna fucking happen. Sir, there's no need to get upset, the officer stuttered, looking over to his own robust partner that was providing him absolutely no help. I'm not upset. Do I look upset? Rux hissed. Do I look upset? Damn.
Rux stood up straighter at the sound of the deepest voice he'd ever heard and moved away from teasing the officer, but still not bothering to turn around. He faced Green and Mock whispered to him, Does he look really upset? Green smiled and shook his head yes. Rux finally turned around to face his lieutenant.
How's your day going, God? Good, I presume. I must say, you're looking very malicious and spiteful today. Shut up, idiot, God grumbled, strutting over to them.
God was only a couple inches taller than them, but his bravado made him 10 feet tall. He watched as God stopped, then approached the stunned officers.
My name is Lieutenant Godfrey. This is my Sergeant Corbin Sidney of the Atlanta PD Narcotics Task Force. I'm sorry you had the unfortunate pleasure of meeting my enforcers. Take my sergeant's card. If you have any questions when completing your report, you can speak with him.
God didn't wait to see if the cops had anything to say. He simply turned and walked away to let Sin handle the rest of the situation. They waited for Sin to finish with the officers, tensing when he turned and headed in their direction. His cold, dark glare focused on them. Green stood just a few inches behind Rux, and he had to admit he needed his sure, confident presence.
This is Chain's brother, Aaron Thompson.
Sin looked at the young face sitting on the curb. Yes. When Rux went to open his mouth to say more, Sin shook his head no, indicating he shouldn't speak. Get him down to the station. Make sure he doesn't say a word to anyone. No one questions him. We can't risk word leaking out to James. Aaron definitely saw JJ. He's in the back of my truck now. I can't let them ride together, Green informed his sergeant. Rux, you take your suspect back to the precinct in my car. I'll ride with God, which I'm really not happy about, but doesn't look like I have a choice, Sin grumbled. You stay glued to Aaron's side until I get there. If I make it back alive. Rux shook his head in pity for his sergeant. No one ever rode with God, except Day. The man drove like a complete maniac. Rux turned and faced Green. I'll see you at the station. Chapter 12. Barely skimming by. At Day's instruction, Green was able to get JJ to one of their safe house locations until his flight the next day. The guy's usually mocha skin looked ashen by the time Green left the small house outside of Brookhaven. He was sure JJ wouldn't breathe easy until he was landing at San Francisco International. It seems that they were able to apprehend Chain's brother before he had the chance to give him any type of warning. Green drove back to the station in Atlanta. It was already after 1 o'clock. He should have just enough time for some catch with the guys before his date. He had to admit to himself that he was disturbed by Rux's reaction. I mean, were they supposed to be alone for the rest of their lives? Rux was dating. Why couldn't he? Rux had actually looked pissed when he'd told him about it. It wasn't like he'd broken some plans that they'd made together. Green strolled through the station and noticed that there were way too many people in their department. He saw other sergeants, detectives from vice and robbery, even some admin specialists were all laughing while staring at one of the big monitors they used for meetings. He looked for Rux but didn't see him, figuring he was probably still down in lockup guarding Aaron. As soon as Green walked through the doors, heads turned and the laughter went up another 10 notches. What the hell is so funny? Curtis made his way over to him, and Green gave him a quick one-armed hug. Hey, buddy, how was school? Fine, I just stopped by to drop off Day's dry cleaning, and all this was going on. Curtis waved his hand at the crowd. He looked nervous instead of amused, like all the others. Green craned his head in the direction of the television so he could see what they were all laughing at when Vicky strolled up to him. Well, here's trouble number 2. I swear, you guys will never learn. She shook her head, sauntering off. Green moved to get in front of the screen, his mouth dropping open as he watched the video footage of him and Rux running wild through the supermarket. One of the IT detectives sped up the footage right to the point where Rux picked up the huge can of green beans and hurled it through the front window of the store. Rambunctious laughter rang out again, and Green groaned. You've got to be kidding me. He hurried over to Stevens, the computer geek already rewinding and playing it again. Hey, asshole, turn this off, now. You guys are in so much trouble, Stevens grinned, pushing his black-framed glasses farther up his nose. That woman you just tackled, like Tony Romo, her lawyer already contacted the captain. The supermarket's executive office is not in agreement that you guys were doing your job. They contend it's negligence on the part of the police department to chase an armed suspect into a store full of innocent people. Green ran his hand through his hair, wishing this day was already over. You know damn well if we would have let Shane's brother get away, our bust would have been tanked. Stevens just shrugged. One of the beat officers yelled for Stevens to replay Green slamming into the cereal display again. The young nerdy officer laughed hard and went to rewind it for his audience. Green yanked the kid up out of his chair, snarling in his face. Turn it off, or get ready for me to make a sequel starring me and you. You've got all of 5 seconds to get the fuck out of my department. God's deep voice had everyone scrambling for the doors. The office cleared completely in 3 seconds flat. Green watched God walk up to Stevens, glaring down at him as he removed the disk from his computer, handing it to Sin, who had come in with his lieutenants. The next time you want to entertain the masses at my detective's expense, you'll do it from the fucking unemployment line. Am I clear?"
"Yes, sir,"
Stephen said in a soft tone, quickly moving out of God's way. "Since you have so much energy and time to entertain, go down to lockup and relieve Rux. Tell him to come back up. You can sit there with Chain's brother and entertain him for the night. No one is to talk to him. He's not to make a phone call. Nothing. Got it?"
Stephen's face couldn't hide how much he hated his reprimand, but he didn't dare voice it. He simply nodded his head stiffly and left the office. God didn't say anything to Green yet. He figured he was waiting on Rux to get back up to give them their own punishment. When his partner finally made it back upstairs, he looked like a hot, tired mess. He must have figured the same thing. This was not going to be pleasant. "Stop looking so nervous," Sin said from his desk, looking over at them. "You guys are not going to be grounded." "This time," Day added quickly, coming through the door. "But I can tell you, you're getting real close. Unfortunately, I don't see another way that situation could have been handled. If Aaron would have gotten away, our plans to intercept Chain's deal would have been completely shot to hell. So I appreciate you guys doing what you needed to do to ensure that didn't happen." Sin stood and came over to clap Rux on his back. "But next time, leave the throwing to Felix Hernandez." Everyone laughed, including God. "I can't believe you fucking did that, man. It would have been badass if you would have actually hit him." "What about the woman that I had to take down? Is she really suing?" Green asked his lieutenant. God dropped down in his chair, rubbing his goatee like he was thinking. "Well, I told her lawyer next time we'll let her take the goddamn bullet. Then she wouldn't be able to sue us 'cause she'd be dead. At this point, I don't give a fuck. It is what it is." Day draped his body over God's shoulders from behind. Green never minded stealing a glimpse of their boss's love for each other. They didn't do it in front of them often, but every now and then you'd catch them staring at each other, stealing a quick touch or embrace. It was stunning. The two beautiful, strong men like them together was a sight no one should want to turn away from. Anytime Day touched God, it looked like the man was no longer paying attention to anything around him. He'd closed his eyes and leaned his head back into the comfort of his partner. Green looked over at his own partner. Rux appeared to be mesmerized by the display of affection. Day kept talking, breaking them all out of their thoughts. "Make sure you guys check out that warehouse tomorrow, see if anything is going on over there. It's probably quiet, but get me some pictures if you see anything. And do it without making the goddamn 6 o'clock news, please," he added with a smirk. Rux and Green both stood up and began to gather their things. Curtis was still sitting Indian style on his desk, playing with his phone. Green got up and pulled the sweet boy into a headlock, laughing as he squirmed, trying to get away. "We still playing catch? Got plenty of daylight left." "Yeah, sure," Curtis said eagerly, hopping down to the floor. "What's for dinner?" "Actually, I'm going out, buddy," Green said. "Oh, okay. I'll go over to Shane's house. I think he's having some friends over." "Over for what?" Rux jumped into the conversation, his voice deep and firm. Curtis shrugged, walking with them out of their office. "I don't know. Just over, you know? Play some video games, whatever." "All right. You know the rules. No drinking, no drugs." Rux scrubbed his knuckles over Curtis's blonde hair. Curtis batted his hand away. "You know I don't do any of that." "I know. I mean, don't be around it either. If you see someone doing it, leave." Rux opened Green's back door and let Curtis climb up into the truck. I know, Dad," Curtis laughed. Hearing Curtis say that to Rux, even though it was a joke, stirred something in Green. He just couldn't identify it. He looked over at his partner in the passenger seat and saw that it had touched something in him, too. The entire task force felt like big brothers to Curtis, but the relationship they'd developed with him over the years felt different. Chapter 13. Not Another Date. "Have fun, Curtis. Just make sure you behave, okay? Call if you need us," Green said as Curtis climbed down from his truck.
They'd played catch in the park for over an hour and then watched the Recreation League play a game before they headed back home.
Will do. We're watching the game tomorrow?
Yeah. We got some work to do early, but we'll swing by and pick you up after, Rux said.
Cool. I'll be back from the hospital by 3-ish.
Curtis took a few steps towards his house and turned to add,
What are we having with the game tomorrow night?
Rux grinned and looked over at Green. He's talking to you, not me. Green rolled his eyes.
Nachos.
Curtis jumped and whooped in the air.
With the spicy con queso?
Sure, bud. Green shook his head, smiling. Curtis grinned broadly and ran the rest of the way up his small driveway to the home that he'd once lived in with his mother. Now he lived there alone. You spoil him, Rux said as Green pulled off from the curb.
Do not.
Green looked over at him.
It's just nachos. How the fuck is that spoiling him?
It's not just nachos, and you know it. The kid's had it rough, dude. He deserves as much happiness as he can get. I understand, but he needs to be a man, too. You have to stop babying him. He's 17. He'll be going off to college next year. He'll be so used to us helping him with everything, he won't be able to do for himself. Rux yanked his coat from the back seat, digging in the pocket for his sunglasses. You give a hungry man a fish, he'll eat for a day, but if you teach him how to fish, he'll never go hungry again. Rux snapped his head around when Green laughed so hard it made his ears ring.
What the fuck are you talking about? When the hell did you get so philosophical? Jesus, you sound ridiculous. Curtis has been caring for himself and his mom since he was 13, for shit's sake. You really think he couldn't make it on his own in college without my nachos and cinnamon buns?
Rux didn't say anything else because he noticed now that Green was dropping him off at his own apartment. Fuck. His date. Green was going out on a date tonight. Rux had actually forgotten about it, and now it was bitch-smacking him in the face. He glanced to look over at the man beside him. Damn, has he always been that fucking beautiful? Wayward jet-black hair, tousled like he couldn't be bothered with it, long enough to pull and control him with. His eyes were just as dark as the long lashes that closed over them. Strong jawline, covered with stubble that extended down his throat. Jesus. Rux wanted to lean over and bury his nose in the crook of his neck and get lost in that intoxicating scent that Green was now so fond of, but completely oblivious to how much it turned him the fuck on. Surely this woman going out with him tonight was going to work overtime to make Green her future husband. Rux had no doubt in his mind that his chance was officially over before it had even begun. He coughed hard, trying to loosen the ache in his chest. It felt like someone had lassoed his heart and was pulling it through his rib cage. Not only was his chance shot to hell before he even took it, but it now meant that Green would most likely have a girlfriend very soon, and he'd have very little time for him. He knew it was too early to think like that. The man hadn't even had one date yet. But Green was so wonderful, strong, and a brilliant detective. As much as he hated to admit it, the woman he was going out with was smart and beautiful too. There really was no reason for them not to hit it off. He coughed hard again. Rux put his shaking fist to his mouth, trying desperately to play off the almost panic attack he was having. You all right, man? Green swatted him hard on the back. What happened? You swallow wrong or something? Yeah, Rux ground out. He saw that they were pulling up to the curb in front of his complex. Damn, the place was a piece of shit. He didn't even want to go in. He hadn't been there in almost 2 weeks. It was probably rank in there, dark and quiet. He felt like throwing a hissy fit right there in the truck. Go out with me, not her. She doesn't care about you, I do. Can't you see that? I'm crazy about you. I fucking love you. Oh yeah, he was about to lose it. Green came to a stop, and Rux had the door open before Green could shift the gear into park. So, I'll pick... Rux slammed the door shut, cutting off whatever Green was saying, and hurried up to his place without looking back. He shakily got the key in the door and shouldered it open, quickly slamming it behind him. He said a silent plea that Green wouldn't come after him to see what the hell was up. He heard the diesel engine of the Ram truck rev up and fade away. He was glad Green didn't chase him. And then, of course, a part of him was hurt he didn't. He flicked the light switch. Nothing. He flicked it off and on again. Nothing. Fuck. Realizing his goddamn electricity was off, he pressed his back to the door and slid down to the floor, dropping his face in his hands. His eyes finally adjusted to the darkness and he looked around his place. One love seat in front of a 42-inch television. A pretty cool sound system that he was actually surprised hadn't been stolen yet sat in the corner. His kitchen was separated by a little breakfast bar that was scattered with unopened mail. His electric bill probably buried somewhere in the pile. He was sure he had some beer in the fridge, but warm Bud Light didn't appeal to him at the moment. He sat there for another 10 or 15 minutes, getting more and more pissed as he replayed Green fucking a beautiful brunette all night long while he sat home alone in the dark. Fuck that. Picking up his phone, he typed in a text message. He'd ask his good friend to hang out with him tonight. Fury was always up for some fun. Furious Barkley was his sergeant's life partner. Sin had taken one look at the man with the long, beautiful hair and countless tattoos and fallen completely in love. Rux had met the ex-porn star / bartender turned mechanic / business owner after they all rallied together to protect him from his psycho ex-husband. Ever since then, he and Furious had formed a good bond. They were close friends, and Rux knew he could talk to him the same as Green. "What's up tonight? Want to hang?" Rux closed his eyes, waiting on Fury to respond. After a couple minutes, his phone pinged with a notification. He pulled up the message. Fury. "Me and Sin going to the movies with God and Day. Welcome to come along." "That's all right. We'll chill home tonight." Fury. "You sure?" "Yeah, man. Talk to you later." Fury. "Peace." Fuck, Rux groaned. Maybe Curtis wants to do something. He quickly pulled up Curtis's number and sent a message to him. "Hey, bud, what's up?" Rux only had to wait a few seconds before Curtis replied. "Over Shane's kicking his butt in MLB 14. Don't worry, no drugs or booze. Love you, see you tomorrow." "Damn it," Rux yelled, throwing his phone across the room. Everyone had something to do, except him. He ran his hand back and forth over his buzz cut, squeezing his eyes shut at the ache of loneliness. He got up from the floor, thinking that there was no need to wallow. He'd find something to do. He was on his way to his bedroom when he heard his phone ringing. It wasn't a call, it was his alarm. He turned around and went in search of the irritating noise. He bent and picked it up, looking to see what he'd forgotten. The alarm indicated that his grandmother's birthday was tomorrow. Jesus. He couldn't believe it had been another year. That woman had kept them a family when he was young. It wasn't until after she died that his mom started using. He put flowers on her grave every year. He always asked his mom to go with him, but she was always too depressed and too high to go. He stood there staring at the phone for a few minutes, wondering if what he was thinking of doing was such a great idea. He wondered if going over to his mom's place and talking with her around the anniversary of her mother's passing could help her. Help her see that she still means something to him. That she means everything to him. They could be a family, just him and her. They weren't alone. They had each other. He'd hate to pull the deceased grandmother card, but it might help getting her back into rehab, and this time Rux would make sure she stayed clean. With newfound determination, Rux went to his room and pulled out a good pair of jeans and a button-up collar shirt. Maybe she'll have dinner with me. He took a freezing cold shower since his hot water heater wasn't working and quickly dressed. He tucked his badge and cuffs in his leather coat and left his depressing apartment to wait on the curb for his cab. I really need to get another truck. Rux wrecked his truck chasing a suspect about 6 months ago, but since he usually rode with Green, he didn't stress about getting a new one. But he had a feeling that was going to change soon. It was the first week of November. It was after 8, dark and slightly chilly. The temperature was already starting to decline in the evening hours. He wasn't going to want to wait outside for rides much longer. He had the driver drop him by the shopping center up the street from his mom's place. He bought 2 large bouquets of flowers, one for the grave and one for his mom. He huffed and picked up a carton of cigarettes, too. He needed to come with something to make her slightly pleased by his visit. He was smiling from ear to ear when the cab pulled up to his mom's small duplex. He felt good about this. He'd gotten through to her before, actually several times. She'd gone to rehab, and even though she'd relapsed, she'd gone. This time was going to be different, he convinced himself. Everyone else had their families and partners to share their lives with. He refused to be left with no one. He'd work on repairing his relationship with his mom. That would be his mission for now. Not home pining over his straight partner and his new girlfriend. Rux tucked the cigarette box under his arm and went to open the door. He paused, changing his mind, and knocked instead. "Who is it?" his mom yelled. "I'm busy." "Mama, it's me. Can I come in?" Rux yelled back. "Armin, what do you want? I'm watching TV." What the hell? Rux ignored her and opened the door. He stepped inside the foggy room, closed and locked the door behind him. "Hey, Mama, I brought you something." He smiled, despite the frown she had on her face. "Armin, I said I'm busy." She tucked her legs under her and turned back towards the TV, ignoring him. He walked through the small living room space, kicking the recliner closed so he could sit next to her on the couch. "Mom, I really wish you'd call me Mark." She scowled at him. "I'll call you what I named you." "You named me after a man that left you as soon as he found out you were pregnant. I've never even seen him. I go by Granddad's name. I go by Mark Ruxburg." "I will call you whatever I goddamn please. If I want to call you ass—" He waved his hand in the air, cutting her off. Okay, never mind. Forget the name, that's not why I came over." He picked up the flowers and held them in front of her. "Look what I brought you. Aren't they pretty? Roses are still your favorite, aren't they?" She didn't smile at him, but at least she dropped the frown. "Thanks," she mumbled. "You're welcome. Here, I brought you these too." He held out the carton of cigarettes. She quickly snatched them up and put them on the table beside her. "I'll just put these in some water for you." Rux ignored her groan of annoyance and got up to get the one vase he knew was under the kitchen sink from the last time he'd brought her flowers. He vaguely looked around the small space as he carefully placed the flowers inside the thin glass container, filling it halfway with water. He smiled wide when he placed them on the table in front of her. "Do you like them?" he asked. "You can't stay. I'm busy," she said, not looking at the flowers or him, her bloodshot eyes focused on the television instead. "Well, actually, I have no plans tonight. Thought I'd come and take my favorite girl to dinner." He gently placed his hand on her knee over her faded pink robe. "Maybe take a walk in the park? That sound nice? You love Atlanta in the fall." She turned to him, and the harsh look of disdain she wore made him close his eyes. He couldn't look. He loathed that fucking look. Why the hell does she hate me so much? With his eyes still closed, he kept talking. "Come on, Mom. You gotta meet me halfway here. It's just me and you now. We're family. We're all we got. I've been here for you the whole time, no matter what you've done and said to me. It's in the past. I forgive you. But I really need you to be here for me now. I'm going through some things, and I could sure use my family right now." I remember. "Don't go that way," his mom yelled, interrupting his aching plea. He opened his eyes and saw she wasn't even paying attention to him, her concentration on the television program. Rux huffed a small sigh. He wasn't giving up. He'd wait until the show went off. He didn't have shit else to do. He removed his hand from her knee and sat back on the couch, draping his arm around her. "So, what are you watching?" She shrugged his arm off. "None of your business." She stood up and went to the front door. "You have to go. I'm tired." Rux ran his hand over his hair, squeezing the back of his neck. This whole situation was so fucked up. He literally had no one to turn to. He looked up at her, just now fully taking in her appearance. He frowned at the ratty house robe closed tight around her narrow waist. Her lipstick was smeared around her mouth. Her eyes looked like a raccoon, her dark eyeliner smudged like she'd been crying. But that was impossible. She was incapable of such an act. He tilted his head to the side. Her eyes were everywhere but on him, shifting back and forth, her leg bouncing nervously. Rux looked around the small space, finally standing up. His anger was rising quickly. He couldn't believe this. Didn't want to believe it. He walked back towards her bedroom, ignoring her screeching for him to leave. "What are you doing?" she yelled, her small fingers uselessly grabbing at his thick bicep. He ignored her still. He marched back to the front of the apartment and peered out the kitchen window. Nothing back there. He took in the scene in front of him. The usual dirty dishes littered the sink, but there was also takeout. "That's it, out, right now, Armin. I don't want you to come back, ever." She opened the front door, pointing outside. Rux came back into the living room, yanking the door out of her hand and slamming it closed. She jumped at his anger. Good. He took a calming breath, not wanting to act too rashly. Green wasn't here to keep him out of trouble. He leveled his angry gaze on her and hissed his question. "Who's the man in the closet?" Her eyes widened before narrowing. "You're crazy. Get out of my house." "Who's in there?" "It's got to be a man because you wouldn't hide a female." "You've lost your mind. I don't know what the hell you're talking about." She shook her head at him, walking back over to the couch, plopping down and lighting another cigarette. "That's what I'm talking about." He pointed at her. "You're sitting over there like always, but when I came in, I had to kick the recliner closed, meaning someone had obviously been sitting in it. Someone just used the shower because the mirror is still foggy." He tilted his head at her. "But your hair's not wet. You also have no money, but you have enough takeout in your kitchen to feed 2 grown men." Rux stood over her. "You forget I'm a detective, don't you? So I'll ask one more time before I put a bullet in the fucking door. Who's the bastard in the motherfucking closet?" His mom jumped up, her eyes bulging at the sight of his Glock in his hand. "I'm going to call the police. Put that thing away right now." "I am the police," he yelled back. She slapped him hard across his face, the sting only making him angrier. The beast inside him snarled and clawed. Green wasn't here to chain it. Someone was fucking his mom and was too damn cowardly to show his face. His vision dimmed around the edges. The darkness opened its doors, and Rux eagerly jumped in for the ride. "You've got until the count of 3 to come out, or else I'm going to unload my goddamn clip. Then I'm going to reload it and empty it in there again," he yelled, his deep voice flooding the duplex. "I won't stop until you either come out or I hear your body drop." Rux cocked the hammer of his weapon. Not seconds after he did, he heard a man's voice pleading, Wait, I'm coming out." The knob turned slowly on the closet and the door creaked open. "Let me see your fucking hands first," Rux yelled, pointing his gun in that direction. His mom had a hold of his other arm, but he kept his aim steady. "Leave him alone. This is my house. You have no right." He saw the man's hands before he stepped out of the closet, wearing only a towel around his neck and a pair of low-slung denim jeans. Rux lowered his gun slowly, but his breath caught when he realized who it was. It was a low-life piece of shit that he'd busted more than once. The young 27-year-old hustler had served 6 months for possession before he was released just a year ago. Only he came out doing the same bullshit, selling to kids and crack mothers, basically anyone that had the money. "Jacob, what the fuck are you doing in my mother's house?" Rux growled. "I swear, man, I didn't know that she was your mom," he begged. "It doesn't matter, honey. You don't have to explain anything to him because he's leaving and never coming back," his mom yelled. Rux turned and faced her, sputtering at the term of endearment. Honey? Are you fucking serious? I'm older than him. What the hell are you doing with this kid? Jacob made a couple steps back towards the bedroom. I'm just gonna get my things and go. Rux spun back around, closing the distance between them in 3 long strides. The fuck you are. Rux spun Jacob hard and pushed him up against the wall. Hey, he yelled. Keep your goddamn hands up. Rux snarled, kicking his feet apart. You sell into my fucking mother, you piece of shit. Rux's mom ran over to him, yelling at him to let him go. As soon as she said that Jacob was her boyfriend and they were in love, Rux thought his head was going to pop off. He kept his palm in the center of Jacob's back while he glared at his mom. Do you know I've arrested this asshole twice? Did you know he sells crack cocaine to kids and pregnant women? Don't you know he's just using you? That's not true. He loves me. Loves me enough to give me what I need, something you never did. Rux's heart clenched at his mother's words. She loved a drug dealer more than she loved him. Well, he was going to fix that. As long as this shithead was walking around, his mom was never going to get clean. He'd keep her high, keep her supplied with as much and as many drugs as she wanted. Rux ignored his mom and dug deep into Jacob's right pocket, coming up empty. But when he dug in the other, he found 2 small bags of cocaine. Just like I thought. I'm not dealing, man. That's for personal use. Jacob tried to argue. I swear, Ruxburg, I'm not dealing. I'm being straight up. I love her, I do. I didn't know this was your mom, man. Rux growled angrily and pulled one of Jacob's arms down, twisting it behind the man's back. As soon as he started to read Jacob his rights, not even getting past, "You have the right to remain," Jacob pushed back against him, yanking his hand free. He spun and swung his fist, connecting it with Rux's left cheek. Rux grunted, but the punch wasn't enough to hurt him. Jacob may have been in his 20s, but he had street smarts and he could fight dirty. Rux pushed his mom out of the way, but she threw her own swing at him, scratching his eye with one of her fake gold rings on her finger. Rux was actually stunned by her hitting him, even more so that she was fighting against him. He looked at her, his eyes reflecting all the pain he felt from her doing that to him. Jacob ran into the bedroom, but there was no exit back there. You are taking his side over your own fucking son? I'm the only one that's been there for you, took care of you, Rux yelled, his eyes beginning to flood again. He was pissed, tired of crying for this woman. His back stiffened. I came here to beg you, get clean, please, so it can be me and you just like it used to be. He wiped angrily at the tear that fell down his face. His voice and his movements were frantic. I will take you to rehab right now. I'll pay for the best place money can buy. I'll sell everything I have if you just say yes. Tonight, no waiting. You'll be out by Thanksgiving. Then me and you, we can go out for a nice dinner, maybe go out of town for a few days. You can live with me. We could be a family, Mama. Please. I love you. Can't you see that? Rux was so lost in his feelings that he didn't hear Jacob's footsteps moving towards him until it was too late. Since Rux's large frame was blocking the entrance to the hallway, Jacob slammed his lithe body into him, knocking him off balance, making him stumble over the leg of the couch. He fell over the raggedy cushions, knocking his head into the corner of the end table. Fuck! He squeezed his eyes shut at the immediate throb that began under his right temple. Hurry! Run! He could hear his mom yelling, obviously at her boyfriend. But Rux would be damned if that motherfucker was getting away. He ignored his own pain, jumped up, hurdled the table, and clasped his arm around Jacob's neck, bringing him easily down to the floor. He got his cuffs out of his pocket and secured both Jacob's arms behind his back. The man struggled with everything he had, but he was no match for him. Rux brought all his weight down on Jacob, his knee resting directly at the base of his spine. The man yelled and screamed in agony, but Rux didn't give a damn. As soon as he had him secured, he continued to disregard his mother's insistent pleas and pulled out his cell phone requesting a squad car. With Jacob still under him, he began to read him his rights again. You have a right to have a lawyer present during any quest. Rux didn't get to finish his reading because this time the glass shattering over the back of his head sent him crashing down to the floor. Water splashed over him, running down his neck along with the blood from the cut behind his ear. Rux held his hand over the cut, looking at all the broken glass and flowers he'd just bought littering the living room floor. He looked back at his mom. She looked like a deer caught in headlights. He was in shock. He couldn't believe it, his mind still refusing to believe she'd done it. He checked and saw that Jacob was still on his stomach in handcuffs.
Give me the key, Armin.
She held her shaking hand out to him.
Right now.
Rux worked himself back up to one knee, his head rebelling against the movement. What did I do? You have to tell me, what did I do for you to hate me? He half whispered, half groaned with anguish. She picked up her heavy glass ashtray off the coffee table and held it high over his head.
Shut up. Just give me the key. I won't let you take the man I love.
Rux just watched her in surprise. He couldn't move at all. He wanted to be knocked out. He'd rather her slam that damn 5-pound ashtray over his head instead of witness another second of this. The countless criminals he'd encountered over his years as a cop hadn't been this damn evil to him. His own mother would rather him be dead.
Armin, don't make me do this. Give me the key. Just let him go.
Tears rained down her face. Rux wished those tears were for him, but he knew they weren't. Fuck no, he hissed.
Hit him, Gloria,
Jacob yelled from the floor.
I'll go to jail if you don't. Who will take care of you, baby, if I'm locked up? We won't be together ever again if they take me.
Rux saw the determination in his mother's eyes, knew she was going to do it. He closed his eyes and waited for it. When he heard the loud bang, his body jerked hard, believing that he'd been hit. But it was the front door.
Freeze! Put your hands up! Drop that fucking thing or I will tase you!
A uniformed officer was yelling at his mom. Rux reluctantly opened his eyes. She looked so scared, so frail, and clueless. He still wanted to help her, but he knew it was over. Anything he thought he could have with her was gone. There would be no going back from this. Rux hung his head. This was the last of his family. Gone.
Sir! Sir!
The officer yelled at him. Rux looked back up.
Sir, are you the detective that called us?
His mom was already in handcuffs, being taken out of the house. Another officer had joined them and pulled Jacob to his feet, ushering him right behind her. Whatever his mom was yelling didn't register through the ringing in his ears.
Sir, I'm getting you medical attention.
The officer clicked the mic on his shoulder, but Rux shook his head no, groaning at the pain the action caused. That won't be necessary. I'm fine. Rux got to his feet, stumbling a little from the dizziness that washed over him. He thought he might have a slight concussion from the impact of the vase, but the cheap dollar store container was so thin he doubted it. He went to the tiny linen closet and grabbed one of the few towels that was in there, pressing it to the cut right at the edge of his hairline behind his ear. Shit. He followed the other officer outside, closing the front door behind him. Of course, now there were 4 squad cars in front, lighting up the neighborhood. Rux quickly gave his full statement to the officers, detailing the events from the time he walked in to the time they arrived. He was used to reports. He knew what needed to be said. He'd almost left out the part about being struck and threatened by his own mother, but he changed his mind. He told them everything. She would no doubt be charged with assault and battery.
Detective, I really think you should have that looked at. It's still bleeding, the officer said quietly,
the concern evident on his smooth face. Rux appreciated it, but he just wanted to get the hell away from there. I will. I'll take a cab to the hospital, he lied. 2 of the cruisers pulled away from the curb, taking his mother and her boyfriend downtown. After the other 2 had concluded the call and bagged the 2 baggies of cocaine, they reluctantly left Rux sitting on the curb in the dark. He pulled out his cell and called for a cab. He kept the fastest cab company in Atlanta on speed dial. He didn't want to go sit in a cold hospital. He needed alcohol. Lots of it. Chapter 14. I Can't Take Any More. Green got up and turned off the movie he and his date watched after he'd cooked them dinner. She raved over his salmon and was even polite enough to help him clean the dinner dishes. She did look beautiful tonight, and Green loved that she didn't overdress. She wore a nice pair of form-fitting jeans and a white, silky blouse. They ate dessert together on the couch, and she had no problems kicking off her tan boots and settling in. He had to admit that the woman was definitely someone he wouldn't mind seeing regularly. She was smart and could easily hold his interest in a conversation. She had a master's in forensic science, and Green found himself enjoying her animated descriptions of how she viewed a crime scene. But his thoughts kept going to Rux. Something was off about him. His partner was running hot and cold. He'd had fun at the park with them today. Then, when he'd dropped him off at home, it was like he couldn't get away from him fast enough. Now, with the television off, there was only the light from the kitchen, just barely lighting his living room. She'd smoothly inched her way to him, and Green's body reacted. She smelled heavenly. He leaned in, and she smiled a sly grin, meeting him halfway. He lightly cupped her small jaw as she brushed her soft lips against his. The kisses were delicate and teasing until Green cupped the back of her silky mane and pulled her in harder. She grunted in surprise, but quickly caught on, opening her mouth for him. She tasted of pie and butter pecan ice cream. You taste good," he moaned. She smiled against his mouth and easily maneuvered her body over his, straddling him. He was so glad she wasn't one of those females that believed in ridiculous dating rules, only sleeping with a man after their 500th date. He slouched down further on the couch, holding her thin hips as she just barely ground her body into his groin. He growled into her mouth, making her jerk back in surprise. He got a firm grasp on her hips and thrust up into her. Damn, he needed this. It had been months since he'd had sex. Her head fell back, and he wasted no time licking a slow path up her neck, biting at her cute, dimpled chin. He held her close to him, her round breasts pressing back into his chest, her soft moans spurring him on. Just when he went for the first button of her blouse, his front door burst open, slamming into the small table behind it. The glass bowl that held his keys fell to the floor, shattering in a vast array of pieces. "What the fuck?" he asked, more so to himself. His date startled at the noise. He quickly flipped her, but was careful not to throw her. He settled her on the couch and ran towards the front door. Green's eyes bugged at the sight of his bloodied partner stumbling into the room, just barely remaining upright. He grabbed at Rux's shoulder, steadying him, looking into his heavy-lidded eyes. "Mark, what happened to you?" Green yelled. Rux looked up at him in surprise, as if he was just registering whose house he'd barged into. Rux's eyes were dilated, his speech slurred when he spoke. "Green, you're home. That's good. I have to tell you something really important. I've been having—" Rux halted his garbled confession, his eyes going to the woman that was riding her clothes on the couch. Rux yanked out of Green's hold, frowning angrily at him. "I didn't think you'd be here." Rux shook his head, grimacing like he was in pain. "What are you talking about? I live here. Why wouldn't I be here?" Green stepped in closer to his partner. Rux turned, running into the large stair railing, trying to make his way back to the door. "Where are you going? Wait! Rux, what the hell happened to you? Your head is bleeding, your cheek is bruised. Did you get drunk and get into a fight?" "Go back to your date," Rux snarled. "I'll call my cab back." Green pulled on Rux's coat, trying to turn him back to face him. He pushed him up against the wall, but Rux was determined to get away. "Where did you just come from? Talk to me. What happened tonight?" Rux didn't answer. He kept scrambling to get out of his hold, but Green couldn't let him leave like this.
Rux, stop it. Just wait. Who did this to you? Answer me, damn it.
Rux stopped struggling and yelled in his face. My fucking mother. Reality hit Green like a sledgehammer to his chest. Oh my God. He needed to care for his partner. He needed him way more than his date did. There, are you happy now? Now you know how fucking pathetic I am. My dear old mother fucked me up when I arrested her drug dealer who also happens to be her new boy toy. But just before she could finish me off, the good guys showed up. Rux's voice was so dead of feeling. Green was scared he would do something crazy and permanent if he let him go.
Chris, is everything all right?
His date's timid voice asked from just a few feet away. He still had his forearm across Rux's chest. As soon as Rux looked up and saw her, he shoved his arm down and went for the door. Green grabbed for him again, and this time Rux's physical protest was stronger than before.
Fuck, Rux, don't make me take your ass down. You're not leaving.
Go back to her. That's who you want, Rux yelled in his face. You don't want me. Nobody fucking does. Green felt like his heart was being squeezed by Rux's large fist. He thought he actually got it now. He knew why his partner had flipped on him. He knew what had changed. Green threw his body against the front door, slamming it closed. Get out of my way, Green, or I'll move you. Rux's forehead was up against his, and Green could only imagine what poor Cynthia was thinking. Two very big and heavily muscled men, one extremely drunk, vying to go toe-to-toe.
I said you are not leaving.
Green hooked his arm on Rux's shoulder, moving him out of his way. Cynthia, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to end our date now. Green was careful not to say postpone, or we'll get together again later. No. I'll go. Rux grabbed Green's wrist off his shoulder and twisted it hard, spinning Green around and pushing his chest against the front door. Let me go. I don't even know why I came here. Green heard his date gasp.
Oh my goodness. Chris, do you need me to call someone?
Green turned his head to the side, his cheek flush up against the cold metal door. He grinned and spoke in the calmest voice he could muster. Cynthia, it's all right. We do this all the time. We're just joking around, honestly. Can you wait in the living room, please? Rux twisted and pulled his arm up higher. Green yelped, then busted out laughing. As soon as he was able to contain the situation, he was going to make Rux pay for this. Fuck you. You're always laughing at me. I'm done with this shit. I'm leaving, Rux said harshly. His speech was still slurred, but the venom and pain behind his words were crystal clear. With Cynthia gone back into his house, he could talk to his partner. Don't leave, Mark. I know you're hurting. Just give me a minute. Let me walk her to her car. I'll be right back. Let me take care of you, Green whispered. Rux panted his whiskey-laced breath against the side of his face. No. I know you want to be with her. I can smell her on you. Sorry I interrupted, Rux said nastily, releasing his arm. Don't go, Mark, please. Green tried to hold the door closed, but Rux yanked it open. Veto, Green said softly, just loud enough for his partner to hear. Stay. Stay with me. Rux stilled with his hand resting on the doorknob. Green watched him squeeze his eyes shut, fighting against Green's power. You heard me. Don't you dare walk out that door. You can't, and you know it. Green stood directly behind him. He put both hands on Rux's broad shoulders. Come on. Just wait upstairs for me. Green sighed with relief as soon as Rux slammed the door shut and turned back to face him. Why should I stay? Green put his chest to his partner's and leaned in close to him. Rux's breath hitched, and Green knew that he had it right. His partner had fallen for him. He whispered against the side of Rux's mouth. Stay, because I told you to. Now go upstairs." They stared at each other for a few tense moments before Rux finally turned and went up the metal stairs. Green took a deep breath and turned to retrieve his date. Only she was standing right there, her cashmere coat draped over her arm. When he started to speak, she put her hand up and shook her head, as if telling him there was no explanation needed. "It's perfectly okay." "I understand." She smiled sweetly. Green pinched the bridge of his nose, walking over to her. "I'm sorry. I really don't know what to say." She put her petite palm on his cheek. "Go take care of him. He needs you." "Are you going to be okay? I can make sure you get home safely. He's going to be out like a light in a few minutes." She rubbed her thumb along his beard stubble. "Hey, I'm a big girl. I know my way home. And besides, I'm packing a little hardware myself." She winked, holding up her purse. He grinned back at her. "You are going to make some lucky man very happy, Cynthia." "I know I am." She smiled teasingly. Damn. If he wasn't crazy about his partner, he had a strong feeling that Cynthia could be the one, but his heart belonged to someone else. He put his hand on the small of her back and walked her down to her car. He took her keys, unlocked, and opened her door for her. She kissed him on his cheek and thanked him for a wonderful dinner. "It was a lovely date, Chris. You just need to work on your closing." She laughed at her own joke, closing her door and driving off. Chapter 15. It's About Time. Rux went upstairs and pulled down his large duffel bag that was in his closet. "Wait. This isn't my closet. I don't live here. This isn't my place. This isn't my fucking bed. This isn't my fucking dresser." All the liquor he'd consumed at the rundown bar around the corner from his mom's house was still coursing through his system, but unfortunately, he was no longer numb. He felt the full impact of every fucking pain he had, from the throbbing at the back of his head to the clutch of his heart at seeing Green with a woman. Rux yanked open the first drawer and dug his hand in to yank out the shirts he had in there. The first one he pulled out was brand new, still with the tag on it. He blinked a couple times, trying to remember buying a new shirt. He unfolded the soft cotton material and saw it was the exact same black AC/DC shirt that he'd ruined at his mom's house when he was washing dishes. Obviously, Green had immediately ordered him another one. Fuck. Rux plopped down on the bed, clutching the shirt in his hand. Rux groaned. Why does he have to be straight? Who said I was? Green's smooth voice wafted over him like a warm blanket. Is that supposed to be another joke? Rux closed his eyes, wishing things could be different. Rux tensed as he heard Green's footsteps come closer. He felt him standing in front of him, but he couldn't look at him. Rux was humiliated again. He should have just admitted to himself that he wasn't good enough for a man like Green, even if he was gay. He'd been halfway beat to death by his own goddamn mother. Now he had busted into his house a huge, drunken mess. No one. Shut up. Green's voice was dark and stern. You're actually gonna sit here and have a fucking pity party for yourself? That's not the man. Rux cut Green off, jumping to his feet, barking in his partner's face. Fine. Then I won't sit. Sit your fucking ass down. Green yelled back louder, bumping his chest, making Rux fall back down on the bed. Rux grunted at the pain in his back, in his head, in his heart. He didn't quite know what to do when Green stepped in between his legs. Rux didn't know why he was breathing so hard either. He just was. He felt a strong hand grip his face, tilting his head up. He stared into Green's dark eyes, beautiful eyes. Green looked at him like he was the most important thing in the world. God, Rux would do anything for this man to want him back as much as he wanted him. Green stroked the cheek with the bruise and Rux flinched lightly. Green didn't talk. He just manipulated his head, turning him left and right, surveying his injuries. Then Green did something that had Rux's last reserve cracking. He gently cupped the back of his head and brought him forward until Rux's cheek was resting on his hard stomach. "Hold me back," Green whispered. Rux's arms felt like they weighed a ton. He managed to put both arms around the man in front of him, and when he did, his whole world crashed down around him. Everything that had been weighing him down the last few weeks, all the pain of wanting something permanent in his life, the hurt of losing his mom forever, he squeezed Green to him, held on to him for dear life, held him like he'd die if he let go. And Green held him right back, whispering quietly, "It's okay. You're going to be okay now. I've got you. I never meant to hurt you, I swear. I didn't know. I promise you I didn't. I never would have gone out with her. Why didn't you just tell me? Damn you." Rux finally calmed after several minutes and looked up at him. "What are you saying, Chris?" Green went down on his knees so he was eye level with him. "I'm saying, why didn't you talk to me, Mark? How long have you been feeling like this?" "Long enough to drive me crazy?" Rux laughed humorlessly. Green stared at him. He put his hands on Rux's cheeks. "Come here," he whispered. Rux's eyes widened slightly, his voice a hushed murmur. "Are you gay?" Green smirked. "Are you? Just shut up and come here." Rux leaned forward and let Green close the rest of the distance. He ignored the constant throb in his head, now more focused on the pulsing in his cock. Green's lips were soft and supple. He couldn't help the sigh that escaped him. Finally. This is what he'd been fantasizing about for weeks. Rux opened his legs wider, inviting Green in. When he was close enough, Rux tilted his head, wanting to deepen the kiss. The shallow pecks he was receiving now just weren't cutting it. But Green pulled back, rubbing his face against the cheek that wasn't cut. His hands rubbing up and down Rux's arms, and oh God, it was wonderful. Different than how he usually touched him. Green placed a soft kiss on his cheek, his jaw, dragging his mouth back up to his ear. "Tell me," he whispered. "Tell me how you feel about me." Rux just barely cracked his heavy eyelids. His voice was so ragged, so pained when he responded. "I can't. I'm not going any further until you say it." Green licked lightly at his ear, and Rux groaned at the pleasure. Damn, he didn't want Green to stop. He wasn't even close to getting his fill. He had to take his chance now. He leaned forward, his forehead resting against Green's chest. He inhaled deeply, and a surge of anger shot through him more powerful than anything he'd ever felt. He bolted up to his feet, pulling Green up with him. The shocked look on his partner's face was little consolation. Rux pushed his chest flat up against Green's, his fist clenched in his nice button-up shirt. He propelled them backwards until Green slammed into the wall so hard that the framed picture of the 1965 Shelby that hung on the wall came crashing down to the floor. Rux ignored it, staring into Green's wide eyes. "Mark, what the fuck, man?" Rux leaned in, his lips ghosting over his partner's. He growled, low, his voice harsh and angry. "You smell like her. That's not how you smell." Green had the same hard grip on his waist as Rux had on his shirt. "Nothing fucking happened. I didn't even get to second base." Rux bunched the shirt up tighter. "Oh, but you wanted to, didn't you? Don't do that." "Nothing matters but from this point on," Green hissed back. Rux didn't know why he was acting this crazy, probably because he loved Green's scent. He'd been enjoying it every day for years. Now he smelled foreign to him, and he hated it. Rux buried his nose in Green's throat, the prickly stubble tickling his senses while he searched for that scent that had driven him crazy the last few days. He didn't smell it at the base of his throat. He showed Green his disapproval by sucking hard on his tan skin. The grunt Green gave him made him even crazier, made him anxious to find that smell. Green's hands were on his back, pressing him in closer. Rux moved in deeper under Green's jaw. He nipped him there, too. His chest rose and fell as he anxiously sought out his want. He ran his nose down under his earlobe, under his collar. "There you are," he moaned. Rux let go of the shirt rumpled up in his fist and smoothed his arms up Green's hard chest, gripping his throat. He pushed his head up so he could have full access to that fragrance. Green rubbed small circles on his back while Rux kissed and licked that wonderful scent. "You've been driving me fucking sane with this new cologne for days. You've been driving me crazy, period. I want you like I've never wanted anything. I don't want to just be your best friend. I want that and a whole lot more." Rux brought Green's mouth back to his and kissed him with all the passion that had been bound up inside him. His partner opened and surrendered to his kiss, kissing him back with an intensity he'd only dreamed about. When Green brought his hands up to his neck, Rux jerked back, hissing at the pain of the little cuts that littered the back of his head. Green frowned. "Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I got kind of lost for a moment." "Does this mean?" Rux started. "Let's get you cleaned up. More of that can wait." Green went to move, but Rux stopped him. "No, it can't." He sealed his mouth back over those soft lips, pushing to be let back in. Green licked at him a little more, his humor evident, chuckling in his mouth. "Wouldn't you rather continue this in my room, in my bed, under the covers and warm?" Green said quietly. Rux's pelvis reacted to that suggestion all on its own. His cock was solid steel as he thrust forward. Fuck. He felt dizzy, probably more so from his drunken state, but he was also drunk from Green's kisses. Green pushed until Rux was no longer pressing him into the wall. Jesus H. Christ. Green had to try to gather himself. He felt like a character in The Wizard of Oz. Everything was so simple one minute, his world in black and white. Then in rushes a storm. Next thing you know, he was being swirled and whipped in a million different directions and dropped down into an imaginary world of color and excitement. Rux was so wonderful in his eyes, full of magic and power. Green felt so alive when he'd been yanked up to his feet, pushed up against a wall and kissed like he'd never been kissed before. Rux growling and biting at him, all because he didn't like him smelling like someone else. It was hot and erotic. He hated that Rux felt so insignificant. His mom always did a head job on him. He'd leave her feeling worthless and pathetic, and Green was fucking over it. He was going to make that bitch pay for doing this to him. Green wanted nothing more right now than to get Rux in his bed and show him that he was far from nothing special to him. He was everything. But first he had to find out exactly what happened tonight. Rux had come to him drunk and crazed. He needed to make sure that there wasn't damage control to do before any word got back to their lieutenants. He held Rux's hand and led him to the master bath off his bedroom. Rux sat on the toilet lid while Green got out his first aid kit. "Start talking." While Green was pulling supplies out of his medicine cabinet, Rux got up and came up behind him, wrapping his arms around his waist and pressing his still hard cock into his ass. Green closed his eyes. He didn't even want to think of how long it had been since he'd been filled so full the burn turned to ecstasy. "I don't want to talk about that. I can think of so many other things we could do," Rux mumbled against the back of his neck. Green turned around, ignoring the ache in his own balls and the clenching of his ass. He pointed at the toilet lid. "Sit and talk. Now." Rux dropped back down and started with what happened as soon as he got to his mom's. Green worked carefully on cleaning up his cuts, trying hard not to curse and throw something the further Rux got in his retelling of the evening's horrors. "Fucking bitch," replayed in his head over and over. When Rux finally got to the part where his mom was getting ready to bash his head in with a solid glass ashtray, his voice had changed. Green threw away the bloody gauze and put the peroxide and bacitracin back in the cabinet. "Am I done?" Rux whispered, his chin resting on his chest. "Yes." Green was done patching him up. He really didn't know what to say to make this better. There were just no words invented. How do you console someone whose mom tried to kill them over drugs? All that Rux had done for her. Green just stood close to Rux, letting him know he was there. After a story like that, needless to say, the sexual mood had been killed. "I'm going to shower," Rux murmured, getting up and walking past him. Green heard his door close, and after a few minutes the shower in the guest bath was running. He pulled off his own clothes, needing to shower himself. When Rux came back, he didn't want to still have Cynthia's perfume on him. He did his business in the bathroom and bathed quickly. With a towel wrapped around him, he went to his nightstand and picked up his phone. He called their office. It was late, but Ranowski and a couple other detectives were usually there overnight. As soon as Rowe picked up the phone, Green told him everything that had happened. He needed Rowe to double-check the police report filed and find out exactly what Rux's mom was being charged with and which DA had been assigned to the case. His partner would want those answers in the morning. Green put on a pair of black boxer briefs and settled into his bed, his television the only light in the dark room. It had been over an hour, and Rux hadn't come back to him. He was just getting ready to get up and search for him when he saw his door opening slowly. Green raised up on one elbow, watching his partner. He had on a pair of plaid cotton pajama pants, bare feet, and no shirt. His hair was wet from the top of his head to his broad chest. Again, Green was mesmerized by the sexy, silky hair spread across those defined muscles. Rux looked unsure as he inched slowly towards him. "I thought you might have been asleep. I didn't want to wake you, but I was lying there in bed, and I just didn't want to keep thinking about tonight, about my mom sitting in a jail cell," Rux said, his voice pain-filled. Green didn't say anything. He just pulled the covers back. "Are you sure?" Rux said quietly. "Get your ass over here," Green smiled warmly. "How does your head feel?" "Better. I took some aspirin. You know, I'm used to bumps and bruises." Rux slid under the covers and Green pressed his body up against his side. Rux turned and buried his head in his neck, breathing in his fresh, clean scent. "You're so warm. Smells so good," Rux whispered against the side of his face. Green chuckled lightly, rubbing his hand up and down Rux's arm. He felt him pull back from him and look into his eyes, his expression serious. "Am I just making a fool of myself here?" Rux snapped at him. He hated how insecure Rux became any time he left from his mom's house. He hoped she served the maximum time allowed for her charges. Green couldn't put into words how much Rux meant to him. He'd have to show him. Green rolled Rux to his back and positioned himself on top of all that manliness. "Oh, God," Rux groaned. He immediately brought his hands up to get a good grip on Green's waist. "Is this better? Because lately you seem to be having a hard time believing what I say. That stops now. You've known me a long time. You know that 1, I don't lie, 2, I've never bullshitted you, 3, if I say or do something, it's because I want to. Why can't you see how important you are to me? After all this time?" "Maybe because you were just about to fuck someone else before I got here," Rux said dryly. Green gritted his teeth. "Maybe if you wouldn't have been such a pussy and just talked to me like a man, then maybe I would have been here about to fuck you instead of her." Rux's gorgeous pale green eyes flashed emerald with anger right before Green was aggressively flipped over. Rux rolled on top of him, gripping his wrists in a punishing hold and slamming them above his head. Rux didn't say anything, his nostrils flaring with his fury. Green's cock hardened to the point of pain. He didn't mind being handled like this. It turned him on in the most delicious way. Rux was so big, all those hard muscles pressed up against his own. He didn't have to be careful with Rux, gentle or delicate, and Rux could do what he pleased to him. They stayed in that position, panting, letting their arousal build until one of them detonated. Green smirked at his partner and spread his legs wide so he could fall in between them. The lustful groan Rux let loose was enough for Green to take action. He gripped Rux's chin way more powerfully than he did Cynthia's and pulled his face down to his. Their lips met in a powerful connection. Green squeezed Rux to him, as if he couldn't get him close enough, even though their bodies were molded together from mouth to feet. Rux's hands came up and weaved through his hair, pulling him in the direction he wanted him. His head was slanted back to the left, and Rux slammed his mouth over his tongue delving in deeper. Green thrust his hard cock into his and sucked Rux's tongue like he wanted to suck on that hard dick pressing into his. Rux pulled back, completely out of breath. Fuck. Green pulled Rux back to him, kissing and biting at his strong jaw, showing him that he was just as turned on as him, showing him that he'd fantasized too, but he was also too much a pussy to confront those feelings. Scared of ruining a good thing, because honestly, he'd take Rux whatever way he could get him. And if that meant best friends only, he was willing to accept it. The noises that Rux made were obscene and nasty. He cursed and groaned in his mouth, in his ear. Green didn't know just how far to take this. If it was up to him, he'd pull out Rux's dick and sheathe him so he could ride him the rest of the night. But he doubted he was ready for that. He realized he had little information on how these feelings arose in his partner, because he was all but sure that Rux had never been with a man. Green stopped kissing and stilled Rux's hips that had begun to grind against him. Wait. We need to stop. We gotta talk, he said breathlessly. Rux looked back at him, his own face flushed and glistening with perspiration. Are you fucking kidding me? You want to talk now, right at this moment? Rux accentuated his words by pressing his stiff cock harder into his thigh. Jesus, Green panted. No, and yes. I need to know what all this means. Are you just curious? Are we going to fully do this, or what? I just don't want to be caught off guard. Rux stopped moving and stared down at him, his expression more serious. He gently stroked Green's cheek. Damn. I never realized how beautiful you are. Rux bent down and kissed his chin. I can't fully tell you exactly how and why. I just know that you are the one thing in my life that means the most to me. The only person I can turn to. The only one who has been there for me. And something changed. Maybe it was the touching and rubbing and caressing that eventually turned less friendly and more sensual. I started getting... What? Green rubbed his back in encouragement. Tell me. I started getting turned on. I wanted your hands everywhere, not just on my shoulders or my back. Rux barked out a laugh. Damn, man. I'll tell you, that last massage you gave me almost had me throwing you down and taking you on the floor in my room. I came as soon as you left. Green couldn't help but smile broadly at that confession. Don't you dare fucking laugh, Rux chuckled, vibrating his chest. I have to. Green released his own deep laugh. Because my dick was in my hand before I even got to my room. They both looked at each other and busted out laughing. When they finally relaxed, Green turned Rux's face back to his. Have you ever been with a man, Mark? Rux cast his eyes down, shaking his head no. Have you? Yes. Rux's head snapped up at his answer. What? When? It's been a long time. A very long time. but I always liked it. I've considered myself bisexual since I was a teenager. How come I didn't know this? Rux said, looking slightly upset. Green lifted and kissed him gently. It wasn't something I'd acted on in a long time. I didn't think it was important. I knew you wouldn't have thought anything of it. I wasn't afraid to tell you. You're not homophobic. Look who we work for. Green saw that Rux didn't look convinced. Think about it, Mark. Was there ever a time that I should have blurted out, "Oh, by the way, I've slept with men before"? That part of me has been dormant so long, I didn't think about it. I haven't found a man I've been attracted to in a long time. Until... Rux's interest piqued immediately, and Green couldn't help but give him his classic grin. Until what? Rux said, his voice and eyes full of hope. Until I met God. Green laughed hard when Rux bent down and bit him angrily on his neck. Fuck you. Rux laughed with him. Green calmed and looked more seriously at his best friend. I hadn't been attracted to anyone, mind, body, everything, until I met you. You're not just saying that because I'm a pathetic mess right now. I'm saying that because I love you. Green didn't crack a smile or even hint at a smirk. He needed Rux to see he was for real. I have loved you for a long time. And if we do this, be together, more than just partners at work, but partners at home too, it won't be long before I'm in love with you. Green pulled a stunned Rux back to him, kissing him passionately. He rolled until he was on top of him. Now it was time to put up or shut up. He rose up on his elbows, grinding his growing cock against Rux's thigh before nudging his legs apart. He broke from the kiss to take a much-needed breath. He looked down at their joined pelvises, toying with the waistband of Rux's pants. What do you want to do, babe? Rux thrust up into him, his hands frantically clawing at his body. He knew Rux needed relief, needing something to make him forget about the night's events. Just do something, Chris. Please, Rux moaned against his cheek. Do you trust me? More than anyone in the world, Rux answered without hesitation. Green leaned over to his nightstand and pulled out a small tube of lube. Rux's eyes widened, but he didn't question him. Green pushed his own boxers down under his balls, Rux watching his every move. His hard cock sprang free, and his partner sucked in a sharp breath. Oh my God. Green smirked at him. You okay? Rux nodded his head frantically, and Green began to work his pajama pants down too. As soon as that thick cock hit the cool air, Rux hissed and thrust up higher, seeking any kind of friction. He should have known their cocks would be about the same size. Everything else on them was. He squeezed some lube in his palm and gripped Rux's dick in a tight fist, leisurely stroking him, keeping it light for now. Oh, fuck. That feels good. I'm just getting started, babe. Rux's eyes were closed as Green continued to slowly jerk them. Open your eyes. Rux looked back at him, his eyes heavy with desire. After Green had them nice and slick, he wrapped his large hand around both of their cocks, lowered back down, and started to pump his hips in a lazy rhythm. He wanted to savor this, work them up until neither of them could hold off on their release one more second. He licked up Rux's neck, his beard scratchy against his tongue, until he reached his mouth. He slanted his lips over his, swallowing the needy moans that Rux released into him. He could feel Rux's body vibrating beneath him, and he thought maybe this wasn't going to last as long as he'd hoped. Damn, you feel so fucking good. You got a nice, thick cock. Rux moaned a slutty sound, his hips speeding up, and Green eagerly matched him. Soon I'm going to put that pretty cock in my mouth and suck you until you explode down my throat, he said, licking the shell of Rux's ear. Chris, Rux hissed. I'm not gonna last. Green could feel his own balls tightening. It had been too long since he'd had something besides his toy in his hand to pleasure him. Rux's cock was hot and heavy against his, pulsing greedily. "You like me, talking to you like that?" Green squeezed his fist tighter, making sure to flip the cap of Rux's bulging head with every stroke. "Answer me." He bent down and bit Rux's nipple, making him jerk so hard he almost fell off of him. "Shit," Rux yelled. Green slowed his movement and raised his head. "Well, look what I found." "You talk too damn much." Rux gripped his head and lowered him back to his nipple. Green chuckled lightly, sticking his tongue out and running the flat of it along the firm bud, already perking up at his touch. Rux's hips moved desperately, his moans getting louder. Even if Green wanted to move his head, he couldn't. Rux kept him immobile, kept him where he wanted him to be. He bit him harder, quickly licking away the sting. "Oh yes, bite it harder. Harder," Rux pleaded, his eyes glistening with desire. Green was in awe at seeing his friend like this. He struggled to get to Rux's other nipple, his hair held in a punishing grip. He dragged his tongue along the silky hair between Rux's pecs until he got to his right nipple. He wasted no time sucking it hard into his mouth. His fist flew up and down on their cocks as their abs tightened and veins strained on their large forearms. "Fuck." Rux was flicking his left nipple while Green punished the other one. "I'm gonna come. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck." Green pulled off Rux's nipple with a loud pop. He stroked hard and fast, both of them rutting against each other with wild abandon. "Yes, come. Let me see it." Rux gripped both his nipples, squeezing so hard Green winced. "You sexy bastard. Come for me." Rux threw his head back and let go a bottomless, throaty shout as his first jet of cum shot up between them, landing on Rux's neck. Green dropped down and licked the warm cum, moaning at the sweet, salty taste of his friend. Rux jerked hard beneath him, another stream of cum coating his stomach. Green was so fired up, mesmerized by Rux's coming on him, that his own orgasm caught him off guard, ripping through his body like a storm. "Oh, fuck," Green yelled. He pumped his hips hard, his cum shooting and joining with Rux's. They brought their foreheads together, looking down, watching in amazement. He locked eyes with him, riding out the last stimulating ways of their orgasm. They kissed again, tender touches of their swollen lips, tranquil and languid, enjoying the last tremors and aftershocks of a release so powerful, and Green believed it couldn't get any better. But he knew, somehow, it would. Chapter 16. Now I See What's So Great. Rux felt like he was floating on a cloud. His body was more relaxed than it had ever been. He had to be asleep, or maybe he was half awake, half dreaming, because there was a pleasure so powerful but distant streaking through his core. It was low in his groin. He moaned, or at least he thought he did. Ah. He rolled onto his back, his body sinking into billowy cushions. He threw one hand over his head, the other he stroked over his nipple. "Damn," he moaned, thrusting his hips up. Something felt so good he was scared to make any sudden movements in fear that it would stop. If he was dreaming, he definitely didn't want to wake up. Something strong gripped his hips, holding him down, and he fought against it. His body jolted with pleasure. This time his eyes popping open at the sound of groaning that he knew he wasn't making himself. He blinked the fog out of his brain and looked around him. He wasn't in the guest room. He was in Green's bedroom. Memories barreled back to the surface, awesome memories of last night. Him and Green, oh God, his best friend pleasuring him like no one had before. His head ached and he remembered what happened before he got to Green. Remembered his mom. "Stop it. Don't think about that, not now. Let me take care of it for you." Green's melodic voice reached through his haze and sadness, bringing him back to the euphoric state he'd just been in. He lifted his head, seeking out that comfort, looking down his muscled torso. Green was there between his legs, his face hovering over his cock. He was speechless. His mouth dropped open in a silent "oh" as Green stuck his pink tongue out and flicked the cap of his dick. He blinked the sleep from his eyes and clenched his fist in the thick comforter. Green smiled up at him, his dark hair bed-tousled but still looking sexy. His shadowy eyes glinted with mischief. His voice was quiet and husky when he spoke. "Good morning. I told you I wanted this pretty cock in my mouth. Did you think I was joking?" Green didn't wait for his response. He closed those delectable lips over his cock head and took him into his mouth, going down halfway before pressing his tongue flat against the underside of his shaft and dragging it back up slowly. Rux's back arched, his head pressing back into the pillow. Instinctively, one of his hands weaved through Green's hair, the other ghosting over his nipple. "I fucking love it when you do that. It looks so pornographic. Pinch him harder," Green whispered. "I'll come too fast," Rux said back, his own voice rough from sleep. "So what? I'm gonna make you come all day. You really have no idea what you've just started." Green went back down and worked his cock like a professional, slurping and sucking, quick, then slow, then fast again. "Oh my fucking God." Rux snapped his hips up and down in sync with Green's sucking. He took his hand from his hair, Green didn't need any direction, and pinched both his nipples, flicking them with his nail. "Oh, fuck." His partner was driving him insane. His vision blurred and his thoughts went fuzzy. As soon as he felt one of Green's hands give his butt cheek a hard squeeze, he clenched his teeth and pushed his hips up higher. He abandoned his nipples and cupped his friend's face with both hands. "Chris," he yelled, coming so hard he saw bright flashes of white light behind his eyelids. To Rux's amazement, Green didn't pull off. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he swallowed everything Rux gave him. Rux ghosted his palm over that projection in the front of his neck, feeling it work. Oh my God. His partner didn't stop until he practically pulled his face off his sensitive cock. "God damn, man." Green gave him that smug grin that drove Rux insane. He inched up his body, keeping their contact. He dropped all his weight down on him and kissed him slowly at first, before he released an abysmal groan, vibrating his chest as he pushed his tongue in deep, deep enough to almost gag him. "Fuck." Rux pushed the back of his head deeper into his pillow, trying to take a much-needed breath. "I'm not done," Green growled, grasping the back of his neck and shoving his salty tongue back in his mouth again. Rux tasted himself on his best friend. It was erotic, kinky, something he'd never experienced before. And he loved it. He kissed Green back just as hard and wildly as he was kissing him now. They kissed, licked, and bit at each other for several more minutes, both of them rolling each other as they fought for dominance. Rux finally relented, letting Green pin him down. He panted in his face while he ground his hard cock into his thigh. He tilted his head back at the onslaught. It felt so good. Better than he thought it would. Green's hard cock pressed up against him. He realized that he'd been on the receiving end of all the pleasure. He hadn't reciprocated. Rux wasn't a selfish lover. He wanted to satisfy Green, too. He pulled one hand free from Green's hold and ran it down the side of his tough body. His touch was timid and light at first, as he further realized that he had no clue how to please his partner. "Tell me what to do," Rux whispered against Green's lips. "I want to do something to you." Green flicked his tongue over Rux's bottom lip. "Do you know how sexy your mouth is? I could kiss you for hours." Green pushed his hips in harder, groaning powerfully. "I could come just like this." "Tell me what to do, Chris." Rux's hands went to Green's hip, feeling it gyrate under his palm. "You really want to make me feel good?" Green's eyelids were lowered as he spoke to him. "Yes." Green took Rux's hand off his hip and plunged his middle finger into his mouth, sucking it like it was a popsicle. His eyes widened. Jesus. Green used Rux's middle finger to fuck his mouth. After a few more licks, he pulled his wet digit from between those pouty lips and placed Rux's hand over his ass. Keeping his lustful eyes on him, Green took Rux's middle finger and pressed it in between his ass cheeks and rubbed it over the taut skin around his hole. As soon as Rux touched him, Green's eyes shuddered at the feeling. That's it, right there. Just rub me, tease me like you're gonna push it in. Green's voice was hoarse as he gave Rux his instructions. He complied when Green nudged his legs apart and settled in between his hard thighs. He was up on one elbow, staring down at him, while he got a firm grip on his dark purple cock. Green began to jack himself slowly, his hips just barely moving. Touch me, baby, Green moaned against his cheek. Rux was so turned on, his own cock hard and leaking again, that he'd already forgotten about his job. Shit. He pressed the pad of his finger over Green's hole, making him arch and hiss against his face. He loved Green's reaction. He nudged his cheek against Green's face, nipping at the morning stubble. With newfound determination, Rux oh so gently circled Green's entrance, rubbing his slick finger against the rim. Like that, Green moaned. Rux pulled one furry cheek to the side and massaged the taut skin around that quivering hole, marveling at the heat he felt and even more astonished at Green's response. His friend moaned and bit at him, muttering words that Rux couldn't quite make out. He pushed against his hole a little harder, pressing firmly like he wanted in, only to move away to stroke the sensitive skin of Green's taint. Fuck, babe. You trying to make me come already? Your touch feels so fucking good. Rux used his other hand to position his own cock between Green's legs so his head could nudge at his partner's tight balls. Rux needed some kind of friction, too. His dick was swollen and aching again, but it wasn't about him right now. Green's legs were straddling his, opening himself up even more. His movements were erratic as he rapidly pulled on his cock while pumping his hips back into Rux's touch. Rux took his middle finger and pressed it back inside Green's mouth, wetting it quickly. He pulled it out and put it back at the amazingly tight hole. This time he pressed harder, feeling it give in. Oh, fuck. Do it, Green demanded. Rux pumped his dick into Green's balls and pushed until just the tip of his finger was inside his partner. Fuck. Fuck, they both moaned. Green hurriedly spit in his palm and wrapped it back around his dick, his hand flying up and down his shaft. His eyes were closed tight, his mouth slack as he moaned for more. Rux pushed deeper, and it felt like Green's ass was trying to eat his finger. It was sucking on it, pulling it, like it had a mind of its own and knew how to seek out its pleasure. Rux pulled out against the resistance, only to the tip, then gave in to it, gave it what it wanted. He pushed in more. So damn hot. Want your fucking thick cock in me so bad, filling me until I can't take any more, Green muttered. It was like he was talking to himself, but Rux heard him. Thought about his own cock, buried inside this burning confinement. Rux's back muscles flexed, his hips thrust up, and the veins in his neck bulged. He was coming again, emptying his hot cum against Green's balls. With one finger still pumping in and out of his partner, he took his other hand and reached between them, wanting, no, needing to feel his seed against Green's skin. His eyes rolled back in his head as he massaged his essence in deeper. He pumped Green's tight ass and rolled his balls with the other hand at the same time, giving them a hard pull. Green clutched his shoulder and slammed his hips forward. Now, Mark. Fuck. I'm coming. Rux felt Green's ass clench around his finger while his cock emptied onto his stomach. Coming so damn hard for you. Green grunted, rubbing his cock against the dark hairs covering Rux's abs. His body jerked several more times while his orgasm had its way with him. Rux sucked on Green's collarbone, burying his nose in his neck, breathing in his delicious scent of arousal and sweat. He protested when Green went to roll off of him. "Stay. We're going to end up stuck together permanently if we don't get up and wash." Green chuckled, brushing his own kisses along his jaw. Rux moaned, stroking his big hand up and down Green's side. "Permanently sounds good." Green lifted his head so he could look into his eyes. Rux stared back. He didn't see regret, only the kindness and handsomeness that was his best friend. "This isn't weird for you, Mark? I mean, not even a little bit?" Green questioned. "Why? Is it for you?" Rux inquired, slightly nervous. "No, not at all. I've thought of a million sexual things I could do to you and what I wanted you to do to me. But that's because I'm bi. You, on the other hand, have never been with a man. Now you just had your finger in my ass. I'm just wondering, you're not the slightest bit weirded out?" Rux thought for a second. He stared into those smoky eyes and knew exactly why he wasn't weirded out. Green was his friend, his best friend, the only person he had, his family. Nothing about them coming together was weird for him. Rux was a man who always did his own thing. He wasn't judgmental and didn't worry about labels or societal conformity. If it felt good, then it was all good. He'd lived by that motto since college. Rux finally shook his head no. "I feel good about this. You and I being together this way is only strange in a good way. It's wild to be able to finally touch you like I've been wanting to see you come, to watch you get off. I'm just trying to wrap my head around you wanting me." Rux had a hard time meeting Green's eyes. He hoped like hell that Green did want him. Green cupped his jaw and turned him so he was facing him. "I do want you. More than you think. I want you because you're an amazing man, Mark Ruxburg. You have to stop thinking otherwise. You're smart, caring, loyal, a damn good cop. You're great to Curtis and—" Green tilted his still half-hard cock against Rux's pelvis. "You're sexy as fuck. Big and beautiful, muscles all over the fucking place. It's a huge turn-on for me." Rux blushed. He loved Green telling him this. Most of all, he believed him. Green wasn't a liar, and he didn't do anything that he didn't want to do. Just like him. "So no more of this self-doubting shit, or else I won't blow you anymore." Green winked, rolling off of him and climbing out of the messy bed. "Now get your lazy ass up, and don't worry about the sheets. The maid comes today. We gotta get going. We're supposed to be doing surveillance on that damn warehouse." Rux snorted, getting up out of Green's too comfortable bed. He went back to his room to shower and get dressed. Green was standing at the bottom of the stairs waiting for him. When he looked up, he was surprised to see the look of feral hunger glowing in Green's midnight eyes. He slowed his descent and eyed him back the same way. Green had on a pair of khaki cargo pants with tan Timberland boots and a black-collared polo shirt. Rux knew that his badge was underneath his shirt along with his gun, and a knife was shoved down in his boot. But his favorite thing about him was Green's hair. It was spiked all over, looking like he'd tried to tame it but gave up. They looked like such opposites, with his own black jeans and his brand-new black AC/DC t-shirt stretched tight across his broad chest. His badge hung around his neck. He had his leather coat in his hand, pulling it on before he got to the bottom of the stairs. "You ready?" Rux looked down at Green since he was standing on the first step, Green not moving to let him step down. Green put his hands around his waist. "Kiss me." Rux didn't hesitate. He dropped his head and pressed his mouth to Green's. They held their lips together for just a second before Green tilted slightly and licked his tongue out, teasing the opening of his mouth. Rux returned the gesture, quickly amping up the passion by shoving his tongue into that sweet cavern, desperate for another taste. He was unsure how Green would treat him now that they weren't behind closed bedroom doors. He wasn't disappointed, and he used his kiss to show it. To show Green that fuck yeah, he wanted to touch him in and out of the confinement of darkness. He felt a fist clench in the back of his shirt, pulling him into a solid chest. Rux brought his hand up and dug it into all that soft, unruly hair and tugged until Green's head was all the way back and he was surrendering to his kiss. He used his chest to nudge Green back so he could come down the final step. When he was level with his partner, he brought his other arm around his back, immediately going for that gorgeous ass. He gave it a good, hard squeeze before running his thumb down the crease. Green moaned inside their kiss, pushing his ass back into his hand. "Horny fucker," Rux hissed back. "You started it," Green moaned, worming his hand between them to cup Rux's swelling dick. "Oh, fuck, we gotta stop. Work. Need to go to work," Rux said breathlessly. He felt like a king. Green was looking at him like he could throw him on the cold floor right now and spread his legs wide for him. All he had to do was say to. Rux slapped his ass hard, and Green moaned like the hot slut he was. A woman probably would have complained about him slapping their ass that hard, but his man begged for more. Holy shit. Rux was beyond excited. He couldn't wait to get back home to explore more. "What do you have planned to do tonight?" Rux said on a huff, burying his nose in that stimulating scent at the base of Green's neck. "I plan to do you tonight," Green said back with complete seriousness. "So let's get this shit over with." Rux reluctantly let Green go, both of them groaning at their hard cocks, and walked out the door. Chapter 17. Such Naughty Boys. Green let Rux drive his truck to the warehouse since he sucked at taking clear pictures. The IT detectives practically ripped his head off when they had to clear up the blurry and distorted images. "You need to take this thing into Fury. It needs an alignment or something. The steering wheel is pulling to the left," Rux complained as he merged onto 85. "Just drive," Green said without bothering to look up from tinkering with the camera scope. Rux shrugged. "Fine, it's your truck. Thank you." Once he was satisfied with the camera, he set it down between his legs and sat back for the rest of the ride. He wanted to ask Rux some more questions, but he also didn't want his partner overthinking things, like he often did. He turned from looking out the window and focused his concentration on the handsome man sitting beside him. Rux had on his dark shades, so he couldn't see those pretty pale green eyes that he'd come to love. The faint red marks on his cheek from the fight yesterday looked slightly bluish now. When he'd finally understood what had been bothering his partner, he'd wanted to jump for joy. He'd wasted no time sending his date on her way. She was nice enough, but she was no Armin Mark Ruxberg. He could understand Rux's hesitancy to come out and tell him he'd been catching feelings for him. Not too many people knew he was bi. He'd only indulged in college and while he was a cop in uniform with a few hookups. But once he'd been promoted to detective, he worked doubly hard to climb up the ranks, so his social life took a back seat for a while. Then, joining up with God and Day really left him with a zero chance at finding any type of female or male companionship until he proved himself worthy of being on their team. When he was paired with Rux, he didn't even realize that he wasn't dating much, since he loved spending time with his partner. Now it was looking like he could have his cake and eat it too. "What are you thinking about so hard over there?" Rux was looking at him with a concerned expression. "I'm thinking about how lucky I am." Green wasted no time putting his friend's mind at ease. He knew Rux was struggling with this. He needed to let him know that he was happy with this upgrade in their relationship, so to speak, and he wanted to explore this further. Rux raised one dark eyebrow. "Lucky?" Green stroked Rux's stubble with the back of his hand. "Yes, lucky because I never thought I'd be able to have you like I wanted you. Don't get me wrong, I would have taken you any way I could, but this is so much better." Green winked. "Now I don't have to cop a cheap feel when I'm massaging you anymore." Rux laughed hard. "What? Don't act like you didn't know. I rubbed you a tad bit differently than I rubbed Day or Rose's shoulders. Did you ever see me massaging their chests?" Rux was looking at him with a shocked expression. Green shook his head and put the camera up to his eye, taking pictures of the warehouse from the interstate right before Rux took the off-ramp. "Make a circle around it so I can get some shots of the back, then pull into the parking lot over there." Green pointed to a block up from the warehouse. Rux drove slowly around the building, then pulled into the almost empty lot and shut off the engine. Green took several more photos of the warehouse's entrance before putting the camera back between his feet. "It looks in good condition. A good front. They got several trucks, the structure is well maintained. Wouldn't raise any suspicion that this is a basic shipping facility." Rux nodded his head, agreeing with him. After a few minutes of silence, both of them with their eyes trained on the building, watching for any activity, the radio in his truck beeped, and Rose's voice filled the large cab. "Green, come back." "Green, go ahead, Ro. Is Rux with you? 10-4? I got the information you asked me for." Green looked at his partner. Rux nodded his head once, telling him it was okay. He wanted to hear this. "Go ahead, Ro," Green answered. "His mom was processed at the GDC at 6:22 this morning. The DA on the case is Henderson. She's charged with possession and 2 counts of assault, one of them for assaulting an officer." Green saw Rux run his hand over his short hair like he was frustrated. Ro continued. "The dealer that he busted, Jacob, turns out he had a warrant issued by his PO a few weeks ago. He has an arraignment tomorrow at 9. Green clicked the mic. "Thanks, Ro. Out. 10-4. Out." Green knew Rux's every mannerism. His knee bounced nervously while he pinched the bridge of his nose, his eyes shut tight. "Talk to me, Rux. I can't imagine her sitting in jail for who knows how long. Maybe if I told the DA I don't want to press charges and I was there as her son, not as a cop, maybe he'll—" Green cut him off. "Fuck that. I know what you're thinking about doing. You need to let her take her punishment. I know she's your mom and all, but look what she did to you. I can't condone it. I can't take it. Seeing her hurt you makes me want to rip her fucking head off, Mark." Rux turned to face him. "Chris, she needs help. She's an addict. She needs treatment. I know she does, babe. Being in jail assures that she will get clean. It will be hard, but at least you'll know she's not using." Rux turned back to staring out the window. Green ached for him. He had no clue what it was like to have a mother like this. His own mom damn near worshipped him. There was nothing she wouldn't do for him. He couldn't imagine the turmoil that was plaguing his best friend. He wanted to help so bad, he just didn't know how yet. But he'd think of something. "Hey, come here," Green said softly. Rux looked at him. His brow was creased with frustration and his arm flexed against the steering wheel. Green leaned over and placed a soft kiss in the corner of his mouth. Rux didn't respond. His head was hanging low and his shoulders were rigid. He cupped that strong jaw and pulled Rux in closer. He placed another kiss on his cheek, working his way to his pretty mouth. "Kiss me back, Mark." Rux finally reciprocated. He opened for him, slipping his tongue into his mouth, moaning at the tenderness. He tried to put as much emotion into their kiss as he could. When Rux finally pulled back, resting his forehead against his, Green rubbed his jaw tenderly. "I'll see what I can do, okay? Just let me handle it for you. Will you do that? Trust me to handle it?" "I can't deal with this anymore, Chris." Rux looked so heartbroken, and it was killing him. "I know. Just let me handle it. You trust me, don't you?" Rux nodded his head yes. "Good," Green whispered, chewing on Rux's plump bottom lip. He felt him squirm in his seat before pushing his palm down on his cock. Green took his other hand and undid Rux's belt buckle, unbuttoned his pants, and slowly lowered his zipper. "What are you doing?" Rux ground out. "Shh, lift up." Green smiled devilishly. "I'm gonna help you relax." Rux was already panting heavily as he rose up and let Green push his pants just below his balls. Green pulled the lever to push the seat all the way back and quickly buried his nose in the thick patch of hair at the base of Rux's dick. He took a long inhale, breathing in his manly scent before closing his mouth over the thick head, sucking gently at first. Even though they were high enough off the ground that if a car drove onto the lot they wouldn't be able to see him, he still wanted to get Rux off fast. He moaned around the thick girth, taking it all the way to the back of his throat. "Oh, fuck," Rux groaned. He cupped the back of Green's head, simply holding him, not guiding him. "Damn, you're too fucking good at this." Green grinned with his mouth full and dragged his teeth up the vein on the underside of Rux's cock. He pulled off with a pop and licked hungrily at the full cap, sticking his tongue in the slit, searching for a treat. After he was quickly rewarded with a large dollop of pre-cum, he held it on his tongue and rose up to kiss Rux again. He pushed his tongue in deep, sharing the taste with him. You like it, don't you? Like tasting yourself on my tongue," Green moaned, pushing his tongue back in again. Rux held him to his face, sucking and biting at his tongue until Green had to pry his mouth away. He went back down on him, sucking enthusiastically. Rux had his head tilted back against the headrest. Green mumbled around the head. "Keep your eyes on the building, crazy." Rux grinned, picking his head back up. As soon as he did, he held Green's head down. Shit, don't get up," he murmured. "It's fucking Michaels pulling up in a cruiser. How the hell does he always find us?" Green chuckled, keeping his head in Rux's lap. He heard the car pull up beside them. Rux lowered the window. "Hey, Rux. What's going on, man?" Green could hear Michael's young, eager tone. Rux still had his hand pressed firmly on the back of his head, like Green would really sit up right now. He didn't want to look that unprofessional in front of another officer, especially one that admired them so much. "Just doing a little recon, getting ready to head out." Rux moved like he was putting up the window, but froze when Michaels kept talking. "Oh yeah? Recon on what?" Rux turned his head so Michaels couldn't see his lips muttering. "Damn this guy." "Just answer him so he'll go, idiot," Green whispered harshly. "God got us checking out the property across the street, so you better get going so they don't see a cruiser over here and get suspicious." "Yeah, that makes sense. Where's Green?" "He's, Green pinched Rux's thigh. "Say I'm homesick." Rux jumped slightly, finally catching on. "He's homesick today. He got the clap." Green could hear Michael's gasp. "Damn. He don't know how to wrap up? What the hell?" "Yeah, what the fucking hell?" Green gritted through clenched teeth. Rux kept playing it up. "Yeah, man, it's sad. He's burning like hell. Couldn't barely stand to piss yesterday." Rux laughed while pushing Green's head down harder. "Okay, since you want to play, then let's play." Rux was having fun messing with his partner, but he knew Michaels looked up to Green. Rux was actually a little suspicious that the guy might have a slight man crush on Green. The man was constantly popping up on them and giving Green these long stares. Personally, it made him sick. Maybe Michaels would be a little hesitant now that he thought Green had gonorrhea. "That's a real bummer, man." Michaels shook his head sadly. "Tell me about," Rux jerked hard. "Fuck! What's the matter?" Michaels looked at him with concern. Rux turned his head away from Michaels. Stop. He tried to hold Green's head down, but he was fighting him. His entire dick was sucked deep inside Green's mouth while he swallowed repeatedly around his sensitive head. Rux slammed his eyes shut as Green yanked on his balls, making him jerk again. "Hey, Rux, you all right, man?" Rux turned back to face the nosy officer, trying to keep his eyes from crossing. His voice was shaky when he spoke. "Yeah, I'm good. I just get, oh my fucking God. I get headaches sometimes, and one just came on, so I'm gonna get out of here."
I got some Tylenol in here. You want one? Michaels looked like he was getting ready to get out of his car. No, I got some already, Rux shouted. He could feel Green chuckling against his cock. I'm gonna strangle you later, I swear, he groaned under his breath. Green made a non-committal sound and went back to sucking. You're gonna make me come. Stop, damn it. I feel for you, Rux. I used to get these damn migraines all the time. It's probably the stress of the job, man, you know? God has you both doing some crazy shit. I would probably have a headache every day if I worked for him. Tylenol with codeine got me through the first 3 months after I graduated the academy, so I know your pain. My pain is you over-talkative son of a bitch. Rux dug his hand in Green's hair and pulled hard. Green grunted, but didn't stop sucking. If anything, it only made him suck more. Rux's eyes widened when he felt his balls draw up tight. His leg bounced with anticipation. This was by far the craziest shit in the world. He had Green's head buried in his lap, his warm mouth bringing him to the brink of an amazing orgasm, while he had a conversation with another officer, trying to pretend like nothing was going on. Like he wasn't in absolute heaven right now. He propped his elbow up on the door, shielding his face from Michaels. I'm about to come, you asshole. Rux's spine snapped straight. He dropped his forehead to the steering wheel, not wanting Michaels to see his orgasm face. Fuck, he moaned, turning his punishing grip on Green's hair into a loving caress. Damn, he was making him feel so good. Oh man, that sounds like a bad one. When was the last time you took the Tylenol, Rux? Maybe it's time for another dose. Michaels stated obliviously. Rux's body vibrated. His dick hard as stone, feet pressed firmly into the floorboard as his hands squeezed the leather of the steering wheel. Michaels was still talking, but he could barely make out what he was saying as his orgasm thundered through him. Green moaned quietly, applying even more suction and rolling his balls around with the other hand. Rux felt the pad of a moist finger rubbing the sensitive skin behind his balls, just barely grazing his hole. His eyes rolled in his head, unconsciously spreading his legs wider. There was no turning back now. Rux groaned in a hushed voice. I'm coming, baby. Rux, you sure you're okay? Do you need me to call someone? I can park my car and drive you back to the station. Rux, can you hear me? Michaels. Fuck, man, I said I'm good. Rux yelled with his first jolt of cum that rushed from his cock. He turned his head away from Michaels, grinding his teeth together to keep from crying out Green's name. Rux grunted and hissed with each release. Green was swallowing it all, and Rux couldn't resist sliding his palm from holding the back of his neck to the front of his throat, feeling his Adam's apple work. Shit. When he was completely spent, he sat back up and let his head fall back to the headrest. Green let his cock slide from his lips, laying his cheek on Rux's thigh. He looked down at his partner and got lost in those dark chocolate orbs. 3 words danced on his tongue when he saw the care and affection shining back at him. He tenderly ran his thumb across Green's puffy lips. Okay, I just didn't want to leave you out here hanging by yourself with a massive headache. I have loyalty, bro. Even though you're in a different department doesn't mean we're not brothers, right? We're all fighting the same fight. I want to show God and Day that I'm dependable and don't mind looking out for you guys. Green had to pinch Rux to get him back into focus. He's still talking to you. You're acting like you just did a hit of coke. Stop looking crazy and get rid of him so I can sit up. My fucking neck hurts now. Rux's head lolled to the left. Michaels, damn, dude, you're still here? What'd you say? Rux said, out of breath, looking over at the young officer through his desire-flooded eyes. Green chuckled quietly against his balls, making Rux smile lazily. Michaels gave Rux a strange look, but went ahead with his question. I was gonna ask if you wouldn't mind putting in a good word for me with God and Day. That if they have any openings, I could take the detective's exam and apply with them. I have commendations already for marksmanship. I really am a damn good shot. If I'm not on duty, I'm in the shooting range. I'm a whiz on a computer, too. I can hack into just about any business's system. Rux bobbed his head yes.
anything to stop him from talking. Sure thing, man, I'll tell them. But it probably wouldn't look good if you got God's surveillance fucked up and put his suspects on alert because you hung around in your cruiser. Michaels quickly strapped his seatbelt back on. Fuck, you're right. Okay, I'll see you later. Let me know if you need my help on anything. Rux was already waving, trying to move him along, but damn, the man was still talking. And tell Green I hope he feels better. Tell him to keep condoms on him. I mean, what type of grown man gets a STD? See ya. Rux laughed hard as Michaels peeled out of the parking lot. Green sat up, rubbing his neck from being bent over so long. He gave Rux a few hard punches in his arm, glaring angrily at him. Gonorrhea, dude, seriously? You couldn't just say I had a fucking cold? Rux shrugged nonchalantly. That's from making me blow my load in front of Boy Wonder. Green slouched back in his seat, cupping his dick. You weren't complaining when you were shooting that load down my throat. I didn't seem to have much of a choice. I was violated. Green sputtered, laughing hard. Violated? Yeah, man. Violated. You took me against my will. What the fuck ever, Green laughed. I don't recall you saying no in the beginning. Rux flipped him off. A door slammed across the street, making both of them look up. Green scurried to pick up the camera and snap pictures of the three guys moving out of the way of one of the large bay doors, letting a truck back into the warehouse. Pull your damn pants back up, slut. We got work to do, Green barked teasingly while snapping pictures. Fucker, Rux muttered, lifting up to fasten his jeans. Did you get them? Green was looking at the display screen on the expensive camera. Yeah, I got it. Shit, that was close. Call it in, Rux said, starting the engine. Chapter 18. Damn Lieutenant Day's Perception. Rux pulled into the back alley of one of their favorite delis on their way back to the precinct. They'd called and told Sin about the minimal activity at the warehouse, verifying that they got good shots and they could start to strategize their entry plan. Sin said to get the pictures into them before God and Day returned from their meeting. Green knew the budget meeting could take hours, and lunch was a must right now. He was starving after what he'd done to Rux. He smiled about it again. His goal was to get his partner's mind off his piece-of-shit mother, and it looked like he'd accomplished that since Rux was sporting the same sappy grin on his own face. Rux sat opposite his friend. Green had finished his sandwich and chips. Now he was reclined in his chair staring at him. Rux dropped the last corner of his sandwich, quickly wiped his mouth with the napkin. Why the hell are you staring at me like that? Green stood up and Rux got a good glimpse at the large bulge in his cargo pants. Green gave him a shit-eating grin before turning serious. Outside. Now. Rux watched Green walk out the door of the deli. He sat for a second, thinking how much his life had changed in what seemed like a matter of minutes. His mom was out of his life, but Green was all over him. Showing him so much care and love, it was as if he was filling the void he'd felt open when his mom turned on him. He'd made him feel so good last night, and this morning, Rux hadn't had long to think of his mom scared in a jail cell. Detoxing the torturous way. Rux dumped their food, waving bye to the store owner, and went out the door Green had just exited through. He turned the corner, walking deeper into the alley where he'd parked in the no-parking zone. Green was leaning against the driver's side door. Rux walked up to him. I'm not driving anymore. Green gripped his leather coat and pushed him up against the door he had just been leaning on. He crushed his mouth over Rux's and delved in deep. Rux opened for the assault, grabbing onto Green's waist. He tasted like pepperoni and Diet Coke. Rux ground his rising cock against Green's hard pelvis, their tongues waging a battle for dominance. Rux was already panting, wanting more, needing more, craving so much more. Green took Rux's hand and shoved it down his pants, letting Rux feel his excitement. He closed his palm over the hard shaft. It was searing and heavy in his fist, like silk over a steel rod. Rux tore his mouth away, taking in a sharp breath. Fuck. Got a little problem, don't ya? Rux said, giving Green a sly grin. Green gripped him on the back of his neck, the other hand with a mean grasp on his jaw. It hurt and felt good at the same time. Rux looked into Green's dark eyes and started to stroke him slowly. Yeah, I got a big fucking problem, Mark. Green licked at Rux's slack mouth and bit his way to his ear. He moaned low, growling against the shell of his ear. If we weren't in this nasty alley, I'd make you get on your knees and fix my damn problem. Rux's body responded to the idea of sucking Green. He admitted that he liked the thought. It made him instantly hard, but he wouldn't know what he was doing. Green was a master at it. He didn't want to disappoint him, especially after his partner had made him feel so good. Twice. Don't worry, babe. I'll make sure you do a good job. Green smiled against his cheek, rubbing his stubble against his. I want you, Rux moaned, running one hand up and down Green's muscular back while he continued to stroke him with the other. He lifted his head higher, letting Green suck and chew on his neck. Want you so bad. And you'll have me, Green said softly. Any way you want me. Rux thought of Green under him, lying on his stomach, while he pushed deep inside him. He already knew it was an inferno in there, since his finger was as deep as it would go this morning. Now he couldn't help but moan at how good it would feel if his cock was bottomless in that warmth. Being sucked in deeper and deeper. Rux dipped his hand down, grabbing a handful of Green's tight ass, pushing him forward so he could grind into him. Green hissed and sucked his neck harder. But, damn it wasn't enough. He doubted he'd ever get his fill of this magnificent man. They kept going, both trying to make the other feel as good as possible. Where are you assholes with my goddamn pictures? Rux and Green both damn near jumped out of their skin when God's dark voice boomed through their radio. Rux hurried to the other side, jumping up into the cab. Damn it, what time is it, Green? Green was already in his seat with the truck started and peeling out of the alley in reverse. Shit, I don't know. It's only like 1. I didn't think they'd be done this early. Get your cocks out of your hands and bring me my shit. Neither one of them bothered picking up the mic and responding. God wasn't expecting them to. Rux turned and looked at Green. He figured his hard-on had fled the same way his did. When Green met his eyes, the corner of his mouth twitched with amusement, and that was all it took for Rux to burst into laughter. I thought you'd yank my dick off, you jumped so hard, Green said through his laughing fit. Fuck you, Rux laughed. You jumped too. Hell yeah, I did. I thought he was sitting in the damn truck, it was so loud. They kept laughing at basically being caught all the way back to the precinct. It was like getting caught behind the bleachers in high school. Green sped into the parking lot, doing a terrible job of parking, and hurried out of the truck. They walked up to the door, walking in just as those two irritating vice detectives were walking down the hall. Hey, guys. Just saw God and Day in the captain's office again. They sure don't look happy. Where's your smug grin now, Green? Right here, fuckface, Green sneered, cupping his dick and balls. One of the detectives turned and got up in Green's face. Rux grabbed him by his collar and pulled him back hard enough for him to hit the wall. Back off, he barked. Keep your goddamn hands off me, Ruxburg. The detective stood at his full 6-foot height, but still had to look up to Rux. Rux moved forward, bumping the man with his ample chest. Or else what? This what you guys have time for? God barked in his country drawl while making his way down the hall towards them. Rux and Green turned from those assholes, both of their angry glares meeting their lieutenants. God looked back and forth between them before his own angry gaze settled on the vice detectives. Let's go. We got work to do, God said, turning to walk over to their office. Hey, God, you need to keep a damn leash on your guard dogs, one of them yelled at God's back. I should file a complaint. God turned, and the vice detective paled visibly. He walked back over to them, not stopping until they were looking up at him. God's voice a menacing snarl. I'm only going to say this once. Stay away from my men. Stay away from my department. You want to file a complaint, fine. I'll put it in the pile with the others. I'll get to it when I don't have shit else to do. So make sure you hold your breath. God turned and left them feeling like nothing. He snatched the camera out of Green's hand and began to flip through the pictures as he walked. Rux and Green followed close behind God, moving through the bullpen. God's head was buried in the camera, not really looking where he was going. Officers hurried out of their way. Not out of fear. It was because they were so damn big, so it was either move or get run the hell over. He burst through the door and they noticed that everyone was there already, probably waiting on them. Sorry we're late, guys. Day said, looking carefully at them. Rux tried not to meet his all-knowing eyes. It looked like Green was doing the same. Shit. Day could read people as easily as he could read a book, and he was never wrong. Or rarely wrong. Everyone gathered into their meeting area, which consisted of several chairs, a couple couches, and a long dry erase board. God stood at the front, Sin standing off to his side with his head buried in a file. The IT guys were sitting at the table in front of their laptops, ready to report when God asked them. Day walked by him and Green, still watching them. So what took you guys so long? Day said easily, a slight smirk playing on his lips. All eyes turned to them. Green slid down in his chair, leaving Rux to face the interrogation. There wasn't a good answer. Sin said you guys called him an hour and a half ago. It only takes 30 minutes to get here. Day propped his hip up on the corner of the table next to God. Rux dropped lower in his own chair. We stopped to get a sandwich is all, Rux said quickly. He wanted the attention off of them. So let's move on with the plan. We got some good pictures. ID, can you get those up on the screen, please? God stood with his arms folded. Day was still watching them. No one had moved, and Rux blew a frustrated sigh. God damn, Day. It took that long to get a sandwich? Day looked around in mock confusion. Rux, I've seen you both inhale a foot long in less than 2 minutes. What's your point, Day? Rux snapped. He's saying next time you two want to get each other off, do it on your own time, Sin said around his own grin. Green dropped his head into his hands. Rux knew he was a nice shade of red as everyone gasped and gaped at them. Vicky was laughing so hard she had tears in her eyes. What? That's crazy. We weren't doing... Day waved his hand in the air, cutting him off. Save it, Rux. You got more bite marks on your neck than Edward gave Bella. Everyone stopped laughing and talking, turning back to Day with bewildered expressions. What? What does that mean? God asked, a confused frown creasing his handsome face. Day looked at everyone with shock. Oh, come on! Edward and Bella? From the movie Twilight? A bunch of heavy-muscled, badass detectives looked back and forth between each other, all of them shaking their heads in confusion. God was looking at Day with a disgusted look. Jesus Christ, Leo. Everyone's seen that, Day began to laugh. The hell? God said. Why haven't you guys seen those movies? None of them? You didn't see any of them, Day asked louder. Sin ducked his head like he was overly interested with the file in his hand. Everyone barked out a bunch of fuck knows and what the fucks. Hell no, Leo. None of us saw them because we're grown-ass men, not 16-year-old girls, God said sarcastically. Don't ever fucking reference that movie again. Day flipped God off and unfortunately turned his attention back to Rux and Green, looking real serious. It's cool you two are together. It's about damn time. Rux and Green both looked up in shock. The rest of the team were nodding their heads in agreement with their lieutenant. Rux figured no one would be weird about it, but that didn't mean that they were ready to make an announcement. Look, Rux, we all know what happened last night with your mom, man. You know we don't have any secrets, but we're all real sorry about it, Day said, all amusement and teasing gone. A couple of guys sitting closest to Rux reached over and patted his back and shoulder. He had a hard time saying thanks, his throat tight with emotion and embarrassment. He knew the guys weren't thinking he was a loser, but he sure felt like one. He felt Green nudge his boot from beside him. He turned and looked at him. Green gave him a slight wink and blew him a kiss in front of everyone, and it started the cat calls and whistling, making Rux blush again. Just like that, Green had changed his mood. "So, is he any good, Green?" Day yelled over the whistling and teasing remarks. Green made a face of ecstasy before answering. "You have no idea." Green jumped up and ran to the other side of the office when Rux moved to punch him in his mouth. They laughed for a while, more good-natured ribbing being done at his and Green's expense before God calmed all of them down so they could get some actual work done. Chapter 19. Getting It Together. Green stood with Rux while Sin gave them more instructions after the meeting. They had the next couple days out of the office. They were to watch the warehouse tomorrow night and scope out the neighborhoods like usual. They didn't want Chains to notice anything different from their normal policing habits. The bust was scheduled at the end of the week, and they were ready. "Stay out of trouble, you two. I mean it. I'm real glad you guys got something going with each other, but under no circumstances do I want to see it affecting your work," Sin said firmly. "Like it did today." Rux gave a lazy salute and turned to walk with Green out of the office. "Hey, you want to go get Curtis and watch the game?" Green threw his keys at him. "Go on and text him. He's probably at the hospital visiting his mom. I'll meet you guys at home." Rux stopped walking, looking at him curiously. Green saw the minute Rux understood what he was about to do. Rux grabbed his arm and pulled him into one of the empty conference rooms. He closed the door behind him before he was pulled into a tight hug. Green hugged him back hard. When he pulled back, he saw that Rux's eyes glistened with moisture. "Can you tell her?" "Shh." Green put his hand over Rux's lips, cutting off what he was going to ask. There was only one message he was going to give that woman. "Go home, baby. I won't be long." Green kissed his lips gently and left the room. Green was satisfied with his meeting at the DA's office. Now he was waiting in one of the lawyer/client rooms at the Georgia Correctional Facility. The lock turned in the door and a female officer led Ms. Ruxburg into the room. When she saw him, her eyes quickly scanned the room for her son. The officer pushed down on Ms. Ruxburg's shoulder, sitting her firmly in the metal chair. Green gave the officer a nod and she turned and left them alone. Green sat down, staring at her. His heart beat wildly in his chest as he thought of her holding a blunt object over his partner's head. He steepled his fingers together, counting backwards from 20. She looked behind her. "He's not here, and he's not coming here. So stop looking for him. If it were completely up to me, you'd never see him again." Green smiled evilly. "I'm working on that." Rux's mom tugged at the collar of her orange jumpsuit, scratching her neck roughly. The skin looked like it was rubbed raw. She was detoxing. Her mouth looked dry, and her eyes couldn't settle on one thing for longer than 2 seconds. "Who do you think you are?" "Shut the fuck up and listen," Green barked at her, making her jump a foot in the air. Her mouth dropped open in surprise, her eyes as wide as saucers. "I'm here to make a deal with you. You're going to take it, and you're going to like it." She gasped, tugged at her collar again as if she was grasping a set of pearls. "You can't talk to me like that. Armin wouldn't let you do this to me. Tell him I want to see Mark. His name is Mark. Say it." Green stood over her, yelling in her face. The guard burst back through the door, looking angrily at him. "Everything is fine," Green said through clenched teeth, sitting back in his chair. Once the guard left, he took a deep breath and began again. "Ms. Ruxburg, I've talked with the DA. He's willing to drop the assault on an officer charge, which is a felony, and just charge you with 1 count of possession. But all that can go away at my word." He watched her fidget in her seat, scratching at the marred skin. "What's the catch?" she smirked. "There's always a catch." "Of course there's a goddamn catch. First thing is you pleading guilty to the possession charge. Instead of prison, you go to a rehab facility in Albany for 18 months. It's not a voluntary rehab. You will do the entire year and a half. Second, you do not contact Mark until you've served your full 18 months and you are completely sober. I will put a restraining order in place. If you contact him by phone, in person, by email, by text, by fucking carrier pigeon, your ass goes back to jail to serve your remaining time, plus additional time for violating the order. She opened her mouth like she was going to speak, but he cut her off fast. Don't you dare open your damn mouth. I'm not done. Not only will you do your rehab and drug counseling, but you must also do parenting education as well. If you refuse to cooperate or participate in either of these, you'll come back to serve your sentence in jail. If it were up to me, I'd let you rot in this place for all the hurt you've put Mark through, and I wouldn't lose a wink of sleep. So don't fucking test me. Last thing. Green stood towering over her, his face a contorted, angry mask. If you ever think of hurting Mark again, if you ever utter one word to him that hurts his feelings, I will come after you with everything I've got. And believe me, lady, I've got one hell of a goddamn army. I'll make sure the DA charges you with any and everything we can think of, and I won't stop until you've been severely fucked by the long dick of the law. Who do you think you are? She snarled back at him. I'm the man that loves your son. So you have to ask yourself, how dangerous does that really make me? She eyed him warily. Her shoulders slumped and her face twitched, whether from the lack of drugs or from anger he couldn't tell. Either way, he didn't care. Do we have a deal or not? Say yes and you'll be on your way to getting better like Mark wants. You say no, and you take your chances with the DA and a jury. So what will it be? You've got 5 seconds to decide. She looked up at him, her eyes narrowing like she wanted to rip his head off. Good. He wanted her to be angry, to be upset, to hurt. He needed her to feel just a fraction of what she gave Rux last night. Fine. Okay, I'll do the rehab. Green got up and went to the door. The DA will be by tomorrow. Sign the plea agreement papers and the restraining order. I don't want to hear from you until you're squeaky clean and ready to be Mom of the Year to your son. I'm talking June fucking Cleaver. He's too good for anything less. Green walked out the door, proud of what he'd done, and prouder of what he hadn't done, which was choke the life out of her like he'd longed to. You're shot, bud, Rux said, leaning against his pool cue. He and Curtis were playing pool and waiting on Green. He was anxious to know what had happened with his mom. After all she'd done, he couldn't turn his love for her off as easily as she cut hers for him. He heard the balls click together, bringing his attention back to the table. Good shot. I'm getting better, huh? Curtis grinned, leaning over to shoot again. Yeah, you are. I've taught you well, Grasshopper. Rux laughed. He went to the kitchen to grab another beer. He popped off the top and froze when he heard Green come through the door. He set his beer down and raced over to him. Hey, how'd it go? Did you talk to the DA? Is Henderson gonna do a deal? Did you see her, too? How is she? Rux slowed when Green took his hand and led him upstairs. Guys, are we still gonna watch the game? Curtis called after them. Yeah, Curtis. Turn it on and pop some corn, Green yelled back. But I'm starving, Curtis yelled back. Stop whining and order a pizza, Rux barked. Green looked back at him with an irritated expression. Don't take out your frustrations on him. I'm sorry, Rux said quietly. I wasn't the one you snapped at. I'll apologize, okay? Can you just talk to me, Chris? Green kept walking down the hall, both of them going into his bedroom. He began to peel off his clothes to change into something more comfortable, while Rux sat in the recliner by the window. He watched his partner take his time getting changed. He threw his dirty clothes in his hamper and removed his watch. He checked the safety on his Glock and placed it in his nightstand. Green put on a pair of soft cotton lounging pants and a white wife beater. Damn, he was gorgeous. "Chris, please." Rux looked impatiently at him. Green came over to the chair and squatted in front of him, resting both hands on his thighs. "The DA will let her plead guilty to possession only if she agrees to spend her 18-month sentence in a rehab facility in Albany. She has to attend parenting classes as well. And," Green stood up, "there will be a restraining order in place." "For who?" Rux stood with him. "For you. She's not to have any contact with you until she's clean. That was my condition." Green crossed his arms over his chest as if daring him to disagree. "You did all this for me?" Rux said quietly, standing close to Green, close enough to breathe in his scent. Green walked them backwards until the back of his legs hit the mattress. He didn't push him down. Instead, he put his hand on Rux's shoulder and guided him to sit on the edge of the bed. He tipped his chin up with his thumb and pointer finger. "I'll do anything for you. Don't you know that by now? Just like I know there's nothing you wouldn't do for me." Rux looked up at this magnificent man. "You know I would." Green smiled. "Are you satisfied with my decision? You wanted your mom clean, right?" Rux held on to Green's narrow waist. "Yes, I'm very satisfied. I think this is what she needs. Thank you so much for doing that. I know you're not her biggest fan, but honestly, she was good once. I'm glad you believed me." I love to see you smiling like that. And I love it even more that I'm the one that helped put that smile there." Green straddled Rux's legs and sat down on his lap. "I don't know how I can thank you for doing all this," Rux murmured, kissing Green gently on his chin. He nuzzled in the crook of Green's neck, losing himself in the smooth, citrusy scent that lingered there. Green began to wind his hips slowly, and Rux leaned back on his elbows, tilting and rocking his pelvis in rhythm with Green's. "I know a way for you to show your appreciation," Green winked. "Oh yeah? What's that?" Rux panted, his cock already fully erect. Green shook his head no. "No, babe. I'm going to wait to collect my thank you." He leaned down and kissed Rux with passion and excitement. Rux wrapped his arms around Green's back, pressing their firm chests together. "Damn, I can't wait to get you back up here alone," Green said with a teasing smile. Rux chased after his mouth, wanting more kisses, more tongue, more tasting. "Always so eager, baby. I'm going to give you all you can handle tonight," Green promised, kissing him again. They slowed the intensity of the kiss, now lapping languidly at each other's mouths. Rux moaned, gripping the back of Green's neck to keep him from pulling away. He thrust up again, wanting Green to touch, stroke him, anything to extinguish the fire he felt below his belt. "Are you going to fuck me?" Rux asked, his voice betraying him, revealing his nervousness. Green licked his jaw. "Is that what you want? Do you think you're ready for that?" Rux took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "I don't know. I just know I want more. I want to satisfy you as much as you satisfy me." "You do satisfy me. You have no idea. The things you let me do to you make me feel so fucking good. And trust me, I have no problem voicing what I want. I do want you, Rux. I have for a long time, but there's no rush. I have some plans for us tonight. But we're going to take things slow. I want you completely comfortable with whatever we do, and I promise it's going to be satisfying for both of us." Rux reached up, tangling his hands in Green's messy hair, and pulled him back down to his mouth. The small grunt he made was swallowed hungrily. "You're so gorgeous," Rux said in between kisses. "Driving me fucking crazy." Green rutted against him, squeezing his shoulders, his biceps, while sucking up more passion marks on his neck. His tongue flicked at his stubble on his jaw as Green worked his way back up to his mouth. "Sexy fucker," Green groaned, devouring his mouth. Rux tried to still Green's powerful hips. You keep doing that, and I'm gonna come.
Hey, you guys still gonna watch the game? The first inning is almost over, Curtis yelled from just outside the door. Pizza should be here soon, too.
Damn. Talk about timing, Rux muttered.
All right, we're coming out,
Green yelled back, already up and straightening his clothes. Green placed a chaste kiss on Rux's lips, chuckling at the look of misery on his face. It'll be that much sweeter, baby. I want you now. Rux pulled at the hem of Green's shirt. You'll have me. Be patient. Chapter 20. This is so good. Green high-fived Curtis as he jumped up and down. Johnson was sliding into home plate, putting the Braves 2 runs ahead of the Cardinals. Rux pumped his fist. That's it, baby. We're contenders this season, going all the way.
Damn straight,
Curtis yelled. Hey, language, Rux admonished. While Curtis laughed his way into the kitchen, Rux turned to him. Are we going to tell him? Green took a long swig of his beer, still staring at the television.
Tell him what?
You know, Rux said in a hushed voice. Green shrugged. It's not a secret, and this isn't temporary, right? He looked at Rux for confirmation. Rux gave him an incredulous look. Green put his hands up. Okay, then, yeah, we should tell him. When? Why, babe? You want to tell him right now? Green smirked. You want to rent a plane and ride it in the sky, yell it from the Georgia Pacific Tower? Rux flipped him off, turning back to the television. All right, smartass. We'll see who's the one yelling later. Green choked on his beer. His cock liked the sound of that threat. Damn, Curtis needed to go to bed, now. Green bit his bottom lip and pressed down on the bulge in his pants. Rux's eyes were trained on that action. He saw the heat and yearning filling those soft eyes. Rux licked his lips like he wanted a taste, something stretching those plump lips. Damn, baby. Curtis came back into the room and plopped down on the couch with more chips and salsa. You staying the night, buddy? Green asked.
Probably. We got finals the rest of this week, but I got A's in those classes, so I don't have to take the finals.
Curtis patted himself on the back. Attaboy. Make some things in your life easy if you can. So you got 3 days off? Green thought for a second. Actually, you got a 5-day weekend, huh?
Heck yeah,
Curtis whooped.
So I can stay up. We can play some video games or a board game, whatever.
Rux's eyes widened and Green had to cover his laugh with a cough. If Rux was half as horny as him, he understood the horror of getting stuck playing games, using up a lot of their night hours. You may not have to get up early, but we have some business to take care of for work, so we'll probably turn in soon, okay? Green fibbed a little. Well, more like withheld some info. They did have work to do, but it wasn't until tomorrow afternoon. He just needed to get Rux upstairs soon before they both exploded.
No problem. Can I go over to Shane's then? Curtis asked, already standing up.
Green saw Rux look at his watch. It's almost 9.
I know. I'll be home by 11, Curtis pleaded.
That's right. You're not 18 yet. Curfew is at 11, not 11:01, not 11:05. 11. And come back here, don't go home that late, Rux added. Green always kinda took a back seat when it came to enforcing the rules with Curtis. He was a softie and he knew it. That's why what they had worked perfectly. For every minute you're late, that's a day I have your keys. Curtis gave a quick yes sir and scurried to grab his jacket and keys. He was out the door in seconds, leaving Green and Rux alone. Finally. You don't have to be so hard on him. He's a good kid, Green said, loading up the last of the dinner dishes. Rux leaned against the counter, watching him. That's not hard on him. Yes, he's a great kid, but he's still young and impressionable. He has to know there are consequences if he doesn't follow the few rules we have. You need to stop treating him like he's 10. Green scoffed. I don't treat him like that. Yes, you do. All you want to do is cook his favorite meals, take him to the park, and load him up with cash so he can buy whatever video game or electronic gadget he wants. Green started to disagree, but quickly closed his mouth. I'm not talking about this with you, he said instead. Rux laughed, coming up to stand close behind him. He wrapped his hands around his waist, laying tender kisses on his neck. Green leaned back into the solid warmth of Rux's chest. You don't want to talk about it because I'm right. But don't worry. We make a good team. Always have, Green agreed, turning in his arms and kissing him on that luscious mouth. As usual, it started off sweet, but the intensity ratcheted up quickly. Rux pressed him into the counter, breathing into his mouth, rubbing his erection against his thigh. I need you. Right now. Stop cleaning. Rux moaned against his cheek. Green backed his partner up, eyeing him with all the hunger that coursed through him. Damn. He'd wanted this man for so long. Those pale green eyes and lashes longer than any woman's he'd ever seen. Soft lips, contradicted by the rough, dark stubble that outlined them. Thick veins roped down his muscular arms like highways, and he wanted to ride each one. He grabbed him around his throat, pulling him into him, capturing those tantalizing lips. So sweet and indulgent. Rux let Green hold him however he wanted him. And after kissing those lips until they were raw and engorged, Green knew exactly how he wanted him. Upstairs, Green hissed. Rux looked at him for a few seconds, like his brain didn't understand the language he was speaking. Finally, he turned and made his way upstairs. Green did his usual checking of the streets below his windows before locking up and turning everything off except the light above the front door, so Curtis wouldn't bump into anything when he came in. He was so excited he took the stairs two at a time. He heard the shower running in the guest room. He thought of joining Rux, but decided to go in his own bathroom and do what he needed to, because he was not letting another night go by without having Rux's thick cock filling him. His stomach flipped at the idea, nerves trying to get the better of him. It took him a little longer than Rux, and when he came back into his room, Rux was lying in his bed with the sheet and plush gray comforter pulled up just below his navel. He looked so damn sexy, freshly cleaned, all that dark, silky hair lying down across his chest, wet from the shower. The lights were off. Only the light from the bathroom shone through the darkness. He was absolutely breathtaking, waiting there for him in his bed. Green dropped the towel he had wrapped around his waist. Now wasn't the time for modesty. His cock pointed towards what he wanted. Rux made a sweet sound of approval. He didn't sound scared, nor did he appear uncomfortable staring boldly at another man's cock. Green grasped his dick in his hand, tugged on it, teased it. He watched what he was doing, and watched for Rux's reaction. His partner's mouth was slightly open, taking in the extra oxygen he needed since he looked overwhelmed with desire. Those fucking lips. Green walked over to the edge of the bed and stood there. Rux's legs moved eagerly underneath the covers, his large dick tenting the sheets. Rux licked his lips as he stared at Green's weeping head. You want some? Green asked with a slight smirk, his voice hoarse and sexy. Rux looked up at him with unsure eyes. I do. I want to. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, but I'll sure as fuck try. Come over here. Don't worry, baby. I know what to do, Green said, guiding Rux into position. He had him lie across the bed with his head just hanging over the side in front of him. The bed was a king, and even lying sideways on it, Rux's feet hung over the other side. It put him in such an erotic position Green's balls were nestled up against Rux's nose, with his cock in perfect position. He looked down his body. He gave a shudder at the sight of his partner staring up at him, waiting for further instruction. Green drug his large palm down his chest to his groin. He gripped his balls, pressing them more firmly into Rux's face. He heard him inhale. Damn, you smell good. Rux poked his tongue out, running it down his taint, and Green went weak in the knees. Holy hell. He groaned at the small act and wondered how it packed so much pleasure. Don't move, baby. All you have to do is lie there. I'll do all the work. I just want to worship this beautiful face. Green took hold of his cock and rubbed it against Rux's scratchy cheek. It was just enough not to be painful, the bristly hairs rubbing roughly against his sensitive skin. Oh, that feels so good. Don't move. Green moved his hips as if he were fucking, his balls tapping Rux's nose while his dick slid against his cheek. Green held his base tight and rubbed the head of his cock around Rux's fleshy lips. Rux licked his lips, and Green shuddered at how they now glistened with spit. Fuck, he whispered hoarsely. Your lips drive me crazy, Mark. Did you know that? I used to dream about fucking your mouth, cuffing your hands behind your back and taking you the way I wanted. Just like now. Green hooked his thumb just inside Rux's mouth, the pad of his finger pushing against the roof of his mouth, opening him only as much as necessary. Just a little bit, baby. Open just enough. That's it, Green murmured encouragingly. He just barely thrust forward and let the head of his dick ease past Rux's slack mouth. He didn't have to open too wide. He wasn't even putting the head all the way in, just enough to feel the moisture, the warmth of Rux's mouth. Oh, God. Just enough to torture himself. Green pumped his hips, still just pushing past Rux's lips. He groaned at the feeling, his balls tingled, regardless of the fact that he was getting so little contact. The stimulation and the visual together were colossal. It was badass Mark Ruxburgh lying there vulnerable for him. Jesus. Rux's cock laid rock hard against his stomach, looking angry and neglected. He wanted to lean over and suck it into his mouth, but that was for later. Green cupped Rux's jaw, tenderly stroking him as he angled his cock head to the side and pushed his dick in a little so he was pegging Rux inside his cheek. He wasn't pressing too hard, and he could tell Rux was enjoying this by the way his legs moved restlessly and his cock twitched and leaked as he moaned. He could feel the head of his cock pushing against Rux's jaw from the outside. He rubbed his cheek harder, pushing his cock into his palm through Rux's mouth. Fuck. You like that, don't you? Green asked. Rux moaned around his head, the vibration making Green fling his head back, trying to hold off his orgasm. Oh, fuck, I know you do. You like my cock in your pretty mouth, fucking your sexy face. Rux brought his hands up and gripped the back of Green's thighs, pulling him in even closer. How that was possible is unknown. You want my balls on your face, baby? Green's voice didn't sound like his own. It was deep and sinister. It sounded possessed. Rux moaned, yes. Green knew that's what he was saying. Rux thrust his hips into the air and tilted his head back like he was trying to take in more of him. Show me, Mark. Show me you like this, Green whispered. Rux moved further to the edge, his head hanging completely off the bed in an upside-down position. He motioned for Green to spread his legs, and he did it with urgency. Once Rux was between his legs, he wasted no time shoving his tongue up into Green's sensitive balls. He jolted repeatedly from the sensation as Rux ate greedily at his taint. It felt so fucking good, enough to have Green bending over, gritting his teeth. Green pumped his hips reflexively. He held his cock in his hand, lightly stroking himself, playing with his orgasm. But Rux was bringing him so close to the edge with that hot tongue, and whether he was stroking himself or not, Green was gonna come. Rux panted his hot breath against him, taking a break from his work. Green looked down at him. His face was flushed and his entire mouth was moist and spit-slicked. Before Green could make a move, Rux had grabbed his cock and put it back in his mouth, swallowing the head and almost half his length. Fuck, Green yelled. Still conscious of Rux's lack of experience, he thrust in and out with shallow pumps. Rux was fucking the air and Green couldn't hold off another minute. He bent down and sucked Rux's entire length down his throat. He felt Rux's groan surge through his cock, clear down to his toes. Green sucked as hard as he could while he fucked Rux's mouth. There was a tad bit more teeth being used than he would have liked, but the pain was making his toes curl. His eyes shut tight at the overload of pleasure. This was beyond anything he could have fantasized about. Green used every cock-sucking skill he had and was rewarded for his efforts with a burst of pre-cum, which he quickly lapped up before slamming his face back down again. He knew Rux was about to come. Without any warning, Green pinched Rux's nipples hard and pulled up to suck aggressively at the head, ready for Rux's load. He didn't have to wait but a second. He felt Rux pull off him and yell his name for the whole block to hear. Green sucked fast to keep up with every drop Rux was shooting in his mouth. It was salty and sweet and slid down his throat with ease. He wanted more. Damn, he wanted to make Rux come all night. He wanted that hot cum deep inside him. He rose and fell with Rux's chest as he came back down from his orgasm. Green rubbed his own cheek against Rux's fine hairs as if he was trying to rub the man's scent onto him. He groaned when he felt Rux's tongue lapping at his balls again. He hadn't come yet, and he was harder than ever now. He sat up and stared down at Rux. "Get up on the bed," he ordered. "I want you to come," Rux argued, reaching for him. "Oh, don't worry, I will. But I have something else in mind. Now get your ass up there." Green opened his nightstand drawer and pulled out his lube and a condom. He looked hesitantly at the small foil wrapper. He wanted Rux bare and hot inside him. He'd always used condoms, always. But using one with Rux just seemed wrong. "Are you sure?" Rux was watching him debate with himself. Green climbed onto the bed and stretched out on top of Rux's large body. "It's up to you. I'll be honest, I don't want to use one." Rux grinned at him. "But you have gonorrhea." Green rolled his eyes and dipped down to bite Rux's nipple, stopping his laughter. "Ow, fuck!" "Then shut the fuck up. You know damn well I'm clean, and I know you are too. I think we're fine. If we're doing this, just us." Green saw the seriousness in Rux's eyes now. He lowered his head until his tongue barely touched those flushed pink lips. He stroked back and forth over them as Rux opened his mouth and teased him back. "You taste better than I thought you would, too." Rux's voice was gravelly when he responded. "Damn, why'd it take me this long?" Green didn't respond. Rux didn't comment anymore. It wasn't a question that needed an answer. They just weren't going to waste any more time. Chapter 21. From Heaven to Oh No. Rux thrust back against Green. Damn, he was making him feel so fucking good. He laid there on his back, panting and writhing beneath his partner. He'd already come one time. Now he was hard and aching again. Already. "He's gonna kill me." Green sat up, straddling his lower body. "I fucking need you, Mark. I need you inside me." Green moved his hips as he begged for him. Rux sat up, wrapping his arms around Green's back. He held his neck and pulled him down for another searing kiss while he thrust up into him from the bottom. "You got me. Tell me how to make love to you," Rux whispered against Green's neck, darting his tongue out to lick at his protruding Adam's apple. Green pushed until they were lying back down. He rolled off him and picked up the lube. Rux positioned himself on his side, watching carefully and sort of feeling useless. He dipped down to place open-mouthed kisses on Green's large chest, spending extra time on the flat, round disc, sucking one of them until his nipple was perky and red. Green's moans were absolutely sinful, and he was turning him on even more. Green grabbed Rux's hand and poured a glop of the lube on his 2 fingers. Rux looked at him with a clueless expression, his hand suspended in the air, the lube dripping down onto Green's chest. He felt like an idiot. Green smiled sweetly at him and moved his hand down until it was positioned behind his balls. Green kept his hand over Rux's, kept guiding him. "I need to get ready, babe." Green spread his legs wide, and Rux's cock jumped at the sight he made. His vision was filled with the man he was completely falling head over heels in love with. Chris Green spread wide for him, that tight, dark hole winking at him. Fuck. He felt Green pushing on his finger, pushing it into his body. Rux's stomach began to flutter as he caught on to what he was supposed to do and began to slowly push in. Green grunted when he'd worked his finger in halfway. He stilled, watching Green's facial expressions. His eyes were closed and his brow crumpled as he licked at his parted lips, his hot breath ghosting over Rux's cheek. Rux's eyes were half open while he thought of the tightness that was squeezing the hell out of his finger. How the fuck was his cock getting in there? This just wasn't possible. He tried to push more, but it felt like it wasn't going in any further. Last thing he'd want to do was hurt this man. He'd refuse. "Chris," Rux whispered with a shakiness that matched his nerves, "I don't think my dick will fit in here. I don't want to hurt you." Green opened his eyes a little more, focusing on Rux's face. His forehead was still clenched, but his eyes had taken on a twinkling glint of mischief, his mouth twitching to hide his smile. "It won't fit?" "No, I can't fit." Rux moved his finger out an inch, then back in a couple as if proving his point. "Well, what are we gonna do then? Your big massive cock won't fit in my tiny little hole. In all the history of gay fucking, Mark Ruxburg has the only cock that can't fit in an asshole because it's so goddamn huge," Green said in mock amazement. Rux buried his embarrassed face in Green's wild hair, unable to stop his own laugh. "You're a bastard." "You're worried about nothing." Green calmed his laughing, nudging Rux to look at him. "It's going to fit. It's going to feel great, and you won't hurt me, I promise. Your cock is the perfect size for me, and I can't wait to have it filling me up." He kissed Rux passionately, getting them back in the mood. Rux pushed his finger back in again, this time pushing through the tightness. "Twist it a little," Green panted. Rux rotated his hand until his palm was facing up. This was more comfortable for him, and from the looks of it, more comfortable for Green, too. His brow smoothed out and his hand went to his semi-erect cock. "More." Rux had pushed in some more, just a mere inch, when Green took his hand and pushed until his finger couldn't go any farther. "Fuck." "Fuck," they both grunted with a harsh breath. "Are you okay?" Rux asked him, his own throat scratchy with desire. Green's ass was just as hot as last night, possibly hotter. "Yes. Need to feel the burn. Fucking love it." Green slowly wound his hips, working Rux's finger in and out of him. He watched Green work his cock, pumping himself with long, languid movements. Rux pushed his finger in deep and Green yelled out his name. He startled, hoping that was a good cry and not a bad one. "Fuck, keep going, keep doing that, babe," Green groaned, working his cock faster. Rux began to pump Green's ass like he did last night. He saw the clear bead of cum on the head of Green's cock and quickly bent down to suck it off. Green hissed and arched up into him. "Fuck yeah, Mark. That's it, baby, just like that. Get me ready so I can fuck you good." God damn it. Dirty-mouthed fucker. Rux knew he was doing it right. He kept sucking on the head, trying to concentrate on not gagging while finger-fucking his man at the same time. He wanted more of those sexy reactions, more of that filthy mouth, more of Green moaning, groaning, those nasty curses of his turning into whimpering sighs. "More, give me more. Use 2 fingers now. Green keened. Rux pushed in the second, just letting the tip in. All the way, Green growled. Make me feel it. Damn. Who knew his partner was a pain slut? He let the head of Green's cock slip from his lips and bent lower to lap at his balls, while he pushed both fingers deep inside that searing canal. Green cursed loud, but Rux knew now not to stop. He drove both of them in and out, and he was ultra-sensitive to Green's hole giving more and more. Green pulled his fingers out of him, hissing as he did. Got some thick fucking fingers, babe. I'm ready. Can't wait anymore. Rux was aggressively rolled on his back and yanked and pulled until he was lying in the center, with his head propped up on 2 pillows. The sheer strength of his partner roughly handling him in bed had him squeezing the base of his dick. Don't you dare fucking come, Green barked at him as he picked up the lube bottle and poured some on his own fingers, reaching around himself to coat his hole. Rux's chest was heaving up and down. This was all so damn exciting and scary. He was going to fuck his best friend, a man that meant everything to him, who he'd give his life for. He was now his partner, his best friend, and his lover. Green settled on top of him and rubbed his crease over Rux's hard length. It was slick and warm. That long, hard cock bobbed in front of him, leaking onto Rux's stomach. He squeezed his eyes shut, concentrating on forcing back his orgasm. If this was a chick, he probably wouldn't have any problem holding off. But Green was something different, something special. He'd wanted to be with him like this for so long, now the anticipation was getting to be too much for him. He tried to breathe in through his nose and out through his mouth. Yeah, right. He'd end up suffocating. Green leaned down and placed the sweetest, most tender kiss he'd ever had in his life on his cheek, on the corner of his mouth, and finally on his lips. You mean the world to me, you know that? Everything that's good in my life has something to do with you. I don't know why we waited, but I'm glad the wait is over. Green kissed him while lining up Rux's cock to his hole. He slid down on it, the head of his dick just popping past that tight ring. Rux gritted his teeth. Holy fucking hell. Green's ass was swallowing him steadily, whispering his name over and over in his ear. Damn, Green was making him feel things he'd never thought imaginable. His dick was so constricted it made his eyes cross. Chris, Jesus. I know, babe. Fits like a glove, Green said cheekily, sitting up on Rux's cock. Green rose slowly and went back down even slower. Rux could feel every contour and curve inside his partner. His heart clenched and his chest tightened at getting to know Green in the most intimate way. In a way that no one else ever would. Green was a keeper. Push up into me, Mark. Make me feel you. I want to feel you while I sleep. I want to feel you tomorrow. When I walk, I want to think of you, Green groaned. Rux placed his feet flat on the bed, held tight to Green's waist and thrust up into him. Green yelled out to him, begging for more, encouraging him to fuck him harder. Rux's thighs trembled as he pushed his aching cock up into Green until he was out of control. Green growled, whined, and slammed back down on him with a wildness he'd never seen. His harsh tone and vulgar words were exciting him to no end, pulling Rux so close to the edge. Rux growled and fucked him back, fucked him as hard as Green demanded. So much for not fitting. He didn't think anything fit more perfectly. By the time he was finished, he'd make sure Green's ass curved to his cock. Rux pushed the back of his head into the plush down pillow. His neck muscles corded taut and strained tight as he put in hard physical work. His body was on fire, his dick engulfed in a skin-tight pulsing inferno. Throbbing for release, begging for pleasure that could only be obtained from a place deep inside his lover. Green fell down to him, his body racking with tremors. Rux rolled them, going on pure instinct, doing what felt oh so natural. He pulled Green's leg up, propping it on his shoulder, The other he held in the crease behind his knee, keeping him splayed open. Rux didn't need to use his hand to guide his cock back to that greedy hole. His dick knew what it wanted. He tilted his pelvis and pushed back in, not stopping until his balls were nestled against the soft fur of Green's ass. Oh, fuck. Rux sighed heavily. Green placed his hands on Rux's face and pulled him close to him. Rux covered Green's body, his muscles battling with his partner's, their sweat-slicked skin sliding deliciously against each other's. They were calmer now. That initial urgent thirst for penetration was quenched. Rux replaced those fast, shallow pumps with slow, long strokes, pulling out to the tip, then gliding back in as if they had all the time in the world. Yes, Mark. Green's dark eyes shone brightly. That's it. Right there, baby. Like me long-dicking you like that? Fuck yeah, Green said, his hands gone from Rux's cheeks, now holding on to his own blushed cock, stroking himself with both hands. Gonna make me come. You know your place, don't you, Chris? Underneath me, stretched nice and wide. Rux said with conviction, and his own statement had him about there himself, ready to reach his final destination on that road to pleasure. Come for me, Chris. Get it. Want to see you come hard for me again. Green's hands worked faster, his ass clenching him tighter, those muscles rippling, milking Rux's cock as if it knew what it could give. He wanted to give it, too. Wanted to come deep inside Green, claiming him as his. He may be more experienced than him, but no one had been able to do Green bare. Only Rux. Green's slippery hole squeezed him hard, holding him tighter than a business handshake. Green loosed a keening groan as he clung to Rux's shoulders, his cum shooting from him in long arcs of white, creamy satisfaction. Oh God, Mark, fuck! Rux lost himself as Green's energy transferred into him, through him. He'd made his lover come, and it was good. He'd made it damn good for him. He wouldn't even let Green catch his breath. He pulled out and slammed back in again, his orgasm rising, the pleasure building each time he heard his skin slap against Green's fine ass. He stroked fast, then double-timed like he couldn't wait another minute to get his nut. Shit. Sweat poured down his taut body, slicking his dark hair to his chest. Green's eyes were wide, watching him in awe. He pulled him down to him and kissed him brutally. Growled in Rux's mouth, opened his legs wide, and wrapped them around his broad back. Rux kept stroking him, his orgasm stubborn as fuck. It was at the door, but refusing to leave his body. It teased him, drove him mad. Then it became too much to bear. He and Green grabbed, licked, and sucked until they fucked the covers off the bed, until the pillows were on the floor, until fucking took on a life of its own. Fucked until everything was crazy, until love-making was long behind them and hard fucking was all they could do. Until they were fucking like beasts. Green was hard again, his hand back flying up and down his cock, chasing that ecstasy just like Rux was. You motherfucker, Green groaned. Fucking come. Then Rux was coming harder than ever. Moaning and coming, talking to God like it was the first service on Easter Sunday. His body shook hard in that confined heat. Never in his life had he felt such all-encompassing pleasure. His head throbbed along with his spurting cock. He barely registered Green's hoarse shout, and his legs snapping ramrod straight as his cock shot one stream of pearly fluid up his chest, the rest running leisurely down his palm. Fuck, he murmured against the side of Rux's face. He'd come again. Twice, in a matter of minutes. Rux was working on not hyperventilating and slowing his breathing. He hissed as his dick slid from inside its heaven. He had a vague understanding of what was going on. His chest heaved as he crushed his lover into the soft mattress. He couldn't put up a fight when Green pushed him off him. Pushed him like he couldn't take any more. Rux chuckled with pride. You said make you feel it tomorrow, he panted. Asshole, Green mumbled. Oh yeah, he had no doubt he'd feel that pounding the rest of the week. But damn, he couldn't have asked for anything better. He was good and fucked out. At some point during their recouping, they must have fallen asleep. They were both butt naked on a bare mattress. Green could hear something ticking or knocking, he wasn't sure. His head was fuzzy and his ass was pleasantly sore. He smiled and rolled until he bumped into the long slab of muscle snoring softly next to him. He rubbed his hand up and down Rux's back until he finally began to stir. Tap, 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 tap. Yeah, he called out groggily, his voice rough with sleep. He looked over at the clock on the nightstand. It read 10 minutes after midnight. It's me. Green was more awake now. Curtis's voice was soft, and he was barely able to hear him. Are you just getting in? 'Cause if so, you're in big trouble, Rux mumbled. Green slapped his hand to his forehead. Well, Curtis sure as hell knew about them now. No, I got in on time. I was, sleeping. Can one of you take me to the hospital? Green was already up, yanking on his lounging pants. He flung the door open, looking Curtis up and down. Are you okay? Curtis flung himself against Green's bare chest, holding on to him for dear life. No. The hospital just called. My mom died. Chapter 22. Please Don't Take My Heart. They all sat in the family room of the hospital, waiting on the funeral director to come and pick up Curtis's mom. Curtis sat in one of the chairs with his head buried in Green's shoulder. Green had both his arms around him tightly, while he talked with Day. His lieutenants had met them there shortly after Green had brought Curtis back upstairs from viewing the body. It was only an hour until Ro, Sin, Fury, and Vicky had showed up. Everyone loved Curtis. They'd make sure he got through this. Although his mom had been fighting her kidney disease for many years, and Curtis had said his goodbyes, a child was never really prepared for their parent to die. Vicky knelt down in front of Curtis and tried to offer him some juice and graham crackers, but he only nestled further into Green, sobbing quietly. It's gonna be okay, buddy. We're all right here for you, Green whispered to him. Curtis didn't move. He didn't speak, and it was tearing Green apart. How could his wonderful night have ended like this? He silently chastised himself for being selfish. This wasn't about him. This was about Curtis. A stocky woman came into the room, accompanied by two of the nurses that Curtis had become very familiar with over the months his mom had been a patient on the nephrology wing. They looked uncomfortable. Green eyed them carefully. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Curtis, Ms. Masters from the Department of Social Services is here to speak to you, the timid nurse said quietly. Rux stood up, crossing his arms over his large chest. God and Day did the same. They stood in front of Curtis like bodyguards. What about? Rux demanded, his voice taking on a hard edge. The nurses looked around nervously, but Ms. Masters didn't flinch. Curtis, she called a little louder, peering around all of them, seeking out Curtis's face. Green still held him as Curtis raised his head, slowly wiping his eyes. Yes, I'm Curtis. Curtis, I'm Ms. Masters, but you're welcome to call me Rose. I'm from the Atlanta Department of Human Services Children and Families Division. I want to extend my deepest condolences to you. I'm so sorry for... We accept. Now, if you'll excuse us, Curtis would like to go home. He has a lot to process right now. Here's my card. If you have any questions, you can call me. Rux cut off anything else Ms. Masters was going to say and handed her his card. She quickly took it and stuffed it in her briefcase while keeping her attention on Curtis. Where is home, Curtis? She asked, still not threatened by Rux's bravado. Home with us, Rux answered for Curtis again. We're his family. Ms. Masters huffed and finally looked in Rux's direction. Are you biological family, sir? Are any of you biological family? She looked around, making eye contact with every one of them, none of them able to give the answer that would help Curtis. Green had a sinking feeling he knew what was going on. He closed his eyes and said a silent prayer. How could this night go from best ever to worse and finally to fucking disastrous? "Curtis, how old are you?" she asked in a tone Green assumed was her polite but don't you dare tell me a lie voice. "Why are you asking questions you already know the answer to?" God snapped. "Get on with it." "Curtis, you're 17 years old, and according to the state of Georgia, you are still a minor. Your only living guardian has passed away. I'm going to have to take you with me." Right then, two very large men dressed in suits came in wearing human services badges just like Ms. Masters. Curtis's head snapped back to Green's sorrowful gaze. He shook his head back and forth rapidly. "What? No, I have my own house. I pay the bills. I have for years. I'll be 18 in 4 months," Curtis said hurriedly, cowering into Green's body. "Lady, you try to take this kid away, and I'm going to rip your fucking arms off and beat the shit out of you with them," Rux barked. Sin, Fury, and Roe were at Rux's side in minutes, ready to hold him back. Because even though Ms. Masters was a woman and Rux was a cop, they all believed at that moment Rux just might be capable of throwing all the rules out the window to protect Curtis. "Shh, it's okay, Curtis. I'll handle this." Green stood with Curtis plastered to his body. He still stood behind God and Day as he spoke to her. "Ma'am, I'm Detective Christopher Green with the Atlanta Police Department. The men in front of me are my direct supervisors and also Curtis's employers, currently overseeing his internship. We've been a makeshift family for Curtis for 3 years. He really needs our support to help him get through this very trying time. I'm sure you understand." Green paused, hoping she'd agree, but her face was stoic and her enforcers were poised to act. "Curtis can stay with me at my home like he does most nights. You are more than welcome to come by and check things out. I'll be sure he continues with school and work." "I'm sorry, Detective Green, but it doesn't work like that. If you want to assume temporary placement of the minor, you'll have to fill out the paperwork, go through the state-required protocol, and complete the required assessment." "How long will that take?" Green's eyes pleaded. 6 to 8 weeks, she said emotionlessly. "No," Curtis sobbed, breaking down in his arms. The room exploded in an uproar. Master's men didn't know which way to turn. Rux had to be practically carried out by Roe, Sin, and Fury. God and Day were still in front of them, throwing out every suggestion they could think of. Green fully turned and enfolded Curtis in his arms. He let all the noise and chaos fade into the background. His eyes flooded with tears as Curtis begged him repeatedly not to let them take him. Green rested his chin on top of Curtis's soft blonde hair, stroking his back tenderly. "Listen to me. Listen to me, Curtis," Green said, just loud enough for him to hear. "You're gonna have to go with them." "No," Curtis bawled. "Let's just go. Let's just run." He pulled Curtis back to arm's length so he could look him in his eyes, showing him his sincerity. "No, I'm not going to kidnap you, but believe me, I'm going to come get you out of there. And it's not going to take weeks. You know us." He tilted Curtis's sad face up. "You know me. You know God and Day. We don't fail. I'm not going to fail you. I'm not going to lie to you. I will get you out of there. Fast. But for right now, I want you to go with them. Quietly and respectfully. Be the man that I know you are. It fucking kills me that I can't be there for you tonight. But I want you to be strong. Be strong for your mom. Be strong for me. Give us a little while to make some calls, okay? I'll be over to see you later this morning, I promise." Curtis slowly nodded his head. Green pulled him back into him again, squeezing him tightly, his own tears falling down. He felt so damn useless. The time that Curtis needed him the most, he wasn't going to be able to be there. He'd been there when he needed help with his driving test. He'd been there when bullies bothered him at school. He'd been there for him with his first crush and his first heartbreak. He'd been there all through his mom's ups and downs. But when his mother died, he had to let him go. Fuck. Ms. Masters, Curtis is ready. Green released Curtis, keeping one reassuring hand on his shoulder. He parted God and Day, ignoring their hurt and angry expressions. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, they had no power to fight the DHS, right now. Ms. Masters' goons stepped up, like they were going to pull Curtis along. God stepped in their path. He stood tall, his full 6'4" height topping the men's measly 6 feet. He's old enough to fucking walk. Don't put one goddamn hand on him. If he tells me anyone touched him, I'll make sure you see me again. It was more than obvious the guys didn't like God's threats or his intimidation, but they stepped back nonetheless. Ms. Masters moved to the side and let Curtis walk out the door in front of her. He gave Green one final look before the door closed behind them. Green wanted to lose his shit. His chest tightened from the immense pain as he struggled to breathe, but breaking down wasn't going to help his best buddy. He dropped down in the chair, letting his head fall into his hands. He just needed to take a couple deep breaths, then he'd be able to move. He felt a soft hand rub small circles on his back. He lifted his head and saw Vicky's sad, watery eyes focused on him. "Oh, Chris, I'm so sorry. I know how special Curtis is to you." Green took her hand from his back and gently kissed her palm before placing it in her lap. His throat was too sore to thank her. He stood and faced his lieutenants. "Day," he croaked. "Tell me we can fix this." "You're fucking right we can fix it," Day growled back, clamping a heavy palm on his shoulder, steadying him. Just that quick, Green felt a small ember of relief start to warm him. God was a badass in every right, but Day was a doer, and he was smart as fuck. Everyone loved him. Loved his charm, loved his sense of humor, loved his commitment and dedication to Atlanta. Day had judges, clerks, city officials, all of them willing to do him favors at the drop of a hat. And immediately, Day went into doer mode. "Vicky, get everyone to the office. Tell IT to pull up every contact we have at DHS, the City Department of Child Advocacy, and I need a guardian ad litem appointed to Curtis ASAP. Tell Sen to get someone over to Curtis's house to get his important papers, his mom's will, her life insurance policy, whatever they can get, and find me a goddamn judge that can sign a temporary guardianship order yesterday." Day snapped out, his mind no doubt working 1,000 miles a minute. Vicky acknowledged his order by bolting out the door with her cell phone in her hand. Day was looking through his cell phone, quietly telling them what his plan was when Rux walked back into the room looking devastated and embarrassed. Green was upset about Rux bailing on him, but he understood. Green wanted to go apeshit himself, but one of them had to be there for Curtis. Rux stood in front of him, his red-rimmed eyes puffy and irritated. "I'm so fucking sorry. I don't even... Shut up." "I know." Green let Rux pull him into a tight hug. He sank into Rux's warmth, finally releasing a much-needed breath. This was his rock. He'd been strong for Curtis, which took every ounce of strength he had. Now he needed someone to lean on. Rux kissed his neck, whispering quiet words of encouragement to him. God's strong southern drawl broke up their contact. "All right, let's move it. Standing here hugging ain't gonna get shit done. Let's get back to the office. It's gonna be a long morning." Chapter 23. I Need Results Now. Sheila Carpenter, one of the DHS department supervisors, sat in their office with a shitload of paperwork for Green to fill out to take temporary custody of Curtis. She was a friend of Day's. He'd helped her sort out some drug charges against a couple kids housed at the foster center a few years back. She promised to help them as much as she legally could, but Green would still need to be cleared criminally, which of course wouldn't be a problem, and also meet all of their guidelines. That was the part that had him terrified. Sheila would be able to move for emergency placement on the grounds that it would cause Curtis severe emotional distress to be removed from his normal environment and only source of moral support in his time of bereavement. The guardian ad litem that had been appointed by her to protect Curtis's best interests was backing up that statement. Most of the department seemed satisfied that everything would work out in their favor. Everything else had taken a back seat while they focused on getting their Curtis back. While no one was saying it, they all knew what a boys' group home could be like. It wasn't a place Curtis could handle. He was small, sweet, and despite the hardships he'd faced, he generally believed there was good in everything, good in people. So innocent and naive to the harsh cruelties of the world. Green couldn't help but notice Day's frustration as he waited to hear back from one of the juvenile and domestic relations court judges. They would need the order signed as soon as it was drafted. Unfortunately, getting in front of a judge at J&DR was like trying to cut in line at the DMV. It was damn near impossible. Rux sat beside him, making suggestions and answering questions Green didn't know the answer to, especially when it came to Curtis's schooling and what Green envisioned for Curtis's future. As soon as Green finished a section, Sheila would take it and immediately enter it into their system, speeding things along exponentially. His leg bounced nervously under his desk. It was after 8 o'clock. He'd promised Curtis he'd be back in the morning to check on him. He felt Rux's hand on his knee, holding it still. "Babe, relax. Come on, concentrate. We still got a bit more to go," Rux said, flipping over to the next sheet. Fuck. They wanted to know everything from his goddamn blood type to his favorite food to his fucking childhood pet. Green ran his hand through his hair for the 100th time. Fuck, he hissed through clenched teeth. What if they don't give him to me? What if they say my job is too dangerous or I don't have a wife? Shit. What if they say I can't have him because I don't have any parenting skills? Rux dropped his pen and cupped Green's jaw. Heads were turning, watching them, and so were Sheila and the appointed guardian ad litem. Green needed to get his grip. He couldn't let them see him freaking out. How could he handle a teenage, almost grown young man if he couldn't handle filling out some forms? Green stared into Rux's beautiful eyes, trying to focus on what he was saying. "Babe, calm down. You'll get him. It's practically a done deal. We got 2 children's services specialists ready to stand up for you in court and say that you are the best thing for Curtis right now. No judge will argue against it. You're not some Joe Schmo walking in off the street requesting a kid. You've practically been Curtis's caregiver and guardian for 3 years. This is just making it official. All you have to do is finish the papers, okay? This is all just a formality. Curtis is coming home soon," Rux said softly, picking up the pen and putting it back in his hand. "As soon as you calm down and finish this." Rux leaned in and kissed his temple when he got back to writing. They didn't worry about anyone seeing their affection. Green had been honest about his sexual orientation, refusing to get caught in any deceit. But thankfully, Sheila informed them that factor was not going to be a hindrance in any way. When they'd finished all the forms, the stack looked like the damn yellow pages. Everything was entered and being processed. "Now, I'm going to check on the status of your home visit. Something should be scheduled by now. If they couldn't get someone that fast, then I'll do it myself." God nodded his approval and sat back in his chair watching Sheila work. Day was still on the phone with the courts. Green gnawed his fingernails down to the nubs as he paced back and forth in their large office. He glanced up at the clock again. It was 10:15. Shit. I need to go see him now. He's probably watching out the window for me. Green's heart raced, worrying that he was letting Curtis down. He texted his mom to see where she was on getting his house situated. She and his stepdad were setting up Curtis a room fit for a teenager, equipped with a new bed, not a futon, new dressers already filled with his clothes and personal items that Roe, Fury, and several other members of their team had helped to get over there from his house, a brand new television and Bose stereo system. There were pictures and posters pinned up on the walls of things Curtis loved. Rux said he was going overboard, but he ignored him, as usual when it came to Curtis. Everyone on their team had also chipped in financially. Now his mom was cleaning along with his part-time maid, trying to get his place perfect. As soon as he told his mom what he was doing with Curtis, she immediately flew into action, coming to his aid as always. His mom adored Curtis, Every time Green took him over to her house for dinner or to help with some project around the house, she cooed over his innocent baby blue eyes, his cute boyish charm, his maturity, and most of all, his pretty face surrounded by soft blonde hair. His mom texted him back saying that they were almost done and she was getting ready to go grocery shopping. He let out a small exhale before turning his attention to Vicky. She was at the conference table going through all of Curtis's records and papers. She'd been in contact with the funeral home, making all the arrangements according to his mom's specifications. When Curtis came home, he'd be able to grieve for his parent like a child should. He kissed her on her cheek after getting that update and told her he was on his way to see Curtis. She cupped her hand over the phone's mouthpiece and whispered to him, "Okay, tell him I love him." He waved his hand in acknowledgement. He grabbed his keys and sunglasses, getting ready to leave when Day called out to him, stopping him before he could get to the door. "Okay, good news is we got a judge. I'd spoke with Judge Clipson's clerk early this morning, filling her in on the situation. She just called back and said the judge would see them in chambers and sign off on the temporary order if DHS and the Guardian were in agreement on the placement." Day smiled broadly. Green really breathed a sigh of relief now. Rux grabbed him and hugged him tightly. "I told you he was coming home," he whispered in his ear, kissing his cheek tenderly. "Day, man, thank you so much." Green went to hug Day. "So what time do we head over to the courthouse? Because I wanted to go see Curtis soon." "That's the thing," Day huffed, and Green's stomach fluttered with nerves. "The judge is out today. Judge Clipson won't be able to see us until 8 tomorrow morning." "Fuck!" Green yelled, startling several people. "I promised him." "Come on, Day. Is there no one that can see us today? No one?" Rux put his hands on Green's shoulders, rubbing at the tension, but he aggressively knocked Rux's hands off him. Day put his hands up, trying to calm him down. "You know I've been on that phone for the last 4 hours, scrounging us up a judge. There is no one that can see us today. The dockets are flooded in J&DR. You know that. 8 a.m. is not bad. I know you promised him, and you are following through on that promise. You told him you'd get him out fast, and you are." Green growled, balling his hands into fists like he was ready to punch something. Rux turned him around to face him. "Get your ass together. We need to go see Curtis now, and you can't see him if you're acting like a fucking lunatic. If you're panicking, he'll panic." Green took a few deep breaths, knowing his partner was right. He wasn't seeing logic. Day had worked a miracle as always, getting the paperwork pushed through all the red tape. Getting them in front of a judge within 24 hours was spectacular, and Green had practically ripped his head off, saying it wasn't good enough. He dug his hands into his tired eyes, speaking softly. "I'm sorry, Lieutenant. Sorry for acting like an ass. I really appreciate all your hard work. You came through like you always do, man. Forgive me. Hey, we're all in this together. We're all feeling the pain with Curtis not being here. But we also know you're feeling it the worst." Day gave him a one-armed hug. "Now go on and see him. Tell him he'll be home tomorrow. Say it with confidence." God stood and came over to him. "Sheila said you have a mandatory home visit scheduled at 2 today and one scheduled at 7 tomorrow." "Morning," Green and Rux both said in unison. God looked towards Sheila and the Guardian ad litem as they packed up their things to leave. "No, tomorrow evening, a social worker will come and sit for a meeting with you and Curtis." "Oh, fuck," Green groaned. He poised like he was going to ask Sheila a question, but God put up his hand to stop him. Don't even think about canceling or trying to reschedule it. It'll seem like you're putting your job over Curtis," God whispered the best he could. "I can't miss the fucking bust, man. We've been working on this case to take Chains down for years. Besides, the captain will have my ass," Green said, stressing the last part. "Let me handle that. You're home tomorrow, and be ready for that meeting. We're not about to do anything to jeopardize Curtis coming back home. We'll make this work. I can get a few extra guys from SWAT. Besides, I don't think it's going to get messy. I can do without one of my enforcers for one bust." God didn't wait for him to agree or disagree. He turned and left the office. It was settled. He desperately wanted to be there to see chains go down. He really did. But he wanted to see his boy at home way more. His boy. Chapter 24. Foster Home or the Bates Motel? Rux sat in one of the uncomfortable plastic chairs in the visiting room waiting for Curtis to come in. The boy's home looked just like any other home. It was in a nice enough neighborhood, but the houses were at least 60 or more years old. There was a small park about a block up with a basketball court and a baseball diamond. If he'd known that was there, he would have brought their gloves and a ball. The house looked big enough to have maybe 5 or 6 bedrooms. Really no telling how many boys they packed into each one. They'd walked up onto the rickety wraparound porch and rung the bell. A stocky woman came to the door with a paisley print apron tied around her waist, eyeing them carefully. They were in their regular clothes, but the guns and badges were probably unnerving. "Can I help you, officers?" she said, still not opening the screen. "I'm Chris Green, and this is Mark Ruxburg. We should be on the visiting list to see Curtis Jackson," Green said quickly. He was craning his neck to see past her, trying to see what all the commotion was that could be heard coming from the farther side of the house. Rux could hear some guys yelling back and forth, and while he couldn't quite make out the words, it sounded hostile. "I need to see your IDs," she said sternly. They both held out their badges along with their picture identification for her. After her beady eyes focused on them for several seconds, she shut the door without a word, leaving them standing there, staring at a wooden door. "What the fuck?" Green snapped. "Hold on. I think she's probably going to check the list, or she's going to call Curtis down to see us." "Outside?" Green said incredulously. "Babe, I don't know. Just calm down. We don't want Curtis to see you upset." Rux was still rubbing Green's shoulders when the woman flung the door back open. She gave them a skeptical, slightly baffled look before unlatching the screen and holding it open for them. The commotion had died down by the time they entered the house. "You can wait in there. You're allowed to visit for 1 hour. Lunch is at noon. If he wants to eat, he can't be late," she said, turning to leave. "Can we take him out to eat?" Green asked hopefully. "None of the residents can leave the premises without prior written approval," she said loudly. Rux saw Green grinding his teeth, trying to tamp down his anger. "Yes, ma'am," Rux said, wanting her to move along and get Curtis. "Can we go up and get him?" Green asked, stepping towards the door. The look she gave them had Rux standing and moving closer to his partner. "We'll wait here," he said, before she could answer them with a negative response. She left, closing the door solidly behind her. "Bitch," Green hissed. Rux put his arms over Green's shoulders, pulling him against his body. "I know this fucking sucks, but it'll be over soon," Rux whispered against his temple, stroking his large hands up and down Green's arms. They stood there, still quietly holding and consoling each other when the door opened. The heavy-set greeter was standing there, her gaze riveted on something down the hall. Rux's heart jumped as he waited for his friend to turn the corner and come inside. His face dropped when he heard the voices of several older kids laughing, walking by, teasing. "Oh, looky, fag boy's got company already." Green's body vibrated instantly beneath his touch. His eyes the color of black granite and simmering with his anger. "What the fuck is going?" Green's voice dropped as Curtis turned the corner and stepped inside the room, searching frantically for them. His usual bright blue eyes were bloodshot red and wide with either fear or possibly shock. His hair was a disheveled, tangled mess, and his skin was so pale he was ashen. It literally looked like the beautiful spirit that was Curtis had been sucked right out of him. The shirt he'd left in very early this morning had a tear in the collar like someone had yanked him by it, which was most likely the case since he had an angry bruise on his cheek and a dark mark under his left eye. "Green!" Curtis almost stepped on the evil house mom as he ran into Green's arms, wrapping his thin arms around his waist, crying uncontrollably into his chest. "Please take me home." Rux could see the pain in Green's eyes. but overshadowing it was his rage. Rux walked up to the woman still holding the door, practically standing on top of her. What the hell happened to him? Who were those kids? Are they responsible for this? Sir, I can't release the names of the minors, she said back with confidence. Oh yes, you damn well will, or you're going to be held personally responsible. Someone's been beating on him. I demand to know who, Rux yelled in her face. Sir, I will have to ask you to leave if you don't calm down. She placed both hands on her ample hips, her face turning a bright shade of angry red. I'm not going anywhere without him. Get me your supervisor, he barked. You can call the Department of... That's exactly what I'll do. Rux cut her off, dialing Day's number first. He stared down the lady as he explained Curtis's condition today. After Day confirmed that they were on their way and he'd bring Sheila with him, Rux ended the call. He had nothing else to say to this woman. Hopefully she would lose her job over this. She was supposed to be providing a safe place for these kids, not letting them run a fucking fight club up in their rooms. He walked over to where Green and Curtis were now sitting on the couch, Green carefully examining his face. Who did this to you? Green said in a hushed but firm voice. Curtis closed his eyes as Green gently pressed on his cheek, making sure there was no damage to his jaw. Green looked up at Rux, telling him with his eyes that he wasn't letting Curtis out of his sight again, but little did his partner know, neither was he. He didn't care if he had to camp out in a tent in the backyard. The only way they were leaving there was with Curtis. The guys here don't seem to like me too much, Curtis finally spoke. His voice was shaky and scared. I swear I didn't do anything to them. I just wanted to go to bed. I couldn't stop crying. I missed my mom. I missed you guys. They kept yelling at me to shut up. I was scared. Curtis accepted the comfort when Green put his arm around him and pulled him to his chest. I tried to stop, but the more they called me names, the more I wished I was home. Then they... Rux went down on one knee so he could look into Curtis's eyes. They what? You can tell us. You know that. They yanked me out of the bed. One guy slapped me. I couldn't see him. It was dark. They said I was a little girl and girls weren't allowed in their rooms. Then they shoved me in the damn closet and wouldn't let me out. Green's hand shook as he tried to comfort Curtis. He turned and looked at the woman still in the room with them. At least she had the decency to look sorry. When did they finally let you out? Rux asked, smoothing back Curtis's sweat-damped hair from the side of his face. The look Curtis gave him made Rux's stomach turn. Abuse always did something to him. Probably because he knew it so well, knew how deep it ran, how it ate at you from the inside out. And without a strong support system to see you through it, it could ruin you, kill your spirit. He'd be damned if he let that happen to Curtis. When did they let you out, Curtis? I just came out when she called me. Curtis shook with his confession. Green sprung up off the couch and Curtis grabbed for him. When Green was out of his reach, he clung on to Rux. Just take me home, please. Where the fuck were you when all this was going on? This isn't exactly the Bruce Wayne mansion. Are you honestly going to tell me that you didn't hear a young man being tortured and bullied only a few doors down from your room? She wrung her apron in her hands, shaking her head. My room is downstairs. That's no excuse. Green hollered in her face. Oh man. If she was nervous with Rux in her face, she looked like she was about to shit in her pants right now. I think I'd better call them. They're already coming. But they're coming for you, lady, not me. I fully intend on pressing charges and filing an official complaint with the Department of Human Services, and that's all before I contact WSB-TV, Fox 5, and any other news station that might be interested in the woman that was entrusted by the state with the responsibility of a foster home where she allowed abuse and extreme bullying to go on right underneath her nose. Green seethed. If I didn't have to get back to my son, I'd arrest your ass right now and charge you with child endangerment and child neglect. Green turned and went back to the couch, lowering himself next to Curtis, extracting his arms from around Rux and putting them back around his own waist, still glaring at the stunned woman. It's all right, Curtis. You're coming home, buddy. You're coming home today. Rux stared wide-eyed at his partner as he calmly talked Curtis down. Talked until he wasn't afraid anymore. He'd seen Green upset plenty. Seen him arrest murderers, seen him restrain even the craziest SOBs. Seen him shoot and kill. But never had he seen him this angry. Green was so fired up, Rux doubted his partner even knew what he'd just said. He'd heard it, though, and Curtis did too. The way the young man stiffened, then relaxed in Rux's arms, proved it. Green called Curtis his son, and he was ready to go to war for him, like any good father would. Chapter 25. Home, Sweet Home. Green rode in the back with Curtis while Rux drove them back to his place. Curtis was exhausted, and understandably so. All in one evening, he'd lost his mom, been yanked away from the only family he had, and thrown into the Bates Motel with the children of the corn. Forced to stay in a closet for hours with no food, no water. He was weak and surely dehydrated. Green wanted to take him to the hospital, but Rux had said it wasn't necessary, that Curtis just needed some peace and plenty of sleep in a place where he knew he was safe. Green didn't think he'd ever prayed harder in his life than he did today. If he wasn't convinced before, he sure as hell was today. His lieutenants were a force to be reckoned with. When they arrived in 8 Suburbans with sirens wailing, and God, Day, and Sin walked menacingly up to that house with all 20 members of their team, like they were the Brute Squad, that house mother practically threw herself at the mercy of the law. Although she wasn't charged criminally, she was no longer assigned to that group home and was suspended without pay while under administrative review. Sheila was able to allow Green to sign Curtis out of his foster home with a 48-hour pass. By then, his temporary placement order should be in effect, so he was good with this. As soon as they got in the house, Green's mom rushed up to Curtis, pulling him away from Green and into her arms. She cried silent tears as she led him upstairs to his new room. "I'll take care of Curtis, honey. Don't worry." Green watched from the bottom of the stairs, desperately wanting to follow them, but he knew there was nothing like a mother's love. It could be exactly what Curtis needed right now. He waited until they'd disappeared before he turned and hung his coat in the closet and walked farther into his home. He looked around for a second. It was squeaky clean. The wooden floor gleamed like new. Every piece of furniture, pillow, appliance was in its appropriate place. All the workout equipment that had been in the upstairs room was set back up and situated neatly in the alcove behind the staircase. He was going to have to do something really special for all the members of his team, his mom, his friends, just everyone that came through and helped him and Curtis. He smiled for the first time in what felt like hours when he noticed Vicky in his kitchen, her long, pretty hair pulled up into a loose bun, her bare feet slapping the lemon-scented linoleum as she moved about, fixing dinner. "Smells good, sweetheart," he said, bending and kissing the top of her head while she cut up a cucumber to add to the large salad bowl. "It should. It's your recipe," she winked, looking back at the roasting pan on his stove. "If that's garlic rosemary chicken, it's actually my mom's recipe," he said with a coy smile playing across his lips. He lifted the lid and took a huge whiff. "Smells so good. Rux is going to hate he missed this." His lover had dropped them off and immediately got in the car with Roe to go back to the precinct. Now that Curtis was safe, they had a raid to finalize. Even though all prep and instruction had already been practiced and memorized, God and Day always liked to be 100% certain. He rubbed the back of his neck. The tension knots protruding beneath his skin made him groan. He figured half of his worry and stress was now about Rux being involved in that bust without him tomorrow night. Some SWAT member would be paired with his partner, given the responsibility to watch his back. It didn't sit well with him, but there was no getting around it. He didn't want to think about that. Rux would be home later. He'd reassure himself then. Green went and washed his hands in the sink, preparing to fix Curtis a plate. "Green, I got this. Why don't you go rest before dinner, okay?" Vicky took the plate from his hand and set it on the counter. "Besides, I'm pretty sure Curtis wants to rest a bit too. When dinner's ready, I'll come get you." Green was so drained he couldn't even muster up the strength to argue. He simply kissed Vicky on her cheek and went upstairs to his bedroom. His face flamed with instant heat when he walked in and saw his bed made up with new linens, his supplies placed neatly back in his drawer. The way he and Rux had left the room, there was no mistaking what had happened in there to cause its disheveled condition. Oh, God. He shook his head sadly, a humorless laugh escaping his mouth. Will this day ever end? That's it. He wasn't going to think about another thing from that moment on. Not until after he'd had at least 2 to 3 hours of uninterrupted sleep. He tossed his clothes at the hamper and headed for the shower. When he'd finished scrubbing off the grime of the last 24 hours' events, he didn't even bother with pajama pants or briefs. He yanked the towel from around his waist, threw it on the chair, and dove face first into his bed. 7 hours later, he was awakened by the sound of the shower running in his bathroom. He jumped up and quickly threw his robe on. How the fuck had he slept through the entire day? Yes, he'd been physically and mentally exhausted, but how had no one woken him? He'd foregone the thought of a wet, naked Rux just a door away and raced out of the bedroom, cinching the robe's tie tight around his waist. He put his ear to the door at Curtis's room but didn't hear anything. He peeked his head in and saw that he was balled up in the center of his huge bed with the cover pulled up to his chest. Green sighed with relief. He didn't know what could have happened to the boy while he slept, but he needed to lay eyes on him nonetheless. He crept in, looking around at the wonderful job everyone did on getting the room transformed. He hoped Curtis liked it. He'd always bunked in this room when he stayed over, but it wasn't an actual room just for his use before, not like this was now. He gently brushed a few strands of Curtis's hair back from his cheek. God, he looked so peaceful. Green would spend the rest of his life making sure Curtis looked this way all the time. He pulled the cover up to his chin and tucked it in. He left the room, leaving the door just slightly cracked in case Curtis called out to him in the night. He made his way downstairs, his stomach aggressively telling him to find some food. Most of the lights were off in his house. Where is everyone? He went in the kitchen, pulling off the small note taped to his fridge, written in Vicky's neat script. Your mom left a couple hours ago. I'm leaving the food on the stove. Neither of us wanted to wake you to eat. You were both sleeping so peacefully. See you tomorrow. Love you. Vicky. P.S. Don't forget your rescheduled meeting with DHS is at 2 p.m., and you still have the home inspection visit at 7 p.m. Man, he loved that woman. She was amazingly good to them. How they made it before she came along was a wonder. He cut off a few pieces of chicken breast and began to pull out the fixings for a sandwich, not wanting to eat much of a big meal at this hour. He stood in the kitchen, eating his quick bite with a soda, since his mom had thrown out all the beer and liquor, when he heard footsteps coming down the stairs. He looked up and saw Rux smiling at him, looking comfortable in a pair of his pajama pants and no shirt. Green smiled back. His thoughts went to the wonderful night they'd shared before his world was turned upside down. Rux came right up to him and yanked him hard against his chest. He slammed his mouth over his, taking what he wanted, and Green was more than happy to give it. He held on to Rux's hips as he ground his hard-on into his own. Green panted against Rux's cheek while his jaw was bitten and chewed on. Rux grabbed 2 handfuls of his hair and pulled his head back so he could have full access to his throat. Fuck, baby, Green groaned. He was realizing right now how much he'd missed his lover. His partner had never left his side during the whole stressful situation, but right now he didn't need Rux the detective. He needed Mark, his man. Missed you. Rux untied Green's robe and lifted him to set his bare ass on the counter. Green smiled at Rux's enthusiasm. He loved this man already. He knew he did. Not just as his partner anymore, but as his life partner as well. Rux gripped Green's rigid length, slowly stroking the base while he licked around the head, sucking and nibbling lightly on the sensitive nerves. Damn it, Green moaned, wanting to thrust deeper into Rux's sexy mouth. He cupped his hand on Rux's jaw, the other hand on the back of his head. He pushed, wanting Rux to take him deeper, wanting Rux to put in more work. He could feel the flat of that warm tongue sliding up and down his shaft, the noises Rux made while he sucked him, driving him insane with desire. He pushed some more and heard Rux gag, and Green almost came right then. Fuck yeah. He pushed Rux's head down again. His lover didn't fight him. He went down, trying to take as much in as he could, choking when he had taken only half of Green's length. Shit, yes. Choke on my cock, baby. Green watched Rux's every move, felt his throat working under his palm. That's it. Deeper. Ugh. Rux couldn't take Green all the way down, but how hard he was trying was making Green's toes curl and his spine tingle. Rux choking and spitting on his dick was a crazy fucking turn-on for him. Rux gagged hard, pulled off him, coughing and cursing like he was angry. Fuck, Chris. Big fucking dick. Rux jerked him fast and hard, bending back down and sucking on the head. Gonna make me come, babe. Shit. Just like that. Green's thighs flexed and his balls drew up tight against him. He reached under Rux's body and pinched both of his nipples hard, twisting them, enjoying the sharp crying sound Rux made around his dick. Green squeezed his eyes shut, his orgasm ravaging his body as he threw his head back, cursing in a low, growling timbre. Fucking coming! The first jolt from him had white lights dancing behind his eyelids. He let go of Rux's abused nipple, gripping the back of his neck with both hands, forcing him down again. A powerful tremor shook him as he released more and more into that sexy mouth. Rux gagged again, and Green saw his cum leaking out of Rux's mouth. He took his thumb and shoved it back in, his thumb and cock spreading Rux's plump lips. He held back his shouts as much as he could, but damn, Rux had him crazy with lust. Seeing and hearing Rux gag, trying to take him deep, watching his cum flood his mouth. Fuck. He'd never seen anything more erotic. Rux rested his head in Green's lap, his breathing just as erratic. Green rubbed his hand back and forth over Rux's soft strands. Let me make you come, Green said softly. Rux looked up at him through drowsy eyes, a lazy smile slowly curving his swollen lips. I already did, he said hoarsely. Green grabbed Rux's face, pulling him close, resting their foreheads together. You make me crazy, you know that? Rux chuckled softly, stepping back so Green could hop down off the counter. His legs were weak as he walked over to the kitchen sink to get cleaner and a rag to clean up their mess. Rux wiped himself with paper towels, grinning cheekily at him the entire time. Rux opened the refrigerator, eyeing the contents. Hey, where's all the beer? I think my mom threw it out, Green replied, wiping the counter. Rux looked back at him with a strange expression. All Green could do was shrug. How'd the meeting go? Everything's a go. Should be a good bust. I'll be partnered with Samsky, Rux said matter-of-factly. Green hated it. He didn't like the sound of Rux being partnered with someone other than him. He must not have hidden his disapproval very well. Rux walked up to him and kissed him softly on his mouth. It's just one bust. It'll be easy as pie. All busts have the potential to be dangerous, Green argued. I don't trust anyone with you. Don't need you to trust anyone else. Just trust me. Believe it or not, I managed to make detective and work my way up, all without you being there to keep me from getting killed. Rux stared at him. You know damn well what I'm saying. Don't try to start something that's not even an issue. I know you're a damn good cop, with or without me. I just... Stop there. Rux placed his fingertips on Green's mouth, silencing him. His pale eyes focused on his sealed lips. The argument Green had seen in Rux's expression was now turned into hunger. Rux pushed his middle finger against Green's lips, prying his mouth open. Green forgot about the bust or Rux's temporary partner and let that thick digit slide along his tongue. He closed his lips around it and sucked it like he wanted to suck Rux's cock. He swirled his tongue around it, never taking his eyes off his lover. Yeah, get it nice and wet, Rux whispered. He kept his finger deep in his mouth while he leaned in and licked the side of Green's lips. Holding them flush against each other, Rux backed them up until Green's back hit the window in his dining room. Rux lifted the hem of his robe, not caring if someone was down on the street. If they were, they'd get a damn good view of his ass. Rux slowly pulled his finger out of Green's mouth and reached around to his ass. With one hand gripping a furry ass cheek, spreading him open, Rux rubbed his slick finger around Green's anxious hole. He braced his hands on Rux's wide shoulders, his head resting in the crook of his neck. Rux smelled so fucking good. Smelled like his body wash. Green latched on to Rux's throat, sucking up a dark red welt just above where his pulse beat against his tongue. The more Rux pushed that blunt finger deeper into him, the harder Green groaned and the more powerful his suction. Damn, baby. Tight fucking hole. Rux sounded like he was on the edge again already. Wanna fuck you. Come inside you. Right fucking now. Green's ass clenched and twitched around Rux's finger, obviously loving that suggestion. Green hissed as Rux pegged his gland. God damn it, Mark. Yeah, Rux groaned, pushing in even more, making Green rise up on his toes. Rux released a satisfied moan as he pushed in and out of Green's warm passage. You want something bigger in your greedy ass, don't you, sweetheart? Want my cock? Rux spun Green around, pushing his cheek and chest against the cool glass. His hands were flat against the window, trying but failing at pushing to give himself some room. Rux's bulk held him firmly where he wanted him, and he loved it. He felt helpless, defenseless against Rux's indiscretions. Fuck, Green moaned, sticking his ass out. Fucking look at you. Rux's hard shaft was hot and heavy between his ass cheeks, pushing aggressively at his opening. He heard Rux spit. Then that thick cock was easily sliding back and forth in his crease. Rux's mouth was pressed against the back of his earlobe. He flicked the fleshy skin with his tongue before sucking it into his mouth, nibbling and nipping at it, driving Green insane. With his tender lobe still in his mouth, he teased Green with what he knew he desperately wanted. I should fuck your slutty ass right now, not even give a fuck who walks by and sees you. Green leaned his head back, wanting everything Rux was going to do to him. Upstairs. Get the fuck upstairs, Mark. We can't do it right here. What if Curtis comes downstairs? Green panted. Thank God some portion of his brain was still working. Oh shit, you're right. Rux chuckled softly, rubbing his hand up and down Green's body. You're so goddamn beautiful I can't think straight when I see you. You can't be walking around in a fucking silk robe, nothing but this soft material between me and your naked body. He squeezed Green's ass, thrust against him a couple more times before he dropped Green's robe back down and pulled his pajama pants back over his ass. Go on up. I'll make sure everything is locked up. Rux smiled at him. Green jogged up the stairs. He was so excited he didn't know what to do. He needed more of Rux, lots more. He was sure it wouldn't be long before he was completely powerless over his addiction to this man. Green listened at Curtis's door for a few seconds, then pushed it open. It didn't look like Curtis had stirred an inch. He was still curled up with the blanket where Green had pulled it up to his chin. He was concerned that Curtis should be up and ready to eat now. He looked at the small alarm clock on the nightstand. It was almost 8. If Curtis wasn't up in an hour, he was going to wake him up. Green closed Curtis's door and went back to his own room, closing and locking his door behind him. Mark Ruxburgh lay in his bed, on his fresh, dark blue sheets, as naked as the day he was born. His cock in his hand, hard and weeping as he stroked it without purpose. You gonna stare at me all night, or are you gonna get in bed so I can fuck you? Rux's deep, desire-laden voice shot straight to Green's balls. He untied his robe, letting it drop to the floor. Green climbed up Rux's long body, settling down on top of him. They stared into each other's eyes, saying things that both were probably too afraid to speak out loud. Rux gently caressed his scratchy cheek, barely ghosting his fingertips across his lips. God, those words were right there. He felt them deep down inside himself. Knew they were real. Knew Rux felt the same. Tomorrow his lover would leave his bed early in the morning to go fight in a drug war, without him by his side. What if something happened? Green's mind couldn't go there. He wouldn't survive if he lost Mark. It's okay, Chris. Come here, Rux said so softly he barely heard it. His throat sounded tight with the same emotion Green felt. Green leaned down and hugged his friend, his partner, the man he loved. Held him close enough to feel his rapid heartbeat. Rux stroked his back, stroked every muscle in his arms as Green poured his soul out to him through their embrace. He kissed Rux like it would be the last time. He pressed his mouth to those soft, sexy lips and kissed him with all the feelings that flowed through his body. Fear, hope, want, need, love, everything. Rux broke their kiss first. He held Green's face in his hands, watching him, staring into him, not at him. Chris, I love you. Green's body shook on top of his lover. He desperately held on, clutched at Rux for strength. Rux wrapped his arms around him, burying his face in his hair. I do. I love you so fucking much. I'm going to make love to you tonight, like you need me to. Rux wove his hand through Green's hair, placing his mouth against his, whispering, Then tomorrow when the bust is done, I'm going to come back home and make love to you again. Green was gently rolled over and positioned on his stomach. With his eyes closed, trying desperately to hold it together, he heard his nightstand drawer opening and the click of the lube. He shuddered violently, his body rebelling against composure. Rux rubbed his back with strong, sure strokes, pressed all those muscles into his back, that magnificent weight making Green feel like nothing could reach him or hurt him ever again. Rux dug his hand into his hair and turned Green's head to the side, kissing him softly on his cheek, nuzzling his face. Green felt a warm tongue flicking at his mouth, right before Rux pushed his tongue inside. Green was still focused on submitting to Rux's kiss when he felt dull pressure against his ass. A pressure that grew exponentially as his hole was forced wider and wider. Rux pushed in steadily, one long, fluent motion until Green felt heavy balls snug against his taint. The coolness of the lube did very little to soothe the burning sensation of Rux's cock filling him beyond capacity. Jesus, Mark. Green huffed, scrambling for something to stabilize him, grasping at the bedding. Rux covered Green's hands with his own, interlacing their fingers as he so slowly pulled out of his body before sliding back in, snapping his hips to peg his prostate, and then bottoming out. Green's body jerked with the movement. He bit into their joined hands to stop the shout that wanted to burst from him. Rux sucked on Green's neck, pulling out and snapping back in again. Green's restraint was failing. This felt like nothing he'd ever experienced before, with any man or woman. God, this was so much more than sex. His best friend, his partner in every way, really was making love to him. Rux kept Green's body pressed down and secure beneath him. Rux pushed back in deep, so deep sparks flashed behind Green's eyes. Rux's sweaty forehead was pressed against the side of his face, and that sensual, bass-filled voice groaned in his ear over and over. Love you, Chris. I love you. I love you. Rux ground his hips into his ass, just barely pulling out an inch before settling back in deep, his cockhead applying constant pressure to his prostate. Green couldn't get his hand under him to reach his dick, but he didn't have to. The way Rux ground into him made his hard cock rub against the mattress. It was more than enough to get him there. He was about to come. "Ugh," Green cried on one long stroke. It came out as a whimper, an actual fucking whimper. He writhed beneath his lover, chasing that euphoric feeling that Rux was so good at delivering. The man was dicking him so good that if he had any secrets, his lover could have gotten every one of them out of him. Green was beyond keeping up masculine bravado now. He whined and cried Rux's name, his begging sounding like sobbing.
I'm gonna come, Mark.
Yes, come for me. Show me how much you love me too, Rux moaned. Oh, hell yes he did. He loved Rux more than life. His orgasm slammed into him and Rux's dick did the same thing.
Yes,
Green cried.
I do love you. I love you, Mark. Fuck. Love you so much, baby.
Green's body shook uncontrollably, his ass muscles clenching and seizing Rux's cock with every jet of spunk that erupted from him. His orgasm held him in its clutches until it was ready to accept his surrender.
Oh, fuck.
Too tight, baby. Rux shoved back in as deep as he could and grunted hard, stilling his hips. That thick rod pulsed against his walls right before Green felt an amazing warmth saturating him on the inside. His lover's cum flooding his well-loved ass. It reminded him of a stomach being filled with cocoa on a cold winter's night. So satisfying and warm, full of comfort, and so goddamn delicious. Rux unlaced their sore hands and tilted his hips to slide out of him. He rolled, pulling Green with him, keeping his back to his chest. Green finally opened his eyes, realizing how long they'd been closed. Rux ran his hand up and down Green's winded chest. Shh, breathe. Relax, Rux crooned softly. Fuck, he was so in love. So in love that it was terrifying. In the type of love that, if it was taken away, he knew he'd never be the same again. He stopped Rux's hand from caressing him and kissed his palm before sitting up and throwing his legs over the edge of the bed. He went into the bathroom and quickly washed his face, then his groin and ass. He ran his wet hands through his hair and walked back into the room. Rux was lying there half asleep, half awake. Green felt like he was floating. He threw Rux a sexy wink as he hurried into some clean pajama pants and a t-shirt. Rux smiled and shook his head at him.
What are you shaking your head at?
Green chuckled, opening his bedroom door. You're going to check on your son, Rux said, looking at him seriously. Green stopped in his tracks, staring at his partner.
What? What did you say?
Rux sat up, scooting until his back was against the leather headboard. You heard me. That's what you called Curtis when you were giving that foster mom the business. Green stood there with his mouth open. He couldn't recall it, but if Rux said he'd said it, then he must have. And if Rux heard it, then that meant...
Did you not mean to say that?
Curtis's soft voice was just loud enough for him to make out what he'd said. Green closed his door and walked down to the end of the hall where Curtis stood in his doorway. He rubbed tiredly at his eyes, wincing when he brushed across the bruise underneath his left eye. His hair was matted to one side of his head and his new robe hung off one of his shoulders. I said it. I meant it. Green pulled Curtis's robe up on him and held him by his shoulders. I may have said it in the midst of an argument, but it doesn't mean it was a mistake. I'm sorry if it upset you. I know you probably don't want to overanalyze our relationship right now, but I've always felt closer to you than the other guys do. I don't know why. It's just there. Curtis gave him a shy smile and it almost stopped his heart.
I know. I think I felt you and Rux were more like dads, and the other guys are like really cool older brothers.
Green smiled back at him. He was glad he hadn't offended or upset Curtis by blurting that out when he did.
So, do I have to go back to the foster home in a couple days?
Curtis said, shakily. No, absolutely not. The judge will sign the temporary order for you to be in my custody first thing in the morning. The papers are already on his desk for when he gets in tomorrow. Green said with confidence, eager to put Curtis's mind at ease. Curtis threw his arms around Green's shoulders.
Thank you so much.
Green held him back. I'd do anything for you. You know that.
Yeah, I do.
Curtis sighed, chewing nervously at his bottom lip.
Is it, can
Can I call you, Dad? Green held his chest and chuckled heartily. Curtis looked a little taken aback before Green explained his amusement. I'm laughing because I was trying to think of a way to ask you to call me Dad. Curtis looked relieved, too. Green cupped the side of Curtis's face and brought him back in for another hug. They held each other for a long while before a deep voice broke into their bonding. I wouldn't mind either, being called Dad, just in case either of you were wondering, Rux said softly, leaning against Green's bedroom door watching them. Curtis ran down to Rux and tackled him with a playful hug like they usually exchanged. I wouldn't mind two dads, Curtis laughed, as Rux ruffled his hair. How are you feeling, Curtis? You must be starving, Green said, his fatherly role already like second nature. He'd practically been doing it for the past 3 years. No, I ate a small plate while you were napping. Then your mom made me go back to sleep before she left. Curtis laughed. Besides, I think I just want to hang out in my cool new room. He beamed. He ran back into his room and jumped on the bed like a wild man. Rux and Green laughed. Thank God their Curtis was still here. Those boys at the group home hadn't broken his beautiful spirit permanently. I was hoping you'd like it, Green said, looking around at the newly decorated room. He hadn't noticed the eclectic area rug or the new desk in the far corner. It made sense. Curtis was an honor student. He'd need a quiet place to study. The room looked amazing. His mom and friends had done a lot in such a short amount of time. Hey, Rux said, pushing Green out of the way to get to Curtis's new entertainment system. Is that the new PlayStation 4? Yep, Curtis grinned slyly, still jumping on his queen-sized bed. I got Call of Duty Warfare and GTA 5. Fury bought it for me, Curtis boasted. Let's put this one downstairs in the entertainment room, Rux said, eyeing the game system enviously. Let me think about that, Curtis said sarcastically. First, he did a backflip on the bed, then looked at Rux. Nope. Rux reached over, grabbed Curtis's feet, and yanked, making him crash down to the plush mattress, cracking up in a fit of laughter. You little spoiled twerp. Rux chased Curtis around his room, trying to take the game controller. Oh boy. Green's smile faded as he watched Curtis wrestle the new controller from his other dad. He had to get this under control. He wanted Curtis to be happy and comfortable in his new home, but he also needed him to grieve properly. He had his mom's funeral in 2 days. He didn't want Curtis avoiding his feelings with video games, shiny new electronics, and a considerable amount of extra money in his bank account, thanks to Day. Curtis, you want to talk for a little while, son? Curtis stopped laughing and came over to him. What's wrong? He asked nervously. Nothing's wrong. Green turned to face him. I just thought maybe you'd want to talk, about your mom. We haven't had the chance to yet. Rux came and stood beside him. I'm sorry, buddy. Your dad's right. You can talk to us. It'll be good for you. Green smiled the way Rux worded that. He didn't think he'd ever tire of hearing himself referred to as a dad. Curtis shrugged. No. Vicky said everything has been handled. Yes, the funeral and services are handled, Green clarified. But I thought maybe you'd like to talk about how you're feeling, now that she's gone. Curtis stood abruptly. His eyes were everywhere but on them. He went back over to the side of his bed and started adjusting the covers. I'm good. I think I'm just going to rest. I'm tired. Green looked at Rux, who looked just as uneasy as him, just like he'd suspected. Curtis wasn't grieving. As soon as Green brought it up, Curtis avoided it. He might need to look into getting him some professional counseling. He stood slowly, not sure if he should push. Rux grabbed his arm and pulled him towards the door. Curtis was already burrowing under the thick comforter. Can you hit the lights on your way out? Curtis said, his voice muffled in the pillow. Rux cut the lights off, plunging them into darkness. Night, buddy. Night, Curtis. Green was pulling up the door when he heard it said. Night, Dads. Come on, Chris. Just give him some time. You can't force it. Rux whispered when he saw Green hesitate. He and Rux walked back to their bedroom. They climbed into bed, and Rux held on to him from behind, laying soft kisses on the back of his neck. He could feel that Rux wanted to get something started, but Green's heart was heavy with wanting to do the right thing for Curtis. He gently rebuffed Rux's advances and turned the lights out. Rux sighed softly against his neck, but didn't make a big deal of it. It wasn't long before he heard Rux's soft snores behind him. Green had a lot on his mind, and sleep was not coming. He didn't like what had happened to Curtis, and he didn't know how to help a boy that had lost the only biological family he had. He wanted to be everything Curtis needed, and he constantly thought of ways he could be the best dad ever. He was also stressed about not being there to back up his partner during a major bust. He couldn't be sure that Rux would feel secure and have his head in the right place with him not by his side. He was also concerned that immediately after the past couple of times, the only times, that he and Rux had made love, Green's mind had been consumed with Curtis, not giving him and his partner that very important time after sex to bond. He'd have to fix that, too. Green's head spun as the night hours ticked by. Chapter 26. I'll be home tonight. Rux sat at the breakfast bar in his task force uniform, drinking a very strong cup of coffee while he watched Green shuffle around in the kitchen making breakfast. He knew his partner, knew him better than he knew himself. He was stressing himself about Curtis, thinking it was his fault that Curtis was not grieving. When Rux lost his grandmother, it took him 6 months before he could really grieve because he had to immediately take care of his self-destructive mom. There's no rule book to follow when you've lost a loved one. Everyone grieved at their own pace and in their own time. Green needed to understand that. Curtis bounded down the stairs, fully dressed and full of energy, with his book bag over his shoulder. "Morning," he said cheerfully. "Good morning," Rux said first, Green just standing there staring unbelievably. "Wow, that smells great. I'll take mine to go," Curtis said, pulling the juice container out of the refrigerator. Oh boy. Rux knew this wasn't going to be good. "Hey Dad, I see you're in your I'm about to take down some bad guys gear." Rux ruffled Curtis's hair when he went by him. Green stopped flipping Curtis's favorite Bananas Foster pancakes and watched him flit around the kitchen like he couldn't wait to get out the door. "Curtis, where are you going?" "School, where else? It's Friday. I've already missed one day." "I know, but I called your school and told them you needed some time off." Curtis slammed the juice carton down. "Why'd you do that? I didn't ask you to do that." Green looked at his son sadly. "Curtis, it's okay. It's excused. You can go back next week, just a few days, okay? I think you should stay home and—" "Hell no! I'm going to school!" Curtis yelled. "Hey," Rux barked, standing and glaring at Curtis. Green put his hand up to stop him. "It's okay, Mark. He's right. I shouldn't have assumed." Green moved the pan to the back burner, turning off the stove. "Have a good day, Curtis." Rux watched Green leave the kitchen and take the stairs 2 at a time. Rux turned and faced Curtis, his face heating with anger. Curtis looked like he was sad for upsetting Green like that, but Rux was going to make sure he was sad, apologetic, remorseful, and most of all educated that he was to never hurt that man again. He walked around the counter to face Curtis. "Now you listen, and you listen good, because I'm not going to repeat this. Under no circumstance are you allowed to talk to him like that," Rux hissed, yanking Curtis's book bag off his shoulder. Curtis looked defiantly at him. "You think you can stop me from going to school?" "I think I can stop you from seeing 18, Rux fumed. "Do you have any idea what we all went through the 10 hours that you were gone? It hurt us all, but it almost killed him." Rux pointed upstairs. Curtis looked down at his brand new shoes. "I'm sorry." "You should be," Rux said sternly, his voice hard. Rux put both hands on Curtis's shoulders. Look, buddy, no one is saying you have to sit in your room and cry for your mom all day. But staying busy isn't going to make your situation disappear. Curtis sighed sadly.
I can't believe I treated him like that.
Rux patted Curtis on his slumped shoulders. You're upset. It's understandable. But don't push your only support away.
That's the thing. I'm not upset.
Rux pulled back and looked into those expressive blue eyes. What do you mean?
I don't want to talk to anyone. I'm so ashamed because the only thing I could think about when they took me to that group place was how sad I'd be to be away from you guys. I wasn't sad about my mom just dying.
Rux pulled Curtis over to the breakfast bar and sat him down. He went into the kitchen and made him a plate of pancakes and set it in front of him. Green's mom always told him being served comfort food was like a hug from someone that loved you. Curtis grinned at him and dug into the food. He fixed himself another cup of coffee and sat beside him to listen. So you're not upset about your mom dying, and you were afraid to tell us?
No. I'm a little upset, but most of all I'm relieved. She's been in so much pain. She was on dialysis for years, her body rejected transplant after transplant, and then she had to wait in the hospital to die slowly. She's finally resting peacefully, and she's with her mom now. I know she's with Grandma, because when I saw her body in the morgue.
Curtis paused, looking off like he was bringing the image up in his mind.
Her mouth was curved in a little smile.
Rux nodded his head that he understood.
I think she was happy to go, too. So many don't get to say goodbye before someone passes. I did. She knew I'd be taken care of. She loved you guys ever since she met you. She knew I'd be with you all. So that's what I'm saying. I don't need to grieve. I want to celebrate. My mom is finally happy.
Rux hugged Curtis to him. There's absolutely nothing wrong about that. And I understand. Rux held Curtis at arm's length, his gaze serious. Someone else would understand that, too. Curtis squeezed his eyes shut.
I can't believe I yelled at him.
Me either, Rux said sternly, pulling Curtis into a headlock. Now get your ass up there and apologize to my boyfriend. Curtis chuckled.
I knew you guys were boyfriends.
No, you didn't.
You guys have been boyfriends for years, Curtis said, laughing on his way up the stairs. You just hadn't admitted it until now.
Rux pulled off his bulletproof vest and tossed it in the pile with the others. He was so ready to get home. The bust was a huge success. There were no casualties on either side, not even any gunfire. They'd taken out the snipers on the roof first with rubber bullets, their team swooping in fast and quietly to restrain them. Then they'd breached the warehouse, moving in through every exit, blocking them in just as the deal was completed. It would have been suicidal for Chains or his crew to try to run or even draw their weapons. God was the best at planning raids and seizures. He always went for the strategy that minimized threat and kept his team out of danger as much as possible. Rux did have the good luck to bust a French bastard in his jaw with the butt of his shotgun when he got loose from the SWAT member who was restraining him and reached for his secondary weapon. That was fun. Green would have loved to have seen that. His mind went back to Green and Curtis for the 100th time today. He was only able to get in a brief phone call before they'd left the precinct and sent him a quick text when it was over. He knew he'd be worrying. Sin was standing at the front of the conference going over the final details for their report while God and Day were in the captain's office.
Okay, just 20 more minutes, guys, and then you can get out of here, Sin said loudly.
Rux looked at his watch. It was almost midnight. He pulled out his cell and sent another text. I love you. He vaguely listened to his sergeant as he waited for his phone to vibrate with a return text. A second later, his screen illuminated. I love you back. Come home. Rux smiled and typed back. Hour, tops. He put his phone back in the side pocket of his black cargo pants and finished signing off on his own paperwork. Sin dismissed all of them with a final, "I expect everyone to be at the graveside no later than 8 tomorrow. Also, please, all of you try to be available to come to the funeral repast tomorrow afternoon at God and Day's house. We want to support Curtis as much as possible." "He's not having a wake or church service?" Charles, one of their demolitions experts, asked.
"No,"
Vicky answered for Sin.
"In her will, she asked for a small graveside service and a repast so Curtis could be with his friends. Since he had no other family and her body was withered and worn by the end, she didn't want a viewing, so we're honoring her wishes."
Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. A few more of the guys stopped to ask him how Green and Curtis were doing, offering more help if needed. Rux graciously thanked them, inching out the door at the same time so he could get home. He needed to be with the man he loved, needed to reassure Green he was indeed okay and unharmed. The parking lot was almost empty except for the graveyard shift. Right before Rux got into Green's truck, which he'd driven today, Ro jogged up to him. "Hey, Rux, I didn't get a chance to tell you earlier." "Hey, what's up, Ro?" I don't know if you wanted to know or not, and since I didn't want to bother Green..." Ro stumbled, looking uneasy. "It's cool, Radowski, spit it out." Jacob posted bond yesterday. I had him tailed for a little while. First, he went to your mom's house. He used a key. It looked like he only grabbed some clothes, according to the officer. Then he, Ro paused. "He what?" "He went to visit your mom. He stayed a whole half an hour she's allowed." Rux ran his hand through his short hair. The last thing he wanted was Jacob trying to talk his mom out of doing her sentence in rehab, but he wasn't able to see her. Green already had the restraining order in place. "Shit. Don't worry about it, bro. Your mom will be transported to her facility in a couple days, and Jacob's on borrowed time, dude. He made bail, but I'm sure he'll have to serve some time, if only for violating his probation. It's all good. I just wanted to let you know." "Thanks, Ro. No problem." Rux floored it out of the parking lot, needing Green more than ever right now. Had his mom and Jacob really been in love? It made Rux's stomach turn, just thinking about it. Chapter 27. Your Last Time Without Me. Green sat in the recliner mindlessly watching the cooking channel when he heard the locks to his front door. He smiled broadly. About fucking time. He saw Rux drop his large duffel bag by the door and toss his keys on the side table. Green stood there waiting for him to come farther inside. Rux looked hungrily at him as he quickly cleared the floor between them and wrapped his arms around him. "Told you I'd be home," he said quietly, placing the tenderest kiss on his mouth. "I never doubted it," Green said, kissing him back. Rux chuckled into his mouth. "Liar. That's the last time you go into the field without me." "Damn right it is." Rux slanted his mouth over his and slid his tongue in deep, savoring him thoroughly as if Rux had forgotten what he tasted like. Green was breathless when Rux finally released his mouth. "Let's go upstairs." Green looked towards the kitchen at the plate of food he'd set aside for his partner. "Let me put that in the fridge." "Thanks for that. But I'm not really hungry. I just want to get in bed and lie beside you." Rux grabbed a bottle of water out of the refrigerator, waiting for Green to finish. "How'd your home visits go today?" "Fast. The judge signed the order this morning, making it final, so the social worker breezed in, I guess just to make sure I didn't have a meth lab set up anywhere, then left. She said they usually scheduled another visit in 6 months, but Curtis will be of age by then, so..." Green shrugged. "Both visits took less than 15 minutes, which was fine by me and Curtis." "So what do you guys do the rest of the time? Everything cool?" Rux asked, following Green's sexy ass up the stairs. "Yeah," Green smiled back at him. "Thanks to you." "Little ol' me?" Rux smiled innocently. "I didn't do anything." Green spun and pinned Rux to the wall. "You did everything. Thank you for whatever you said to him this morning. He came upstairs. We talked and talked until he laid everything out there, and I laid all my crap out there. I think we're good." Good. Rux held him tight. I can't stand to see you two upset at each other. Green looked into those gorgeous eyes. He realized that he wanted everything with this man. His whole life, he wanted Rux there with him through it all. Come on. I want to peel you out of this uniform. I've fantasized about that for years. I love how fucking hot you look in your task force gear. Rux gave Green that crooked shit-eating grin of his. I wish I would have known that before. I would have worn this every fucking day. Green crashed his mouth over those sinful lips and plunged his tongue deep down Rux's throat. No more talking. He reached lower and squeezed both round globes of Rux's ass, groaning at the thought of sinking deep inside of it. Oh, fuck yeah. Rux's ass was his. Green jerked Rux hard into his chest, his mouth just beneath his jaw. His voice was as rough as his grip. When are you gonna man up and let me have this virgin ass? Rux grunted when he slammed against the other wall. He chuckled at Green's rough treatment. Rux clung tight to Green's hips as he thrust his rising cock against him. Rux gripped the back of Green's neck and positioned his head so he could suck on his throat. Rux chewed his way back up to Green's mouth, sucking hard on his tongue. He kept Green's mouth close to his, and, through clenched teeth, answered him. You can have this ass when you man up and take it. Green tried to suck the life out of Rux through his mouth. They licked and bit at each other, both of them fighting to top the other. Green was shoved back against the other wall, trying to make it down the hall to their bedroom, but neither one of them wanting to stop. You drive me fucking crazy, Green squeezed Rux's ass again. Rux dug his hands inside Green's lounge pants, moaning loud in his mouth. Green didn't have on any underwear. You like that? Green whispered. No, heck no! Green and Rux jumped back from each other. Green looked down the hall at a bed-rumpled, very agitated Curtis. Go in your room, for heaven's sake! Jeez, I don't want to hear that crap! Curtis yelled, holding his hands over his ears like a 5-year-old. You're supposed to be asleep. Rux tried to sound stern, but was failing miserably since he couldn't stop his laughter. I was asleep, Curtis yelled back. But I was awoken by the sound of 2 Olympians crashing down the hall. We're... Green was at a complete loss for words. He had his body turned away from Curtis as he hid behind Rux, his hard-on still pitching a huge tent in his thin pants. I want my room soundproofed. I'll end up traumatized for real this time, Curtis grumbled as he walked sleepily to the bathroom. His hair stuck up in a bunch of directions. He had one sock on and his robe was hanging off his shoulder. He continued to seethe while Green and Rux went to their room. If you want me to grieve, then make me keep listening to that crap. Rux fell onto the bed in a fit of laughter. Damn, I love that kid. Rux, it's not funny. That's fucking embarrassing. I don't want him to hear us having sex. Rux rolled to his side, propping himself up on his elbow. First of all, we weren't having sex. We were just fooling around. And for your information, all kids have heard or seen their parents having sex or engaged in some sort of sexual act. It doesn't hurt them, so stop looking horrified. Rux got out of the bed and started undressing. Haven't you ever caught your parents? Green started laughing when he thought about it. Yeah, I did. All right then. You seem fine. I didn't know at the time they were having sex. Rux frowned. What? My dad said him and my mom were playing leapfrog. Rux fell on the floor. He was laughing so hard his face was beet red. Green kicked him gently in his stomach and stepped over him. Fuck you. I was only 8. Besides, Curtis has a funeral to go to in the morning, and we woke him up with... Green waved his hand between them. Rux finally got up. Never a dull moment in this house. Come on, shower with me. I already showered, Green grumbled, still looking contrite. Well, get the fuck in here and wash me then. Rux grabbed Green and pulled him into their bathroom. He turned the shower on to let it get nice and warm.
He yanked Green's light pants and t-shirt off and stood there staring at him for a couple seconds.
"Let's see what I can do to take that sappy look off your face," Rux said, dropping down to his knees.
Rux lifted Green's limp cock and sucked it into his mouth, making an obscene slurping noise. He gripped Green's ass and yanked him hard against his face, taking all of the flaccid meat down to Green's pubic hair. He swallowed and licked, keeping his nose buried in that scratchy bush. Green was growing by the millisecond, and he knew he'd have to pull back soon, only being able to take half of Green's erect cock. It was exhilarating for him to have his lips pressed against Green's pelvis, and his own cock was hard as steel. He just barely stroked himself. He didn't want to come yet. Green was more than half hard, and Rux could feel his throat resisting the intrusion. He eased back, but Green grabbed the back of his head with both hands and held him there, kept his nose buried in his pubes, forcing him to take it. Rux squeezed Green's ass, slapped him hard on it, hard enough to leave a mark. Green grunted his name, kept forcing him to take more. Rux felt the head of Green's cock against the back of his tongue. He tasted the saltiness from the pre-cum. He balked hard, his choke muffled. Green held him tight. The bastard rocked his hips forward, making him take even more. Damn, it was hot as fuck. He got a solid grip on Green's hip and tried unsuccessfully to push him back. He gagged hard. And oh, how his lover was loving it. Rux's eyes watered as he tried to fight his gag reflex, tried to relax his throat. Wasn't working. But the domination Green was exhibiting was sure as hell working on his cock. His dick pulsed untouched, twitched on its own. Fuck, he needed to come. He was gonna come. "Take it." Green's voice was barely recognizable. The command was made on a throaty growl, almost evil. The thick steam billowing from the shower engulfed his lover and made him appear as if he had emerged from fire. Green thrust again, his solid grip on the back of Rux's head still uncompromising, his strength unyielding. Rux rose up higher, gagged and spit, trying to open his mouth wider. He scrambled at Green's tight ass, took his middle finger and pressed it deep into him. No spit, no lube. "You fucking take it." Green shouted, releasing Rux's head. Rux yanked back, gasping in a much-needed breath, still coughing and choking from the lack of oxygen. "Motherfucker," he gasped. Rux pushed his finger in further, pressed against that spongy bundle of nerves that had Green cursing him back and clasping his big hand around his throat. Green's knees buckled, but he didn't go down. The look on his face was absolute feral ecstasy. Rux watched him through hooded eyes as Green's orgasm hurtled to the surface full throttle. Green pulled on his shaft 1, 2, 3 times, and then he was coming all over Rux's neck, his cheek, his lips. Green's body jerked and jolted with each jet of cum that hit Rux's face. Rux just barely got out his own guttural shout before his balls tightened exquisitely and cum burst from him, hitting Green's shins, coating his foot. With his head bowed and bathed in his partner's cum, he bit into the fleshy part of Green's thigh and let his orgasm course through him. Lived in it. Loved it. "Fuck," he moaned. No one could make him come this hard but the man he loved. They rested against each other for several minutes until Rux felt Green pulling at his shoulders. He stood on shaky legs and let himself be maneuvered into the hot shower. Both of them were sweating, the steam adding to their already sweltering body temperature. Rux leaned against the heated tiles. He was exhausted. He was satisfied. Green leaned against him chest to chest, murmuring sleepily against his mouth, "You look good with my cum all over your beautiful face." Rux smiled lazily. It's all he could muster. Green began to wash him. They stared into each other's eyes, their looks saying everything that they were too tired to say. Rux finally understood how Day and God were able to communicate without speaking. A look from your lover could tell you so much. They just barely towel-dried before falling into bed in each other's arms. Sleep came fast. 7 a.m. came even faster. Chapter 28. The Funeral. The Surprise. "Curtis, are you getting ready? The limo will be here in 15 minutes. Green yelled outside his bedroom door. "Yeah, Dad, I'll be down in a minute," Curtis yelled back, a big smile splitting his face. He had a dad. He had two dads, actually. He couldn't believe how lucky he was. His mom always told him that when God closed a door, he opened a window. Although the Lord took his mom up to heaven, he gave Curtis two dads to pick up right where her love left off. He looked in the mirror on top of his new dresser. His tie was still crooked. He untied it and left it hanging around his neck. One of his dads would fix it. He looked around for the shoes his new grandmother bought for him to wear today. He was honestly ready for this day to be done. He was ready to go back to school. He was ready to go back to work. All day people were going to be hugging him, holding him, telling him everything was going to work out and be all right, which he already knew. He didn't want anyone feeling sorry for him. He really was okay. But only his dads knew that, and hopefully they'd run interference today. The minister was concluding the lovely graveside service with his final resting prayer. "Please bow your heads for prayer." Curtis lowered his head, but he didn't close his eyes. He looked at his mother's beautiful casket and the gorgeous arrangement of white roses, Peruvian, and his mom's favorite oriental lilies draped over the polished, solid mahogany casket. He couldn't thank Vicky enough for all she'd done. Everything was exactly how his mother wanted it. Even the weather, a comfortable 65 degrees. May her son grow to be the man she envisioned. Curtis felt one of his dads tighten his embrace. Green had his arm draped around his shoulders, his heavy bicep resting on his neck. Rux on the other side of him, not holding him but leaning against him as support. The few chairs were occupied by him and his dads and the women that were there. The wonderful men that he worked for stood behind him and off to the side, all of them present. They looked nice in their suits. It wasn't often that they wore them, except for when they had to testify in court. She fought bravely, and may she rest peacefully. Curtis peeked over to the side. God had his arm over Day's shoulder, holding him close to him, both their heads lowered with their eyes closed. He could just see God's thumb lightly moving back and forth on Day's shoulder. They were such an awesome couple, two more of the greatest men he'd ever... Curtis's thoughts skidded to a halt in his mind. His eyes widened and his body tensed in response to the sight. Both his dads must have felt it, because each one kept their eyes closed but moved in closer to him. Oh, my Lord. It can't be. But it most certainly was. What in the heck is he doing here? Why in the hell was the star wide receiver of the Georgia Bulldogs at his mother's funeral? The man that made history by coming out and telling the world he was bisexual 2 years ago. He was a hero, and he looked the part. He stood tall, at least 6'2" or 6'3". His wavy, dirty blonde hair was longer on top than the cropped hair on the sides. Dark shades covered what he knew were magnetic, emerald green eyes. His broad shoulders made his suit hang beautifully on his large body. Curtis's mouth watered at the thought of all those muscles. He'd gotten glimpses of the man's chest and biceps when the reporters and cameramen of ESPN would go in the locker room to listen to the coach congratulate his team on a win. There he was, right there, just 20 feet away from him. We pray that God continues to strengthen her only son. Curtis stared at his fantasy man while everyone's focus was finally on something else besides him. While everyone still had their eyes closed, or at least everyone was supposed to have their eyes closed. Curtis watched with a stunned expression as the man holding his undivided attention seemed to move in slow motion. His hand came up towards his face, his thick bicep stretching the material of his jacket, and oh so slowly removed his dark shades. Piercing green eyes stared back at him, stunning, and focused. Curtis gasped when those sexy lips curved up into a slight smile that almost had Curtis bolting out of his seat. And as if that wasn't bad enough, Curtis was thrown a slight wink before those dark shades were replaced. May you all say amen and amen. Amen. Thank goodness the prayer was over. He couldn't get a hard-on at his mother's funeral. People would think he was a sick pervert. His dads hugged him tightly, both of them sandwiching him between their two solid chests. Okay, let me go. Let me go. He stood up and walked to the front so he could shake everyone's hand, his eyes cutting over and lingering on a certain figure standing in the background. Curtis was elbowed lightly by his dad. He looked over at Green and noticed him nodding at something. He turned and looked up at the tall man standing in front of him with his hand extended. Curtis jerked his hand up. Oh, I'm sorry. No problem, Curtis. You probably don't recognize me. I've seen you around the precinct. I'm Officer Michaels. I also know Rux and Green. I just wanted to come by and extend my condolences. Curtis shook the man's hand and thanked him for coming, extending an invitation to the repast after. Michaels politely declined and shook his father's hands before walking off. Finally, it was his turn. Oh my goodness. He approached slowly, eyeing Curtis up and down with eyes greener than a lily pad on a lake in Toronto. All Curtis could do was try to remain standing. He watched with wide eyes as the man of his dreams gripped his small hand and said in a voice that was as sexy and growly as Vin Diesel's, but with an endearing country twang. I'm sorry for your loss. So simple. Then he was gone. Curtis watched longingly as he walked away. After having only seen him once before, at the precinct, very briefly, he was back again. Genesis Godfrey. God's little, but not so fucking little at all, brother. Curtis sat at the dining room table in God and Day's house. Most people were out on the back lawn, some mingling in the house, picking at the remnants of the buffet table. Everything was delicious, catered by Curtis's favorite restaurant, except for the desserts, which were made by Day and God's mom. He looked out the large bay window, wishing he could just go out there and talk and shoot the breeze with the guys, but the moms had him surrounded. Green's mom, now his grandma, sat on one side of him, her soft hand resting on top of his. On the other side was Day's mom. She kept trying to get him to eat more of the honey-baked ham that sat untouched on the massive plate they filled for him. He wasn't that hungry to begin with. His dad, Green, had made sure he ate a hearty breakfast before heading to the graveside service. No, thank you, he said quietly. I really am full, Mrs. Day. But you're so thin. I could snap you like a chicken, she said, pinching his collarbone. Someone please rescue me. Please, anyone. Charlie's Angels, Batman, does anyone hear me? Stop grabbing on the boy, Mom, Day said on his way past the door. No, Day, don't go. He tried to put a smile back on his face. God's mother was across from him. She was one of the sweetest, most timid women he'd ever met. How she bore such huge sons was beyond his understanding. He'd only met her at get-togethers at God and Day's house, but she was always nice to him. So how's the college decision coming, Curtis? Vicky asked, around a mouthful of pecan pie. I've narrowed it down to 2, Curtis responded, gently extracting his hand from his grandmother like he needed to pick up his soda. He drained it all immediately, only for God's mom to quickly shuffle out of her seat to refill it. Miss Godfrey, that's okay. You don't... He let his protest die, since she was already in the kitchen pouring. Oh yeah? Which 2? Vicky asked, cutting herself another piece of pie. University of Virginia or Georgia? God's mom beamed. That's where my Jenny goes. Did you know that? I think I heard that, he responded with an easy shrug, trying to sound as if he wasn't Genesis's biggest fan. I'll probably be at Georgia. They have a great undergrad pre-law program and law school. I'd like to stay close to my dad's, too. Come home on breaks and weekends. Being only an hour and a half away sounds nice. Is it me, or is this pie simply the best? It's divine, Mama Godfrey. Vicky broke in, making Ms. Godfrey blush at the compliment. Gonna be a lawyer and study at UGA. I'm so proud of you, sweetie, his grandmother said, squeezing his arm. Think you got what it takes to be a bulldog? Genesis's country bass-filled drawl permeated the large dining room. It was the sweetest aphrodisiac. He sounded almost like his big brother, but in a younger, sexier kind of way. Curtis tried not to let his body react, but it was like trying not to breathe a gulp of air when you were suffocating. Oh, God, he was handsome. So big. He sauntered into the room, his gaze never leaving Curtis's as he bent and kissed his mom on the cheek. He'd shed the suit for a pair of track pants, sneakers, and one of his practice jerseys. Curtis had to clear his throat before he could answer Genesis's snarky question. He tried to keep his tone even and confident. I'm pretty sure I have what it takes. Genesis raised one eyebrow. I bet you do, he said smoothly. The undertone couldn't have been missed. The room was silent, and Curtis could feel his face heating. Meaning, I heard you're extremely smart, a highly awarded honor student, Genesis added. I do okay, Curtis said, struggling to maintain eye contact. He couldn't lower his eyes. He wanted to be respected. His dad, Rux, told him to always look any man in his eye, otherwise that man will easily dismiss you. However, it was intimidating looking at the man that he'd seen barrel through 300-pound linebackers on national television. Oh, he does better than okay. He has his pick of any school in the country, full scholarship, Vicky chimed in, breaking his and Genesis's eye contact. Impressive, Genesis commented, picking up a leftover piece of ham from his mom's plate. She slapped his hand. Jenny, get a napkin. Eating like a caveman, she said sternly, trying to hide her shy smile. Manners, Jenny, Curtis said, his voice dropping a couple octaves. What the heck? Why had he said that? Called the man by the nickname his mother called him. Oh God, let me die here and now. Genesis looked at him with shock and amusement. Very funny. Come on, you gonna sit here with the ladies all afternoon sipping tea and discussing pecan pie recipes, or do you want to toss the ball with me? Genesis didn't have to say it twice. Curtis was pushing his plate back and standing before the mothers could protest. The man in front of him might be an NFL pro one day, and Curtis would get to say, hey, I played catch with him. He's a cool dude, and I know his mom calls him Jenny, but on SportsCenter, he was known as the G-Man. Curtis, honey, don't think you have to jump and do something you don't want to. If you're not up to being around the guys, it's okay. You've had a lot on you these past few days, his grandmother said, clamped onto his arm. It's okay, Grandma. I'm fine, really. He gently took her hand off, patting it a couple times. He gave her a soft kiss on her cheek and quickly fled the room. Genesis walked behind him. Curtis was on his way to the back door when Genesis clamped his massive hand on his shoulder, stopping him. Curtis looked back and up. Genesis was so much taller than him it was almost comical. Leo, I'm gonna get something for Curtis to wear. He's coming out too, Genesis yelled through the screen over Curtis's head. Genesis steered him towards the living room and up the stairs. Curtis's heart was beating wildly in his chest. He walked down the hallway to God and Day's room. Of course he knew where it was. He'd had to pick up their dry cleaning many times. He just didn't know how he felt about being in their room with Genesis. You know I can't fit in Day's clothes, Curtis said, standing in the center of the floor while Genesis rummaged through one of Day's dressers. You can fit a pair of basketball shorts with a drawstring. Then all you need is a white tee. You know Leo wears all his shirts 2 sizes too tight anyway. His jeans are so tight you can see Lincoln smiling on the penny in his pocket, Genesis drawled, looking back and winking at him. Curtis laughed so hard his eyes watered. It felt real good to do that. Take off that monkey suit.
Curtis choked. "Oh, what? You're gonna change, aren't you?"
Genesis closed the dresser and walked over to him. Curtis refused to take a step back, even after Genesis was practically standing on top of him. He hated to do it, but he looked up into those mesmerizing green eyes and lost himself. Before he knew what he was doing, he'd reached up and lightly ghosted his fingertips over the long brown eyelashes that shaded the greenest eyes he'd ever seen, even greener than his big brother. Genesis caught his hand and laced their fingers together, staring intriguingly at him. "Oh, shoot, I'm so sorry." Curtis jumped back. He could feel the flames streaking up his neck and onto his pale face. He had to be the color of a beet right now, which made things 10 times worse. What was he thinking? He was fondling a grown man, probably making him very uncomfortable in the process. Curtis was still a minor. Last thing Genesis Godfrey would need is some type of scandal. Curtis bolted for the door, but Genesis's long legs got ahead of him before he could reach it. "Hey, where are you going, beautiful?" Genesis said on a breathy whisper. "I gotta get out of here. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable." Genesis's look was serious as he stared down at him, his large body blocking his exit. "I didn't say I was uncomfortable. You probably think I'm acting like this because my mom passed, but I really am okay. I've just always liked you." Curtis shook his head quickly. "Not like you. I mean, liked you as, sports. I really like sports." Damn. He'd never felt more stupid in his life. Now he was talking like he was a groupie. He could only imagine how many women and men threw themselves at Genesis on a daily basis. "I think you have the wrong impression about me," Genesis drawled, running his thumb down the side of Curtis's face. "You don't make me uncomfortable. You know what makes me uncomfortable? People who act like they can't talk to me or touch me, like I'm some kind of untouchable god." Curtis leaned into Genesis's touch. It was amazing and surprisingly tender for his size. It had been way too long since he'd had any affection reciprocated. Because of his social status at school, he didn't have much experience with dating. He'd had a few crushes, one wonderful relationship that ended in a devastating heartbreak, his first, but that was the extent of it. Genesis was in an entirely different league. "Do you know I'm 17? "Yes, and the prettiest thing I've ever seen," Genesis drawled. "I thought that's why I was making you uncomfortable. Because I'm so young." Genesis stepped closer to him, putting his chest flush up against his chin. Curtis had to tilt his head up so he could look at him, and Curtis couldn't help but smile now. It's as if Curtis could see the man behind the superstar. "That's not what makes me uncomfortable. I'm not afraid of the law." "No?" "No, pretty. But I am afraid of your dad's." Curtis barked a laugh, breaking the thick sexual tension growing between them. "Come on. Playing catch can wait. Let's talk a bit. Is that okay?" "Yeah," Curtis breathed. "I'd really like that." Genesis took his hand, turned and left Day and God's room, and led him further up the hall to one of the rooms he'd never been in. Just because he was allowed access to the guys' houses when they weren't there didn't mean he snooped. That door was always closed. Now he realized it was Genesis's bedroom. He put on the light and left a small crack in the door behind them. Curtis began to look around while Genesis sat on the full futon on the other side of the room. "Now, I know the enforcers have only been working with my brother for a few years. How the hell did they end up as your dads?" Genesis started out. Curtis had his back to Genesis as he checked out the titles on the multiple bookshelves that lined the wall. He turned and smiled. "I've been close to all the guys. My mom's been sick a long time, and they all kind of took me under their wings. Made sure I stayed out of trouble." "And what kind of trouble could you possibly get into, pretty one?" Genesis winked again. Damn if that didn't make his knees weak.
I met your brother and Day because they busted me robbing a convenience store, Curtis said, looking over his shoulder. He threw his own wink at Genesis's slack jaw and went back to perusing the titles as if it was nothing. Excuse me. Bullshit, Genesis laughed. Nope, it's as truthful as it gets. Pretty boy has a wild side, Genesis said in a husky purr. Sometimes I wish I did, but God saw right through it. Knew I wasn't a bad boy. I was a scared kid that didn't have enough money to pay the electric bill. Curtis sighed a tired breath, not wanting to go much deeper into that. Anyway, they helped me after that, made sure I was focused on school, had what I needed, eventually gave me a job. Two of the greatest men I've ever met in my life, and as they say, the rest is history. But Green and Rux, they've always been different. Me and Green especially. He's always been like a dad, you know. No, I don't. My dad never existed. I don't talk about him, but it's cool it worked out that way for you. I heard they, busted you out of a foster home, Genesis smirked. Wow, he'd heard that already. There really were very few secrets held amongst those guys. He'd just hoped Genesis hadn't heard all of the story. Curtis just chuckled along with him. I know you and your mom changed your names to Godfrey as soon as you left for school. Does that have something to do with your dad? Curtis said, coming to sit beside Genesis. He wasn't laughing or grinning that bright superstar smile of his. He looked upset. My mom and I changed our names because my biological dad was a sick fuck and we refused to continue to carry his name. Genesis fumed. He really sounded like his brother when he was upset. His voice got all growly and full of bass and authority. But it didn't scare Curtis. He put his hand on Genesis's knee. I'm sorry, didn't mean to dredge up old ghosts, Curtis said softly. We don't need to talk about that. Genesis put his hand over Curtis's. Curtis turned his hand over and linked their fingers together, and they stayed that way for a while. Neither one talking, just exchanging long glances and endearing smiles. He couldn't explain it, because although he was still slightly starstruck that Genesis G-Man Godfrey was sitting here beside him, casually talking with him about their lives, he was quickly turning into just Genesis to him. Will you kiss me? Curtis whispered softly. I'd love nothing more, Genesis answered sweetly. They met together in the softest, most gentle touching of their mouths. Genesis cupped his jaw, lightly caressing his smooth cheek with his thumb as he held him in place. Curtis slanted his head, but Genesis was a gentleman. He didn't take it too much further. He brushed his lips back and forth over his, and Curtis thought he felt a quick flick of a moist tongue, but it was gone too fast to be sure. When they pulled back, Genesis stared into his eyes like he was looking for something, and Curtis recognized the minute Genesis found it. His mouth curved into a charming smile, and he pulled Curtis into a tight hug. A hug you could feel deep down in your core. It was what he'd needed. It was what he wanted, and at this moment he truly appreciated Genesis for it. Curtis, you up here? Loud footsteps accompanied the deep voice coming up the stairs. Genesis eased back from him. Which dad is that? Curtis smiled at him. That's Rux. Great. The scariest one. Genesis sat back on the couch. Yeah, Dad, I'm in here. Curtis laughed. He knew Rux could be a little blunt and heavy-tempered, but he was sure his dads trusted him. A few seconds later, Rux came through the door, quickly taking in the scene in front of him. His dad wasn't stupid. He was a detective, so surely he could put the pieces together. Curtis tried to give his dad a look that said, Please, for the love of God, don't embarrass me. Rux looked over at Genesis. How's it going, G-Man? Curtis's mouth dropped open. Oh, hell. Pretty good, Rux. Long time no see. Yeah, it has been a while. It's a big surprise to see you here with my boy, Rux said, eyeing him carefully. Dad, Curtis hissed. Boy? Really? Rux ignored him.
maintaining his glaring eye contact with Genesis. Your team's off to a damn good start this season. That Florida game was close. Y'all got a tough schedule this year. Genesis sat forward but didn't stand. I'm up for the challenge. I bet you are. Dad, Curtis scowled again. You just here for the weekend, Genesis? I would think the coach would have y'all on a pretty tight curfew. I got a weekend pass, Genesis answered with an easy smile. So you'll be leaving soon, right? Dad, Genesis was at the funeral. Did you know that? Rux tilted his head in question. Really? No, I didn't realize. All I saw were a bunch of grown-ass men. I must have not distinguished. Curtis's eyes bugged out of his head. When he looked at Genesis, he didn't seem fazed. But he, on the other hand, was humiliated. I will be leaving tonight. I just came down to show my support, but I'll be back next week for Thanksgiving break. And I'd like to take Curtis on a date, if it's all right with... Hell no, Rux said, not letting Genesis finish. Green walked in before Curtis could say a word. There you are, Curtis. I was wondering where you'd disappeared. Green stopped, noticing Rux and Genesis's stare-off. Oh. Curtis turned to Genesis. You want to go out with me? I'd like that. You can like it all you want, Rux butted in. Curtis gave his dad his most angry look. I'm not some 16-year-old debutante. What the heck has gotten into you? Curtis, your grandma's leaving. She wants to say goodbye to you. Why don't you go on downstairs? Green said, stepping aside. We're going to talk to Genesis. Curtis was reluctant to leave, but he did. This was beyond embarrassing. He was almost 18, almost grown, about to graduate and go off to college. He wasn't even a virgin. Why were they acting like this? Curtis had been on dates. He'd had a steady boyfriend his whole sophomore and junior year. Now here they were behaving like they were protecting his untainted virtue. Curtis said goodbye to Genesis while his dads, God and Day, and half the men they worked with watched boldly. Genesis kept his eyes on him the entire time. He held Curtis's hand in his as he leaned down to speak to him. I'll be back to take you to dinner next weekend. When you go home, don't be upset with your dads. I can understand their concern. You've just lost your mom. You're about to graduate and choose a school. I'm 22 and you're 17. I'm in the spotlight. I do a lot of traveling. They just don't want you to have any major distractions right now. I get that. I've been an adult since I was 12. I know how to stay focused. They know that, Curtis said, looking up into Genesis's sincere eyes. I know that too. That's why I like you. That's why I want to get to know you better. You're the first person I've talked to in a while that wasn't worried about only saying things they thought would impress me. Genesis turned Curtis's hand in his and placed his palm against his lips and kissed it tenderly. Genesis never stopped watching only him, despite the grunts and whispers in the background. You don't have a boyfriend or a girlfriend? Curtis said softly. Actually, yeah, I have both, and a few women that I pimp out for money, Genesis said loudly, making everyone, including Curtis, laugh. Curtis rolled his eyes at him. No, beautiful, I'm not seeing anyone. I've been real focused myself, but I'm not foolish enough to let you get by. Even if I have to go through 2 overprotective dads, Genesis answered. So, I've got to get back on the road, but I'll see you next weekend. Friday night, 8 o'clock sharp, and trust me, I won't be late. Genesis bent and kissed Curtis on his cheek. Curtis blushed terribly in front of everyone. This was so ridiculous. They had absolutely no privacy. Genesis gave him another wink before he released his hand and turned to walk up the stairs. His dads walked over to him and Rux handed him his suit jacket. He snatched it out of his dad's hand and turned to walk out the front door. Have fun, dads, Curtis could hear Day's laugh after his comment along with the other men as he walked angrily up the driveway to their car. His dad's had made a circus act out of a very nice moment he'd shared with a really great guy. Chapter 29. One Big Happy Family. Green unlocked the door and dragged his tired body in the house. Curtis brushed past him and went straight to his room, slamming the door. "You see what you've done? You're always getting us in trouble." Green smiled at his partner. Rux wrapped his hands around his waist, pulling him in for a kiss. "I haven't kissed you all day." Rux sucked on Green's neck, walking them further into the house. "Aren't you going to talk to him? He's mad at us. Maybe we did overreact. He is almost—" "No, Chris, we didn't overreact. Here you go, slipping into the I'm a big pushover role you love to play," Rux said, letting Green go and walking into the kitchen to grab a beer. "I wouldn't care if he was 40. I'd be concerned with who he was hanging out with, and now it so happens to be the G-Man, one of the most popular athletes in the country. He's also God's little brother, Rux," Green argued. "Okay, that right there is not a positive selling point. The fact of the matter is Genesis Godfrey is a grown man. He's got women and men galore since he told the entire world he likes both. So the sky's the limit. I have every right to question what his intentions are wanting to go out with a 17-year-old that's still in high school and lives almost 2 hours away." "You played college baseball, babe. Did you like the skanks that hung around the locker room? Were they your dream girls, or were you looking for someone nice, someone real to spend time with? That's all Genesis is doing. I like him. He's a great student, a good son, and a good brother. He's not even in school on an athletic scholarship. He has a full academic ride. I have no reason to distrust him based only on the fact he's an athlete." "I'm trusting your judgment. That's why I agreed to the date. But the moment Curtis comes home upset, I'm taking my taser and baton and I'm hunting G-Man down like he's a fugitive. All I'm saying, babe, is Genesis is well known and loved by the task force. If you immediately start acting like he's not good enough to date your son when you haven't really gotten to know him, it's going to cause problems. Big 6'4", 280 pounds, shoots 2 Desert Eagles at a time. Problems. I'll give him a chance. 1, Rux stressed. He better not hurt him. I mean it, Green." "Thanks, Dads," Curtis said, standing at the end of the stairs. They turned around and saw Curtis standing there in his pajamas and robe watching them. He went into the kitchen, still smirking at Rux. "You're not mad at me anymore, buddy?" Rux asked. "No, I guess not. I kinda understand what you were thinking. I just didn't know you guys were going to be so protective." Curtis came and stood by Rux. "We've always been protective, but we are taking our new, more defined roles in your life very seriously," Green said, hugging him close. "I get that too, and I appreciate it." Curtis hugged Green back. "I'm going to bed. I just want to sleep in tomorrow since it's Sunday and be refreshed for school on Monday." "Night, buddy." Green bent and kissed the top of Curtis's head. Rux tousled his hair like always and blocked some of the shots Curtis took at him. "Night, bud." "Night, Dads." Curtis was halfway up the stairs and Green thought again about the funeral. He yelled up after him. "And you're sure you're okay?" "Dad," Curtis snapped. Okay. Green laughed while Rux shook his head at him. "You're hopeless." Rux was just finishing his shower. Green was already feeling a lot better after letting the powerful shower jets beat on his back. He was glad this day was over. Things would be getting back to normal now. A new kind of normal, but normal. He felt the bed dip and then the click of the bedside lamp before the room went dark. He opened his eyes, adjusting quickly to the darkness. The large windows were open, the cool night air blowing the thin linen curtains. The moonlight shone in on them, providing a spotlight where they lay. His lover was about to put on a show, a saga of damn good love that would no doubt deserve an encore. Green grasped him by his shoulder and pulled to turn him over. "You tired?" Rux asked him, his voice already husky with desire, and Green's mouth watered at the hard flesh nudging at his hip. "I'm not anymore." No other words were exchanged. Green felt soft, warm lips close over his own. The kiss was a slow, intimate one, a kiss for real lovers. A spirited tongue dance that quickly changed into their own kissing game. His tongue chasing Green's tongue, tasting and moaning until the slow kisses caused a fire to flicker and grow, then spread like wildfire. The moaning morphed into groaning. "Love you," Green panted. He wanted to get that out there, let his partner know this was love to him, not just the fucking so often needed to affirm life after the death of someone close. Although he was sure their movements would soon become animalistic and primal. "I love you too." Rux licked his mouth sweetly. "More than I ever thought I could love someone." There. Green pulled Rux back to his mouth, and every problem in the world vanished. It wasn't long until Rux was pulling Green on top of him, spreading his legs, letting Green nestle in and get comfortable. He rocked their dicks together in a slow groove. The heat was building, but it was clear that both of them wanted to preserve and enjoy this as much as possible. Soon the flames would be too out of control to extinguish. Green lowered his body down on that strong, defined sheet of muscle that was Rux's chest. His hair was still wet and slick from the shower. Oh God, his favorite. He added his own moisture, sucking and licking at the silkiness. Rux squirmed beneath him, and he knew why. Rux knew where Green was about to go. He was anxious for him to get there. Green smiled against Rux's left pec. He bit hard into the muscle, savoring the grunt he pulled from him. He worked his tongue slowly until he was poised over Rux's already taut nipple. Green slammed his mouth over it and sucked it hard into his mouth like it held nourishment. Rux bucked beneath him, held Green's head tight to his chest, wanting the abuse he gave that firm bud. "Fuck," Rux groaned. He pulled Green's mouth off with an audible pop. Rux was stroking his thick length between them while he guided Green over to his other nipple. He bit this one first, making Rux's back arch off the mattress before he laved it to make it all better. After Rux had had enough of the nipple torture, Green felt a strong hand pushing down on his shoulder. He chuckled softly. "Subtly trying to tell me something?" "Yeah. Swallow my dick. Now," Rux said darkly. Green's cock bobbed at the sound. He had no qualms doing what he was ordered. He flicked the full cap first, teasing Rux mercilessly since he had been so sweet when he asked Green to suck him. He smiled as Rux thrust up, needing more, seeking more. When a firm hand landed on the back of his head, Green knew playtime was over. He swallowed his lover down, not stopping until he smelled the masculinity embedded in his groin. "Oh," Rux groaned. "That's it, babe. Fuck right there. Oh my God, you are too fucking good at that." Green gave Rux everything he had. He swallowed around the head of that sweet dick and dragged his teeth back up the solid shaft, making Rux's body tremble from the spike of pain before he licked a return path down it. He spread his thick thighs wider, wanting a better view of that sacred place. Green cupped Rux's sack and manipulated it until he could get the whole thing in his mouth. Rux loved it. The way he moaned and cursed the heavens told Green he'd found another hot button on his lover. But there was another spot he needed to explore. A spot deep inside. He licked Rux's balls, reaching up to simultaneously pinch his nipples. "Oh, fuck you," Rux groaned around a chuckle. "You know that'll make me come." Green's mouth was too full to smile and too full to respond. He was ready to go lower, but he wanted to make this good. He rose up and straddled Rux's legs, flipping him over. Green slapped that sexy ass hard, the sharp sound loud in the dark room. "Bastard," Rux murmured. Green started at the base of Rux's neck, his tongue being led by the long spine as he licked his way down, around the valleys and curves of his back. Never had Green seen a man with a hotter body than Rux's. When he got to the top of his ass, Green gripped Rux's hip and dove in, just wetting him, priming him. Rux's face was pressed into the bedding, muffling his cries. Green wanted to hear how he was making Rux feel. Green opened Rux's ass wider. Jesus H. It was so beautiful. Dark and just the right amount of hair around his tight hole. Rux was a man's man. Green didn't have a problem with effeminate men and the metrosexuals with their waxing and shaving. It was just that twinks with their cute little pink holes were never a turn-on for him. His mouth watered just looking at it, that alpha hole. Well, it's not gonna fuck itself, Chris. Rux's heavy bass-filled voice had Green springing into action. He licked him and sucked him until Rux was begging Green to penetrate him. With a finger, his cock, anything more than his tongue. I know, baby. Feels good, doesn't it? Green licked the shell of Rux's ear while he got the lube. He pulled on Rux's hip until he was on his knees just enough for Green to pull his cock between his legs so he could jerk and suck him while he stretched. Oh, this is going to be so good. He put a good amount of lube on his finger and pressed against the slick entrance, easily slipping in. Rux hissed at the unusual sensation, but Green didn't stop. He pressed on, still mindful of any resistance. He bathed Rux's cockhead with his tongue while he drove his finger in deeper. You okay? Green panted. Yeah. Green noted the tension in Rux's back and strain in his voice, but for now he was fine with that response. Any man's experience being entered for the first time was unique from the next man's. He knew his partner, knew if he was uncomfortable, knew if and when he'd need to stop. Green licked around his finger that was buried in Rux's ass. When Rux started to move, Green knew he was ready to add another. He only had the tip in when Rux closed up on him. Don't tense up, babe. Relax. I am, Rux growled. No, you're not. Green leaned back up over Rux's back, spreading his thighs with his knees. Open all the way, baby. Rux's breathing was labored like he'd been running a race. Just fuck me. Relax, Green cooned softly, his voice filled with passion and his need. I can't fuck you like this. Need to stretch you some more. My cock is bigger than one finger. It took a little more coaching and a lot more dirty talk and nipple pinching to get Rux as stretched and as ready as he needed him to be. Rux was fucking himself on his 3 fingers when he reached his hand back and gripped Green's wrist, forcing him to pump into him deeper, faster. Harder. More, Rux snapped. You think I can't fucking take you? I'm gonna give you more, Green said, his teeth clenched with determination. He positioned himself at Rux's entrance and pushed the head of his cock in on one thrust, making Rux yell out in surprise. Shit, Chris. Ready? Green didn't need or want an answer. He slid his arm under Rux's throat and hooked his other one under his underarm, holding him in a secured position. He told Rux to take a deep breath. When he felt the rise of his back against his own chest, he drove the rest of the way in. Oh my fucking... Rux heaved underneath him, taking the burn and stretch like the man Green knew he was. Fuck. Just as tight as I knew this virgin ass would be, Green panted in Rux's ear. He hadn't moved, knew if he did it would be over before it even began. Fuck you, Rux grunted. Do something, Chris. I'm gonna make you feel real good, baby. Green slowly pulled out, just halfway, and slid back in again. You trust me, don't you? I did. Before you lied and said this fucking felt good. Rux turned a little, positioning most of his weight on his side, making Green maneuver with him. Green kissed Rux on his neck, ignoring his last comment. Making Rux feel like his head was going to explode from pleasure was something that had to be shown, not spoken. He started up a slow rhythm, holding on to Rux's hip with one hand and propping himself up with the other. The deeper he went, the more Rux moaned his name. He'd been so patient and waited so long for this day. Way longer than Rux had been waiting and wanting him. Now he had him. He was buried balls deep in him, almost ready to deposit his love inside him. He closed his eyes and tried to concentrate on pushing his orgasm down. When Rux topped him, it sure as hell took longer than 2 minutes. He lowered himself and aimed for a higher angle. Rux lurched in his arms and Green pulled out, went back in with power, keeping that angle and strong momentum. Rux was quieter now, his only sounds a mix between a groan and a sob each time Green pegged his gland. He looked down and Rux's cock was harder than a choir boy's in a porn shop. Fuck yeah. But he needed a better position, needed to go deeper. He rolled, pulling Rux with him. "Don't stop." Rux's voice was barely recognizable. "I'm not." Green pulled Rux on top. Rux's heavy legs on either side of his back to his chest, his rigid cock pointing to the ceiling. Damn. He was heavy, but the weight felt good, and it put Green just as deep as he needed to be. Rux shuddered on top of him when Green gripped him between his thighs, holding his balls in a diamond created by his hands, and slid him up and down his body while he thrust up into him on the downstroke. "Fuck," Rux keened. Oh, God. "You're the sexiest fucking contradiction, baby. You're such a badass on the street. Lethal," Green growled, thrusting deeper. "So many men have eaten the butt of your shotgun, but here you are with me, moaning and whimpering on my cock like a helpless slut." "Up and down, just like that," Green whispered, his forehead pressed against the back of Rux's head. Green kept that position and rocked Rux's body on top of his like he owned it. 'Cause he did. He fucked up into him hard each time that hot ass slid back down on him. Showed Rux the true meaning of topping from the bottom. Green removed his hands, and, like the partners they were in every sense of the word, their bodies continued to move in perfect sync. He rubbed every erogenous zone he could reach, dug his hands into the back of Rux's neck, ran them down his chest, caressing his abs. He brushed his hands over Rux's cock, jerked it twice, and then stopped. It was harder than he'd ever felt it. He raised his back off the bed, groaned low in his throat, and reached lower, overwhelming his lover's senses with a lingam massage, using both hands to fondle Rux's balls before pressing his fingers against his taint. When his fingertips brushed against their connection, Green saw sparks dance behind his closed eyelids. "I'm coming, Mark." Green wanted his man right there with him. He pinched Rux's nipples just as hard as he could. Rux jerked so hard the move almost made them lose their connection. "Fuck." Green felt the large muscles of Rux's back grow rigid and tighten like he was on his 100th pull-up. God, he fucking loved this man. Rux inhaled hard, took what was given him. Green kept the same intensity in his thrust, but he slowed the fucking down, made it precious. Rux made a sound like he was in pain. Large hands came up and grabbed a fistful of Green's hair. Rux tightened his hold on him. Now it was Green's turn to make a painful sound. When Rux's ass clamped down on his cock, Green dropped his head back to the pillow. He pinched harder, and Rux's body went still, and then hard as stone. His cum burst from him. Long streams of white lava erupted over Rux's rippled stomach. He heard him, felt Rux growl and jolt with each release. Green barked a startled cry as his orgasm dug its claws in and roared through his core to settle in his balls, consuming them with heat. He freed Rux's tortured nipples and pulled the tight ass down on his cock, pressing it firmly into his pelvis just in time for his cock to thicken and shoot deep inside that throbbing channel. deep enough for Rux to feel it in his soul. And he knew he did, because the affectionately whispered, "Chris," that left his lover's lips, told him their bonding was sealed. Chapter 30. It's Sunday, for God's sake. Rux woke up feeling loved and sorer than he'd ever been in his life. He'd been thrown from 2-story windows, wrestled with 5-minute once, even been thrown from a speeding car, but nothing compared to the feel of your ass being fucked by a man that was heavily muscled and well endowed. He noticed he was in bed alone, but he smiled because he could smell the scent of cinnamon buns. Rux turned on his side, groaning at the aches. But damn if his man didn't make him sore. He'd never felt that good before, never been that aroused, or come so hard. He slung his feet over the side of the bed and headed straight for the shower. He'd finished washing and had his hands braced on the wall while he let the steaming water beat against his neck and ass. He heard the door opening, then the glass door of the shower sliding along the track. "You feel okay?" Rux turned around at the deep voice and looked at his gorgeous boyfriend. "Yeah, I'm good." "Liar, you've been in here like 20 minutes. Green chuckled in that sexy way he loved. "The tenderness doesn't last long." "Good to know." Rux leaned over and gave Green a wet kiss, whispering into his mouth, "Last night was amazing." "You seemed like you enjoyed it." Green licked at his mouth, his tongue tasting like cinnamon. "I did, but I think I'll be the top in this relationship." Rux reached around with a dripping hand and grabbed Green's ass, squeezing him through his lounge pants. "That's fine. Not many could handle all this. Only the strongest survive," Green said, grabbing his cock and balls. Rux laughed hard, leaning in to bite Green on his neck. "You asshole." Green closed the shower door and Rux heard him taking a leak. "I'm really looking forward to a lazy day on the couch, watching football with my favorite guys and eating any and all snacks in your cabinet." Babe? Okay, I promise to go grocery shopping with you this—" "No, that's not it. God wants us to come in. He has a development on a new case and I think he wants us on surveillance tonight," Green told him while he washed his hands. "God damn it," Rux yelled, turning off the water. "We should be allowed some personal time with our new son. You know, to bond and shit." Green laughed so hard Rux pushed him out of his way so he could get to the bedroom. "Shut up. I'm just saying, that's a pretty lame attempt at trying to get some time off. 1, our bond with Curtis has been solid for years, and 2, there's no such thing as time off with this job. Now hurry up and get dressed. I don't want us to be the last ones to get there." Green walked through the parking lot with his guys. Since they were only going over the details of the case, he'd allowed Curtis to come along. They walked through the bullpen, waving to the few officers that actually liked them. "Uh-oh, here comes trouble," their captain called out, making heads turn in their direction and laugh. If only he could shoot the captain the bird like he would anyone else that had said that stupid shit. He saw Rux raise his hands in a mock wave of appreciation. He wasn't playing into it. Theirs was the most dangerous job in the APD. It was held by a select few out of the whole damn force because of it. They were the men on the street, the first in and last out on a bust. They should be treated with more respect. Green walked into their office and saw that they were, indeed, the last ones to get there. "'Bout damn time. I called you an hour ago," God said, while leaning over Day, sitting at his desk looking at some files. Green sat down at his desk, not bothering with a response to that comment either. Curtis went over to Vicky's desk, and when she saw him, she scooped him into a big hug, cradling his head to her cleavage. Green chuckled at his son, since he looked like that was the last place he wanted to be. When Vicky finally let him go, he gave a few high fives to the guys and settled in over by the IT team. He turned and saw Rux had made his way over to God and Day. Sen was propped up on the desk next to them, looking at the scattered papers, a serious expression on his face. Whatever they were getting ready to work on didn't look like it was going to be fun. Damn, God, it's Sunday. This couldn't wait until tomorrow morning. I had a whole day of football planned. Besides, I thought you rested on the Sabbath, Rux said, laughing annoyingly at his own joke. Great. Really, babe. A few of the guys joined in, looking over in their lieutenant's direction, but the laughter quickly skidded to an abrupt halt. Green shook his head sadly when he saw God's head slowly rise up to look at Rux, sharp eyes boring into his partner. God's gruff voice could be heard clear across the office. Ruxberg, what the hell is the look on my face saying now? Sen gave a grunt of a laugh. Rux shrugged. Day, tell him what my face is saying. Day looked up from his papers and gave God's face a split-second glance before his eyes went back down to what he was looking at. His face says get the fuck away from me. Sen laughed again as Rux looked at his bosses, annoyed. Day, how the hell do you put up with God? Yeah, well, I'm still trying to get into heaven, Day deadpanned. God grumbled something to Day and turned back to Rux. Do I have to say it again? He barked. Rux turned and walked back over to his desk. Happy now? Green threw a pen cap at him. If he wasn't going to make us work tonight, he sure as fuck is now. They'd been sitting around their conference table for 6.5 hours going over their new assignment. It was another big one. Their office had received an anonymous tip that a nice-sized shipment was being brought in soon by one of the higher-up dealers in Midtown. The folder containing the tip included photos of the infamous Scotty D shaking hands with a man on what appeared to be a fishing boat at the West End docks. So, Rux and Green, I want you guys to start surveillance first thing tomorrow. Watch Scotty, watch his boys. Get on the streets and get some people to talk. Rux and Green talked amongst themselves while Sin gave his orders to the rest of the team. At least we don't have to go tonight, Green said tiredly. His ass was hurting from sitting so long. True. I think we have just enough time to catch the recap of all the games we missed today, Rux whined. Green gave his partner a hot and teasing look. I'll make it up to you. Damn right you will, Rux winked. All right, God's voice called over all the chatter. Let's get out of here for now. Gladly, Rux muttered. They shut down their computers and locked up all their files. Rux and Green pulled on their coats and were moving to leave out the office with the others when he heard Day call their names. They stopped mid-stride, turning to face their lieutenants and sergeant. Oh, somebody's in trouble, Roe teased, walking past. Green stuck out his foot and tripped Roe, making him stumble into the door. You act like a 10-year-old, you'll be treated like one, dipshit, Green said dryly, ignoring Roe's middle finger as he walked back to his boss's desk. God sat in his large chair, his hands steepled together, watching both of them. Sorry, only Day has that talent. I can't read what you're thinking, God, Rux said, crossing his arms over his chest. Green sighed. He would never know why Rux had to run his mouth so much. He wondered if his partner had ever heard of the saying, don't poke the bear. He doubted it. Shut up, smartass. I'm thinking about what I'll do to you if you guys go out on assignment and cause a bunch of damage again. A fitting punishment, God snarled. We need this to go smooth. Don't need a shit ton of your ruckus, Rux, Day winked. Rux looked at his lieutenant, bored. Nice, Day. Did you come up with that all by yourself? Will you be here all week with that act? I don't want to miss. Shut up, Green hissed out the side of his mouth. $1 of damage that wasn't absolutely 100% unavoidable, and you guys will be on a 2-week suspension. Day stood glaring back at them. How's that for my last act? Rux puffed up to say something, but Green quickly put his hand up, and thanked the heavens. Rux didn't speak what he'd been about to say. Don't worry about it, we'll be cool. No need to even mention it again, Green said, spinning Rux in a 180 and moving them both out the door. As they made their way across the sparsely occupied bullpen late on a Sunday evening, Green gave his partner the side-eye, letting him know he wasn't pleased with his mouth. If God, Day, and Sin weren't following a few feet behind, he would have thrown Rux in the bathroom and made his mouth pay for all the bullshit it just spouted. When Rux looked his way, Green winked at him conspiratorially. He could wait until they got home to inflict his own punishment. "Curtis hasn't come back yet," Rux said, taking long strides down the hall. "How long does it take to eat a burger and fries?" Green had sent Curtis out to grab dinner about an hour and a half ago. "He's probably taking his time, thinking we're going to be a while longer. We'll just swing by." Green stopped short as soon as he moved through the thick double doors at the parking lot exit of the precinct, the sight in front of him almost making him drop to his knees. Rux gasped next to him, his throat making a sound like he'd just been punched in the gut by the world's strongest man. "Jesus. Please." Green struggled to breathe while he tried to process the scene before him, tried to think like a cop, tried to quickly assess every possible exit strategy. Hopefully Rux was doing the same. He didn't move a muscle, nor did he turn and acknowledge when his lieutenants and his sergeant came out the doors next, the sounds of their conversation dying mid-sentence as they took in the scene in the parking lot. Chapter 31. Here Comes More Trouble. "Dad!" Curtis cried. "It's okay, son." Green's voice was too shaky to sound convincing. Rux wasn't even sure he believed it. Rux clenched his fist at his sides, his hand aching to reach for the weapon secreted at the base of his back. "Didn't expect to see me so soon, huh, Detective Ruxburg? Imagine that. Here I was just waiting in the parking lot for you to come out so I could kill you when I asked this nice young man here if he knew you." The gun pressed hard into Curtis's temple. The attacker's face was just barely visible behind his son's head. "And you know what he said back to me?" Rux didn't make a sound. No one moved. "He said, 'Yeah, Ruxburg and Green are my dads.' Well, well, well. Detective Ruxburg has a nice little family. He doesn't care about destroying other people's families, though." Rux finally found his voice, his anger pouring off him in waves. "Jacobs, no one destroyed anything of yours, especially your family." "The hell you didn't," Jacobs barked, his voice just an octave below screeching. "You took the woman I loved, shipped her away like she was nothing." Rux moved to step forward, his patience already gone, but Green grabbed at his arm. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Rux shouted. "Are you talking about my mother? She went to rehab, you asshole." Jacobs moved back towards his raggedy-ass Buick that was parked behind him, holding Curtis with his back tight against his chest. "I know that." He pointed the gun at him, which was fine with Rux as long as it was off his son. "She broke up with me. Said that we couldn't be together anymore. She was gonna get clean and find her son." Jacob said the last words with utter disgust. "She chose you." Rux stood there with his mouth hanging slightly open. He wondered for a second if Jacob had the right woman. His mom had hated him for years. Now she'd chosen him not only over drugs, but over a man, too. He blinked rapidly. What the hell had his partner said to her? "If you really love her and want to be with her, then go to rehab, too. If you're not constantly trying to pump her full of drugs when she gets home, then you might can be together. But if she knows you killed her only son and grandson, then you'll never get that chance." Rux could hear Green talking beside him, trying to negotiate, trying to say anything positive to get the gun away from Curtis's head. It was going to take some work, and they only had a small window of time before the parking lot held more than just a few of them. The scene would soon be flooded with officers, snipers, SWAT, and news helicopters. And there was nothing scarier than a cornered addict. Jacob was clearly high. His eyes were bloodshot. There was white saliva caked in the corners of his mouth and in the cracks in his lips. His hand was gripping the gun so hard his knuckles were white, his pointer finger hugging the trigger. One scare or wrong move and, oh God, Rux couldn't finish that thought.
I'm not going to kill her grandson, or even you, Ruxburg, Jacobs sneered nastily. I'm going to take the one you love.
Rux's eyes widened. If this bastard thought he was going to let him shoot his partner, his best friend, his love, he had another thing coming. Rux's hand inched behind him. Not yet. A deep, hushed growl came from behind him. God better have a plan, because Rux was ready to shoot.
It's just us in this parking lot, Jacobs. It's not too late. Don't do this. Don't end it like this. Put the gun down. Let us get you some help. Help you get your woman back. Shut the fuck up, Green. I'm not listening to a dead man. She's not coming back to me, and I ain't going to no goddamn rehab. What me and Gloria had was perfect, Jacobs yelled, his hand shaking that pistol next to their son's head. Rux looked Curtis in the eye, held him pinned there. He had tears coming down his red cheeks, but he was still as a statue except for when Jacobs jostled him. He had a dark bruise up high on his cheekbone and a cut over his right eye, just deep enough for blood to ooze down the side of his face, like Jacobs had hit him with the butt of the gun. Curtis, son, we're gonna get out of this. You have to listen to me, Rux spoke calmly.
Shut up, Jacobs yelled, still keeping his head strategically positioned behind Curtis's.
Faster, Day hissed behind him. Son, remember all those sparring matches you watched between me and your dad in the gym? Rux spoke faster.
Curtis didn't respond, but Rux saw his mind working. His son was brilliant. He'd pick up on what he was trying to say. He had to. Please, he has to.
Your dad has this irritating move he always does, and I can never stop it. No matter how much I anticipate it, it always works.
Rux saw the moment Curtis realized what he was saying. It was a risk, but this was the only way for all of them to get out of this situation to even have a chance. He could feel Green tensed and ready next to him, could sense God, Day, and Sen primed to react. As soon as Curtis's eyes closed tight and his head bent forward, Rux and Green both pulled their weapons at the same time. Curtis slammed the back of his head into the bridge of Jacob's nose, stunning him. Curtis crouched slightly and rammed his sharp elbow into one of Jacob's ribs as hard as he could. When Jacobs howled at the pain, caught off guard by the quick move, his weapon fired in their direction. He kept firing his pistol rapidly as he scrambled to get behind his car. Rux and Green ducked behind the concrete pillars, but neither fired a shot, nor did their bosses behind them, not until Curtis spun out of the way and dropped down to the ground. The next shots that were heard sounded like cannons firing. Two Desert Eagles shooting simultaneously sounded like lightning striking right beside you, producing a boom of thunder strong enough to pulverize your bones. The bullets tore into the Buick, shattering all the windows. Day was beside God, firing his chrome 9mm expertly in rapid succession, both of them moving in unison toward the large truck in the middle of the parking lot. Getting a better position, they became the notorious two-man firing squad that they were. Sen and Green fired from another angle, trying to provide enough cover for Rux to get to Curtis, since Jacobs was now crouched behind the car, shooting aimlessly over the hood. Rux was already on the ground, gravel scratching up his hands as he crab walked/ran across the parking lot over to Curtis while bullets whizzed by him. His son was yelling in pain from the noise of the gunshots. His hands were over his ears while he lay crouched in a ball on the hard concrete. More shots were fired as Rux threw his huge body over his son's, covering him completely. The screech of tires barely registered in his mind seconds before he heard the loud crash of two vehicles colliding with each other. A horn blared and sirens roared in the distance. Rux didn't move, even after the gunshots had stopped, his son still crying and shaking beneath him. He didn't move until he heard Green's voice in his ear telling him it was all right. Strong hands were pulling at him. "It's okay, Mark, it's over. Let him up. Get off him so we can make sure he's okay." Rux's own body shook with nerves, fear, and sheer adrenaline. He crawled up to his aching knees and looked down at his boy. As soon as Curtis lowered his hands and looked up at them, he bolted up off the pavement and threw his arms around Rux and Green's necks, hugging them both to him, crying into their chests. Rux cupped Curtis's jaw, looking him in his watery eyes. "I'm so proud of you. I knew you'd figure out what I was saying. You were so brave." Curtis squeezed his eyes shut, shaking his head. "Dad does it fast. I was too slow. It didn't work." Green chuckled softly. "Yes, it did. You were able to get away from him. That's what that move is all about, and you did it just right. Because of you, we're all safe." Green hugged Curtis back to him. "I should have never said I knew you guys. I went right up to him when he called me. You learned that crap in kindergarten. Not to talk to strangers." Curtis grumbled. "Hey, you're to never act like you don't know us. And stop beating yourself up, Curtis. You did nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing. Believe me. If you did, I'd tell you," Rux said in a strained voice, his emotions still too close to the surface. Shielding his son from gunfire, the threat of losing his partner, and the knowledge that his mother in rehab was fighting her battle against addiction for him. It was a lot to take in all at once. The paramedics and fire trucks were swarming the parking lot. Rux stood up and took a step, his knee screaming at him to wait a minute. Green looked cautiously at him before turning his focus on Curtis. "Stay right here. We're going to let the paramedics look you over." "I'm fine," Curtis said weakly, his hands shaking so hard he was embarrassed and tucked them under his armpits. "I'm glad you're fine, but I think you might need 2 or 3 stitches over your eye." Green was trying to convince Curtis as God and Day walked over with the paramedics. 2 men in their dark blue uniforms bent down and asked Curtis a few mental assessment questions. Had him recite who he was, what day it was, what year. They took his blood pressure, had him move several limbs, and rotate his neck before helping him to stand. "You all right, kiddo?" God asked with concern, his voice gravelly but kind and calm, not revealing a hint of unease or anxiety. It's what made him a great team leader. "Yeah, I'm fine." Curtis smiled grimly while the men slowly guided him over to their transport. Curtis tried to look around at the melee that was taking place in the parking lot. 2 cars smashed together, firemen standing all around the scene. Rux got in Curtis's line of sight so he didn't see anything that would traumatize him later. Curtis looked into Rux's eyes with understanding. Curtis may not know exactly what happened to that gunman. He probably had an idea, but he didn't need an image to go along with it. The kind of image that never left your mind. The strong man hoisted Curtis up the couple of steps and positioned him gingerly on the gurney. "I'm fine, really. Can't you guys just drive me?" Curtis asked shyly. Rux could see that Curtis didn't want to be without them, but they needed to follow protocol. This was a hostage situation that had been resolved by the Atlanta PD. Their captain would be here any minute. After they got cleared of the shooting, they'd no doubt rush over to the hospital. It made him ache in more than just his knee to have to send Curtis alone. "I'll send Fury over. He can be there before they even triage him. He'll sit with him until you guys get there," Sen said, taking out his cell phone, already making the call. "Good idea," Day said. "You okay with that, bud? We'll all be over as soon as we clean up this big mess you made." Day winked, laughing when Curtis's eyes widened. God popped Day hard on his shoulder. "It was a joke. Geez, lighten up," Day grumbled, walking away. "We're going to take him to Piedmont. Looks like he might need a few stitches in this, and I think his wrist is sprained." One of the men worked efficiently while the other paramedic spoke. He had a disposable ice pack on Curtis's wrist and was already wiping at the cut over his eye. Rux hissed when he heard sprained wrist. He'd probably done that himself when he'd thrown 240 pounds on him. Green's large hand gripped his shoulder, but Rux couldn't bring himself to turn around. Curtis blamed himself, said it was his fault. But Rux would have to explain to Curtis later exactly why this was all his fault. Chapter 32. What is it about those damn Godfrey men? Curtis's mind woke first, but he refused to open his eyes for fear the throbbing behind his eyes would get worse. Turns out he needed to learn how to throw a proper headbutt, so if he ever had to do it again, he didn't give himself a concussion along with it. He had a fractured wrist and got 4 stitches over his eye where he'd been hit with the end of a pistol when he'd tried to struggle. He'd had to stay in the hospital for 24 hours of observation. He'd ached all over when his dad had finally climbed off him in that parking lot, but he was too scared to leave their side, so he said he was fine. By the time he'd gotten taken away in the ambulance, he'd concluded how the gunman had been taken out. It was horrible, sad, and so unnecessary. By the time his dads got to him, it was almost midnight. Fury had kept a close eye on him and entertained him until they'd arrived. They looked miserable and guilt-ridden. Curtis had been X-rayed, CT scanned, stitched, and splinted all before they got there. After they finally stopped apologizing, Rux told Curtis who the man was that had held him hostage and how he knew him. Told him about catching him at his mom's and fighting with him before he had them both arrested. Rux even explained what type of deal Green had gotten for his mom. Now Rux believed that everything was his fault. Curtis tried unsuccessfully to ease their minds, but he gave up and eventually let the pain meds do their job, putting him into a peaceful sleep. But now they must have worn off. He thought he may have groaned. It was hard to be sure in his kinda awake state. He tried to move his hand and yelled out at the pain. Oh yeah, fractured wrist. Easy there, bad boy. Oh my lord. Curtis would know that sexy whiskey-dripped baritone anywhere. He'd force open his own eyes now just to see those green eyes looking down at him. He didn't care if his head exploded into a million pieces. It'd be worth it for this sight. Open those beautiful baby blues, Genesis said in a hushed drawl. Curtis fought through the fog and the pain and cracked open his eyes. He blinked a few times at the harsh light above his head, but he kept on until Genesis's gorgeous face was in focus. Curtis's lips parted in a smile. What on earth was he doing there? He believed it was a Monday now. Genesis should be in school. Jen, what are you... Curtis stopped when his voice came out sounding like Clint Eastwood. He coughed, trying to clear his throat. Genesis smiled back at him and picked up a cup of water from his hospital tray. He was so gentle when lifting Curtis's head, he had to remember to stop swooning like a fangirl and swallow. Genesis delicately rested his head back on the pillow. If you're trying to ask what I'm doing here, we have a date, remember? Genesis said in the sexiest voice Curtis had ever heard. Damn, how many voices does this man have? Our date isn't until Friday, Curtis croaked. It is Friday, Genesis said with a serious expression. Curtis bolted upright. What? He yelled, wincing at the pain that stupid move caused. Genesis put his hand on his chest, gently pushing him back down, trying to contain his deep laughter. Sorry, bad joke to play on a concussion patient. Curtis rolled his eyes. You're an ass, Jen. Genesis picked up Curtis's uninjured hand and kissed his palm like he'd done before. It was such an enchanting gesture. I like it when you call me Jen. Curtis still pouted at Genesis's teasing. If I kiss you, will you forgive my terrible joke? Yes, Curtis said so fast his face flushed with embarrassment. Obviously, he wasn't too upset. Genesis chuckled, that beautiful mouth of his turning up in the corners. Genesis lowered his huge body to Curtis, careful not to press down on him, but oh, how he wanted all those muscles to smother him, and pressed a sweet kiss to his mouth. Curtis craned his neck up when Genesis made a move to end the kiss. Genesis laughed in his mouth, and Curtis thought that was the most amazing feeling ever. He smiled back against plush lips and quickly darted his tongue to taste the man that had been the source of many a wet dream. Although Genesis didn't deepen their kiss or steal his own taste, he did lick his own lips, taking the taste of Curtis off his lips and into his mouth. With their lips still barely touching, Genesis murmured, You are a little bad boy, aren't you? Genesis brought his hand up and brushed a lock of hair behind Curtis's ear. A very pretty bad boy. Genesis gave him another soft kiss, and Curtis swore he was in heaven. You said we're supposed to be good. You have to stop touching me like that, Curtis panted. I don't know how, Genesis whispered almost painfully, leaning back in and kissing Curtis again. Well, like brother, huh? Day's sarcastic voice killed their moment as he sauntered into the room without knocking. Better pull back, Casanova. My two dads are right behind me. Genesis was off the bed just in time for Rux, Green, and God to come into the room. Curtis knew he still looked flushed, and he crossed his legs to hide his very stiff erection. Daggone. Will me and Jen ever have some privacy? Day was laughing as Rux and Green stared back and forth between a nervous Genesis and a horny Curtis. For Christ's sakes, Genesis, let the boy get out of the hospital first. God punched his brother in the chest, which was probably their usual fun and playful sparring, but damn, it sounded like it hurt. Curtis, the doctor said you can be discharged this evening. Your scans and everything are fine, Rux said, still glaring over at Genesis. Good, I'm ready to go, Curtis said with enough irritation to make his dads laugh. Oh, my poor baby, what happened? Are you okay? Let me look at you. Oh, thank the heavens. Green's mom fluttered into the room with her large Anne Klein bag in the crook of her arm and a whirlwind of Chanel perfume wafting in behind her as she hugged and kissed and loved on him. He didn't bother to protest or try to stop her. He didn't always mind her fawning over him. It had to be the blonde hair, blue eyes, and baby face that made all women treat him like a delicate flower. I'm fine, Grandma. It doesn't even hurt, Curtis smiled, trying to chase away her tears with his own forced, cheerful demeanor. She continued to pet and survey him. I'm fine too, Mom, Green said from the end of Curtis's bed, his head slightly bowed with a ridiculous pout on his face. It looked extremely comical on someone of Green's size. That really did cheer up the room because the laughter didn't stop as Day started joking with Green about being a spoiled mama's boy, and Green went right back at Day. They kept Curtis entertained until it was time for him to leave. After he'd showered and changed into the fresh clothes Vicky brought over, he quietly asked his dads for a minute alone with Genesis. I'll just stand over here in the corner. You won't even know I'm here, Rux said, moving back by the small closet in the room. Green grabbed Rux's arm and practically shoved him out the door. Something you have to say to me, my pretty little bad boy? Genesis said softly, walking over to stand so close to Curtis he could feel Genesis's heart beating. Curtis chuckled. Why do you keep calling me a bad boy? You know I'm not. My brother told me what you did in the parking lot. How you took your cue from Rux. Genesis held Curtis's injured arm like it was a newborn baby. I think it's amazing. Curtis blushed terribly. It was nothing, if you say so, but I find it very, very attractive. Genesis's voice had gotten even deeper, sexier. All that toughness wrapped up in such a pretty package. Curtis looked up into those sparkling green eyes, full of life, full of kindness, full of potential love with just a hint of mischief. But that was going to make going out with Genesis so much fun. Curtis needed a lot more of that in his life. It had been lacking for many years. He had his family now, and hopefully a new man. He knew Genesis would be the perfect Southern gentleman until he turned 18, but that was okay. It was more than okay. He may be a superstar athlete, but he was raised by a good Christian mom who'd taught her sons well. Curtis was going to do everything he could to be a good match for Genesis Godfrey. You ready to drive back to school now? Curtis asked, trying to conceal some of the disappointment in his voice. Genesis tilted Curtis's head up to look at him. Yes. I wish I could stay longer, but the coach raised enough hell about me missing practice today. He bitched because you told him your brother is a cop and was shot at? That's not considered a family emergency? No. He bitched because I told him my boyfriend needed me. Curtis was so shocked he ended up leaning into Genesis's broad chest to keep from falling over. Boyfriend? You came back for me? If I came home every time God or Day were shot at, I'd flunk out of school for sure, Genesis drawled. Curtis looked back down at his feet, and Genesis gently lifted his head up again. I know I said boyfriend. I want you to know I'm not seeing anyone, and I haven't in a long time. I'm not a player or a tramp or whatever else guys try to be these days. I just want someone to spend time with that actually likes me. I just want to spend some time with you. It's soon, I know. You don't have to say boyfriend if you... No. Boyfriend is fine, Curtis said hurriedly. Genesis smiled and shook his head. Good then. He bent and kissed Curtis lightly on his forehead. I have to head back. I'll call you later. And I'll see you on Friday. 8 o'clock sharp, Curtis whispered. Genesis kissed Curtis's injured wrist and laid it back at his side. Be good until I get back, bad boy. Genesis leaned low until he was at Curtis's ear, his voice threatening and growling. I'd hate to have to spank you when I get back. Curtis shivered hard as Genesis gave him a lingering kiss behind his ear before backing up with a devious grin. Dear Lord, how will I stop myself from behaving like a tramp? Drive carefully, Jen, Curtis said before Genesis got to the door. 6 days, beautiful, Genesis said softly, right before he let the door close. Chapter 33. Meet our new savior and team member. When Curtis came out of his room shortly after Genesis, the boy looked like he was in love. They all stood in the hallway, laughing as a blushing Curtis made his way down to them. It was actually quite cute, new puppy love. Curtis needed a wonderful distraction to keep his mind off all the crap that had gone on these past few months. Green wasn't worried. Genesis swore he was going to behave with Curtis, and Green believed him. But he was strictly welcome on a trial basis with Rux. He prayed Genesis didn't screw up. He had very little time for more Rux damage control. Day swung his arm over Curtis's shoulder as they walked down the hall, Mock whispering to Curtis, I can see you got it bad, Kurt. It's understandable. It's something about those damn Godfrey men. Rux flipped Day off when he turned to him. God just kept walking, a hint of a smile breaking his usually serious face. Guys, the exit is this way, Curtis said, stopping at the end of the hall. There's someone we need to see first, Green said, continuing the way everyone else was walking. Curtis caught up to him and didn't wiggle away this time when Green put his arm over his shoulder and drew him close as they walked. He'd come close to losing his son. He needed to hold him nearby for a while. They all stopped at a closed door in the post-op surgery wing of the hospital. Rux was at the nurse's counter asking some questions. Green saw him flash his badge, and the lady looked through a file and pointed to the door. Rux walked back to them. It's all good. Green knocked on the door and tiptoed in. He pulled Curtis along with him. Knock, knock, Green said, all of the guys filing in behind him. Holy shit. What are y'all doing here? I came to pick up my very alive son, thanks to you. And since you were here, I thought I'd bring your new bosses by for you to meet. Green stepped to the side. Lieutenant Godfrey, Lieutenant Day, and the very serious-looking gentleman behind Rux is Sergeant Sidney. Green motioned at the shocked man in the hospital bed. Guys, this is Officer Michaels. Michaels sat up tall in the bed, and Day extended his hand to him. We really appreciate what you did. You risked your life for us, and it won't go overlooked. You could have killed yourself crashing that car into him like that. It's unfortunate it had to end that way, but one of my detectives and a kid could have lost their lives if you hadn't intervened. I just wanted to come by and personally say thanks. God stepped up closer to the bed, his large arms crossed over his chest. Rux and Green have said some good things about you. I'd heard about you before you did what you did last night. Trust me, not too many things impress me. But you did. God shook Michael's hand. I looked through your file. You've done good work, and I noticed all your commendations for marksmanship. I could use another sniper. But most of all, I could use a man with balls.
You passed the detective's exam. You're on my task force." God turned with sin and walked out the door. Michael's radiant blue eyes gleamed under God's approval. His broad chest puffed out with pride, and Green was happy for him. "I'll send my assistant Vicky over to talk to you, and she'll set the exam up," Day informed the still stunned Michaels. "Think you'll pass it? It's tough." "I'm positive I will. I just need a ranking officer to make the recommendation for me to take it," Michaels beamed. "Good," Day said, heading towards the door. "Lieutenant Day, my leg. I broke it in 2 places." He motioned to the large cast on his right leg that started mid-calf and went up to his upper thigh. "The doctor said they were clean breaks. With PT, it'll heal fine and I can go back to full duty. But, it'll take about 6 months," Michael said, looking Day in the eye. "But once it's healed, I swear I'll be an asset, Lieutenant." Day didn't hesitate. "Heal up, Detective. We've got a spot for you when you do." When Day stepped out the door, Michaels whooped loud enough for the whole hospital to hear. Rux, Green, and Curtis sat there with the brave officer for a while longer, talking with him about the benefits and the unbenefits of working for God and Day. But it would be impossible for Michaels to be dissuaded. He'd wanted this from the first time he'd met them. When they got up to leave, Curtis thanked him several more times and promised he'd come back and visit him again in a few days. Green held the door for Curtis and Rux, waving one last time. He stopped right before the door closed. "Are you dating anyone, Michaels?" Michael's sharp blue eyes stared back at him. "Not at the moment. Just warning is all. The ladies have a hard time dealing with our job requirements. A few of the guys' wives do all right, but it's tough on them. We have long, grueling hours and are often in dangerous situations." "Not worried about the ladies, Detective Green," Michael said, his eyes revealing what he meant. Green smirked at him. "Good for you, then," was all he could think to say before he left the room to catch up with his family. They had another brother joining them. And, surprise, surprise, he's gay. This concludes Here Comes Trouble by A.E. Villa, narrated by Aidan Snow. Copyright 2014 by A.E. Villa. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with A.E. Villa and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
They looked miserable and guilt-ridden. Curtis had been X-rayed, CT scanned, stitched, and splinted all before they got there. After they finally stopped apologizing, Rux told Curtis who the man was that had held him hostage and how he knew him. Told him about catching him at his mom's and fighting with him before he had them both arrested. Rux even explained what type of deal Green had gotten for his mom. Now Rux believed that everything was his fault. Curtis tried unsuccessfully to ease their minds, but he gave up and eventually let the pain meds do their job, putting him into a peaceful sleep. But now they must have worn off. He thought he may have groaned. It was hard to be sure in his kinda awake state. He tried to move his hand and yelled out at the pain. Oh yeah, fractured wrist. Easy there, bad boy. Oh my lord. Curtis would know that sexy whiskey-dripped baritone anywhere. He'd force open his own eyes now just to see those green eyes looking down at him. He didn't care if his head exploded into a million pieces. It'd be worth it for this sight. Open those beautiful baby blues, Genesis said in a hushed drawl. Curtis fought through the fog and the pain and cracked open his eyes. He blinked a few times at the harsh light above his head, but he kept on until Genesis's gorgeous face was in focus. Curtis's lips parted in a smile. What on earth was he doing there? He believed it was a Monday now. Genesis should be in school. Jen, what are you... Curtis stopped when his voice came out sounding like Clint Eastwood. He coughed, trying to clear his throat. Genesis smiled back at him and picked up a cup of water from his hospital tray. He was so gentle when lifting Curtis's head, he had to remember to stop swooning like a fangirl and swallow. Genesis delicately rested his head back on the pillow. If you're trying to ask what I'm doing here, we have a date, remember? Genesis said in the sexiest voice Curtis had ever heard. Damn, how many voices does this man have? Our date isn't until Friday, Curtis croaked. It is Friday, Genesis said with a serious expression. Curtis bolted upright. What? He yelled, wincing at the pain that stupid move caused. Genesis put his hand on his chest, gently pushing him back down, trying to contain his deep laughter. Sorry, bad joke to play on a concussion patient. Curtis rolled his eyes. You're an ass, Jen. Genesis picked up Curtis's uninjured hand and kissed his palm like he'd done before. It was such an enchanting gesture. I like it when you call me Jen. Curtis still pouted at Genesis's teasing. If I kiss you, will you forgive my terrible joke? Yes, Curtis said so fast his face flushed with embarrassment. Obviously, he wasn't too upset. Genesis chuckled, that beautiful mouth of his turning up in the corners. Genesis lowered his huge body to Curtis, careful not to press down on him, but oh, how he wanted all those muscles to smother him, and pressed a sweet kiss to his mouth. Curtis craned his neck up when Genesis made a move to end the kiss. Genesis laughed in his mouth, and Curtis thought that was the most amazing feeling ever. He smiled back against plush lips and quickly darted his tongue to taste the man that had been the source of many a wet dream. Although Genesis didn't deepen their kiss or steal his own taste, he did lick his own lips, taking the taste of Curtis off his lips and into his mouth. With their lips still barely touching, Genesis murmured, You are a little bad boy, aren't you? Genesis brought his hand up and brushed a lock of hair behind Curtis's ear. A very pretty bad boy. Genesis gave him another soft kiss, and Curtis swore he was in heaven. You said we're supposed to be good. You have to stop touching me like that, Curtis panted. I don't know how, Genesis whispered almost painfully, leaning back in and kissing Curtis again. Well, like brother, huh? Day's sarcastic voice killed their moment as he sauntered into the room without knocking. Better pull back, Casanova. My two dads are right behind me. Genesis was off the bed just in time for Rux, Green, and God to come into the room. Curtis knew he still looked flushed, and he crossed his legs to hide his very stiff erection. Daggone. Will me and Jen ever have some privacy? Day was laughing as Rux and Green stared back and forth between a nervous Genesis and a horny Curtis.
For Christ's sakes, Genesis, let the boy get out of the hospital first.
God punched his brother in the chest, which was probably their usual fun and playful sparring, but damn, it sounded like it hurt.
Curtis, the doctor said you can be discharged this evening. Your scans and everything are fine,
Rux said, still glaring over at Genesis. Good, I'm ready to go, Curtis said with enough irritation to make his dads laugh. Oh, my poor baby, what happened? Are you okay? Let me look at you. Oh, thank the heavens. Green's mom fluttered into the room with her large Anne Klein bag in the crook of her arm and a whirlwind of Chanel perfume wafting in behind her as she hugged and kissed and loved on him. He didn't bother to protest or try to stop her. He didn't always mind her fawning over him. It had to be the blonde hair, blue eyes, and baby face that made all women treat him like a delicate flower. I'm fine, Grandma. It doesn't even hurt, Curtis smiled, trying to chase away her tears with his own forced, cheerful demeanor. She continued to pet and survey him. I'm fine too, Mom, Green said from the end of Curtis's bed, his head slightly bowed with a ridiculous pout on his face. It looked extremely comical on someone of Green's size. That really did cheer up the room because the laughter didn't stop as Day started joking with Green about being a spoiled mama's boy, and Green went right back at Day. They kept Curtis entertained until it was time for him to leave. After he'd showered and changed into the fresh clothes Vicky brought over, he quietly asked his dads for a minute alone with Genesis. I'll just stand over here in the corner. You won't even know I'm here, Rux said, moving back by the small closet in the room. Green grabbed Rux's arm and practically shoved him out the door. Something you have to say to me, my pretty little bad boy? Genesis said softly, walking over to stand so close to Curtis he could feel Genesis's heart beating. Curtis chuckled. Why do you keep calling me a bad boy? You know I'm not. My brother told me what you did in the parking lot. How you took your cue from Rux. Genesis held Curtis's injured arm like it was a newborn baby. I think it's amazing. Curtis blushed terribly. It was nothing, if you say so, but I find it very, very attractive. Genesis's voice had gotten even deeper, sexier. All that toughness wrapped up in such a pretty package. Curtis looked up into those sparkling green eyes, full of life, full of kindness, full of potential love with just a hint of mischief. But that was going to make going out with Genesis so much fun. Curtis needed a lot more of that in his life. It had been lacking for many years. He had his family now, and hopefully a new man. He knew Genesis would be the perfect Southern gentleman until he turned 18, but that was okay. It was more than okay. He may be a superstar athlete, but he was raised by a good Christian mom who'd taught her sons well. Curtis was going to do everything he could to be a good match for Genesis Godfrey. You ready to drive back to school now? Curtis asked, trying to conceal some of the disappointment in his voice. Genesis tilted Curtis's head up to look at him. Yes. I wish I could stay longer, but the coach raised enough hell about me missing practice today. He bitched because you told him your brother is a cop and was shot at? That's not considered a family emergency? No. He bitched because I told him my boyfriend needed me. Curtis was so shocked he ended up leaning into Genesis's broad chest to keep from falling over. Boyfriend? You came back for me? If I came home every time God or Day were shot at, I'd flunk out of school for sure, Genesis drawled. Curtis looked back down at his feet and Genesis gently lifted his head up again. I know I said boyfriend. I want you to know, I'm not seeing anyone, and I haven't in a long time. I'm not a player or a tramp or whatever else guys try to be these days. I just want someone to spend time with that actually likes me. I just want to spend some time with you. It's soon, I know. You don't have to say boyfriend if you... No, boyfriend is fine, Curtis said hurriedly. Genesis smiled and shook his head. Good, then. He bent and kissed Curtis lightly on his forehead. I have to head back. I'll call you later. and I'll see you on Friday." 8 o'clock sharp, Curtis whispered. Genesis kissed Curtis's injured wrist and laid it back at his side. "Be good until I get back, bad boy." Genesis leaned low until he was at Curtis's ear, his voice threatening and growling. "I'd hate to have to spank you when I get back." Curtis shivered hard as Genesis gave him a lingering kiss behind his ear before backing up with a devious grin. "Dear Lord, how will I stop myself from behaving like a tramp?" "Drive carefully, Jen," Curtis said before Genesis got to the door. 6 days, beautiful," Genesis said softly, right before he let the door close. Chapter 33. Meet Our New Savior and Team Member. When Curtis came out of his room shortly after Genesis, the boy looked like he was in love. They all stood in the hallway, laughing as a blushing Curtis made his way down to them. It was actually quite cute. New puppy love. Curtis needed a wonderful distraction to keep his mind off all the crap that had gone on these past few months. Green wasn't worried. Genesis swore he was going to behave with Curtis, and Green believed him. But he was strictly welcome on a trial basis with Rux. He prayed Genesis didn't screw up. He had very little time for more Rux damage control. Day swung his arm over Curtis's shoulder as they walked down the hall, Mock whispering to Curtis, "I can see you got it bad, Kurt. It's understandable. It's something about those damn Godfrey men." Rux flipped Day off when he turned to him. God just kept walking, a hint of a smile breaking his usually serious face. "Guys, the exit is this way," Curtis said, stopping at the end of the hall. "There's someone we need to see first," Green said, continuing the way everyone else was walking. Curtis caught up to him and didn't wiggle away this time when Green put his arm over his shoulder and drew him close as they walked. He'd come close to losing his son. He needed to hold him nearby for a while. They all stopped at a closed door in the post-op surgery wing of the hospital. Rux was at the nurse's counter asking some questions. Green saw him flash his badge, and the lady looked through a file and pointed to the door. Rux walked back to them. "It's all good." Green knocked on the door and tiptoed in. He pulled Curtis along with him. "Knock, knock," Green said, all of the guys filing in behind him. "Holy shit. What are y'all doing here?" "I came to pick up my very alive son, thanks to you. And since you were here, I thought I'd bring your new bosses by for you to meet." Green stepped to the side. "Lieutenant Godfrey, Lieutenant Day, and the very serious-looking gentleman behind Rux is Sergeant Sidney." Green motioned at the shocked man in the hospital bed. "Guys, this is Officer Michaels." Michaels sat up tall in the bed, and Day extended his hand to him. "We really appreciate what you did. You risked your life for us, and it won't go overlooked. You could have killed yourself crashing that car into him like that. It's unfortunate it had to end that way, but one of my detectives and a kid could have lost their lives if you hadn't intervened. I just wanted to come by and personally say thanks." God stepped up closer to the bed, his large arms crossed over his chest. "Rux and Green have said some good things about you. I'd heard about you before you did what you did last night. Trust me, not too many things impress me. But you did." God shook Michael's hand. "I looked through your file. You've done good work, and I noticed all your commendations for marksmanship. I could use another sniper. But most of all, I could use a man with balls. You passed the detective's exam. You're on my task force." God turned with sin and walked out the door. Michael's radiant blue eyes gleamed under God's approval. His broad chest puffed out with pride, and Green was happy for him. "I'll send my assistant Vicky over to talk to you, and she'll set the exam up," Day informed the still stunned Michaels. "Think you'll pass it? It's tough." "I'm positive I will. I just need a ranking officer to make the recommendation for me to take it," Michaels beamed. "Good," Day said, heading towards the door. "Lieutenant Day, my leg. I broke it in 2 places." He motioned to the large cast on his right leg that started mid-calf and went up to his upper thigh. "The doctor said they were clean breaks. With PT, it'll heal fine and I can go back to full duty. but, it'll take about 6 months, Michael said, looking Day in the eye. But once it's healed, I swear I'll be an asset, Lieutenant. Day didn't hesitate. Heal up, Detective. We've got a spot for you when you do. When Day stepped out the door, Michaels whooped loud enough for the whole hospital to hear. Rux, Green, and Curtis sat there with the brave officer for a while longer, talking with him about the benefits and the unbenefits of working for God and Day. But it would be impossible for Michaels to be dissuaded. He'd wanted this from the first time he'd met them. When they got up to leave, Curtis thanked him several more times and promised he'd come back and visit him again in a few days. Green held the door for Curtis and Rux, waving one last time. He stopped right before the door closed. Are you dating anyone, Michaels? Michael's sharp blue eyes stared back at him. Not at the moment. Just warning is all. The ladies have a hard time dealing with our job requirements. A few of the guys' wives do all right, but it's tough on them. We have long, grueling hours and are often in dangerous situations. Not worried about the ladies, Detective Green, Michael said, his eyes revealing what he meant. Green smirked at him. Good for you, then, was all he could think to say before he left the room to catch up with his family. They had another brother joining them. And, surprise, surprise, he's gay. This concludes Here Comes Trouble by A.E. Villa, narrated by Aidan Snow. Copyright 2014 by A.E. Villa. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with A.E. Villa and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.